That boy looks strangely innocent. With those clear eyes, no one would ever suspect they hide a power capable of making the whole world tremble. In his previous life, driven by the desire to return to his real world, Han Sung slaughtered the brutal demon kings. However, the one who brought him down was the person he trusted the most. Ironically, the heavens didn't let his fate end there, but allowed him to be reborn in the frail body of Del. From then on, in the form of a child, he began his journey to gather strength to repay blood with blood and hatred with hatred. But the darkness still lurks, and new enemies rise in silence. Can Del overcome his cruel destiny to fulfill the blood oath of his past life? A monster with countless blood-red eyes is roaring amidst the gloomy sky. In the year 2045, Earth is facing terrifyingly brutal creatures. Many soldiers who joined the battle have lost their lives. They couldn't possibly withstand those razor-sharp claws. The gigantic monster just stared at those who had fallen on the battlefield. At this moment, a young man is turning pale with fear in the face of its attack. Is it over? He falls to his knees before those razor-sharp claws, as if surrendering to fate. But who would have thought that a young man would rush in, using his sword to slice right through the monster's tentacle? It was so shocked that its eyes bulged as it stared at the round hole in its body. Not long after, the furious monster pointed its sharp claws straight at the young man. He frowned, unleashing sharp slashes that cut those tentacles into pieces. The monster still refused to give up. It swung one of its massive tentacles right at where the young man was standing. He blinked, looking at the huge object right above his head. The young man immediately pulled out his gun and shot straight at the tentacle. This person is the commander of Earth's final defense force, Han Sung. He turned back and spoke, "Get up. We're moving on." The person behind him, having just been saved, finally snapped out of it upon hearing that. He quickly raised his gun. Then he fired continuously at the monster. Meanwhile, Han Sung carried his long rifle and moved forward. And now, after endless battles, only a few survivors remain. Han Sung put on a serious face, pushing his gun back to gain momentum. He dropped to one knee, aiming straight ahead. Our target is right in front of us. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared right in front of the monster. Han Sung was shocked by this weird phenomenon, wondering, what the hell is that? Before he could get an answer, he was sucked inside without even realizing it. His teammate behind him only noticed Han Sung had disappeared a second later and panicked, calling out, "Commander!" Meanwhile, in a strange space filled with chains, a mysterious voice echoed, "Answer the summon, hero." He suddenly felt countless chains wrapping around his neck, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Han Sung, his body bound in midair, looked in fear at the murmuring crowd before him. Unbelievable. I actually succeeded. So this is the otherworldly hero from the rumors. He glanced at the iron block on his wrist, wondering, what's with these glowing chains? Where am I? Immediately, an old man pulled down his hood, stepped forward, and spoke. Otherworldly hero, welcome to the Empire. He could only listen in silence to these strange words. The old man stroked his beard, his tone sincere. I know this is sudden, but please defeat the Demon King and save our world. Han Sung frowned, utterly confused. Demon King? What are you talking about? Where am I? Who are you people? This isn't the time for nonsense. I'm supposed to be in Korea. Han Sung immediately extended his palm, brimming with spiritual energy, and threatened, "Shut up." A second later, lightning struck him as an incantation was chanted. The restraining oath has been activated. The old man controlled the magic in the air, warning him, "Stop resisting. If you behave while I'm still being nice, this magic won't hurt you." Han Sung, gasping for air and tearing up, cursed inwardly. "Since when were you being nice?" Then the old man brushed his hands and made his request. "Please destroy the Demon King." He threw a sword onto the magic circle on the ground, emphasizing every word, "and save our empire. If you agree, we can send you back to your world. Will you accept this offer?" Even though it was phrased as a question, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd glared at Han Sung with daggers in their eyes. He bit his lip tightly, his eyebrows furrowed, extremely conflicted by the situation. Han Sung had no other choice but to agree. "I'll do it." And so, Han Sung was summoned to a completely unfamiliar world to fight. As the otherworldly hero of an empire, He worked tirelessly, participating in countless expeditions. Time and time again, Han Sung swung his sword, slaughtering hordes of demonic beasts, completing every single one of the Empire's countless missions. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. He sacrificed his youth to kill the Demon King Ball. Was Han Sung finally free? Every night, he dreamed of what he would do when he returned home. But then, the old man demanded, Han Sung, I will tell you your next mission. He stood behind him, scowling and complaining. That wasn't what you promised. The old man took a sip of tea and continued. Saving the Empire doesn't just end with destroying the Demon King. There are still those who oppose the unification of the Empire. We must eliminate them. I cannot allow the opposition to rise up. You just need to handle this threat. Kill him. The Knight of the Teutonia Kingdom, Bedel. Then you will be free. The old man glanced over, a smirk on his lips. Help us out just a little more. Even though Han Sung wanted to resist, he was controlled by the chains around his neck. What choice does a dog with a chained neck have? Those bastards. And so, the flames of war erupted everywhere once again. When will this ever end? At the Western Night Kingdom, Han Sung and Bedel were currently crossing swords. After a while, he successfully plunged his sword into the man's body. Bedel cried out in pain. I didn't expect you to be so foolish. He pulled his sword out, his tone weak. I didn't have a choice. I'm sorry, Bedel. The man questioned. You're the otherworldly hero, Han Sung, right? Bedel, sweating profusely, continued. Don't apologize to me, Han Sung. He slid down the castle wall. His next words chilled Han Sung to the bone. Because soon enough, you'll be thrown away too. Han Sung sighed, raising his palm and muttering, It's over. I can finally go home. But he didn't realize Brandenburg was right behind him. Suddenly, 2 golden chains wrapped around Han Sung's neck, shocking him. The old man stepped forward and plunged his sword into Han Sung's chest before he could react. A dangerous voice echoed. Well done, otherworldly hero. Han Sung hunched over, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, and called out his name. Count Brandenburg. The old man smirked, chuckling. Han Sung, you fought wonderfully all these years. You obeyed exactly like a loyal hound of the Empire. The Grand General and the Holy Knights acknowledged that. He glared, struggling to curse. You hypocritical, despicable bastards. So it was all a lie. You never intended to let me go home. Brandenburg pulled the sword out of Han Sung's body, causing fresh blood to splatter, and questioned, Why would we? You're just a hound that only knows how to bite. As his body collapsed to the ground, the old man gloated, Farewell, Han Sung. With hazy eyes, he cursed inwardly. I knew they wouldn't let me go easily. But damn it, I will never forget this humiliation. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from Han Sung. Harboring deep resentment, he thought, I'll make this damn empire pay with its utter annihilation. That night, one life closed its eyes, while another was born. At this moment, a newborn baby boy opened his eyes. Cheers echoed in his ears. Congratulations, madam. It's a boy. Sweating profusely, she reached out to hold that tiny hand and whispered, My darling, I am your mother. Han Sung, in the body of the baby boy, now Del, looked at the couple in front of him in surprise. Who are they? I've seen this face before. He squeezed his eyes shut as he was caressed and soon realized. I remember now. Han Sung pondered in his mind. That man, Olin is the most powerful necromancer and dark mage on the continent, the Duke of Jackson. And this place must be the Empire's center of forbidden arts, Nicopolis, where the Black Tower is located. The Rebirth Stone, which only works once, was activated. It was something he had hidden away, a forbidden item he prepared to break free from his chains as a hound. And the body he reincarnated into was entirely up to fate. But to think I'd be reincarnated as the eldest son of the Duke of Jackson, one of the most prestigious noble families in the Empire. Del smiled in amusement. So I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth this time, huh? He immediately thought of Han and Brandenburg. When I grow up and master necromancy, I'll wipe out all those imperial bastards. Olin looked a bit confused. Nanny, the boy isn't crying at all. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. How strange. His breathing is clear, yet the young master isn't making a sound. The madam was also worried. Could you check his condition carefully? Del pursed his lips, looking exasperated. I'm not a baby. Why would I cry so easily? The nanny held him in her arms and checked him over. His breathing is stable, so there's no need to worry. Olin frowned and asked, is a child not crying considered a bad omen? She reassured him, don't worry, my lord. But if you really want the young master to cry. The nanny gave his bottom a firm smack and smiled brightly. You can spank his bottom until he cries. Del was stunned by the sudden smack, feeling both pain and embarrassment. The other two saw his pale face and joked, what a stubborn kid. He must have inherited your strong will. The couple happily looked at Del. She reached out and said, here, let me. He turned pale, cursing inwardly. You idiots, your son is perfectly fine. Elena then laid him face down and raised her arm high. Del squeezed his eyes shut, holding his breath as he braced for another smack. However, she gently rubbed his little bottom, surprising him. Del took a deep breath, feeling everything in this place. The moment the warmth of her gentle hand touched his skin, an image of Han Sung flashed by in an instant. He suddenly remembered something. He pulled up his shirt, wiping his own wounds, and muttered, when was the last time I felt that kind of warmth? In his previous life, Han Sung could only wander alone, taking care of himself. Now he was Del. The soft, trembling hands of the young noblewoman, his new mother, radiated a love he hadn't experienced in years. Han Sung, who had never shed a tear since he became self-aware, now couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing loudly, exactly as a newborn baby should. Olin sat on the bed and said softly, it's been 8 years since Del was born. Time really does fly. Elena nodded in agreement. It really does. Is Del still in his room? Ever since he turned 4, that boy has never left his books. He held her hand, looking affectionate. He must take after his mother. It seems he's starting to take an interest in magic. Elena suddenly brushed her hair behind her ear and called out, Olin, you still remember, right? The vow between us. He thought of Del sitting and reading, then continued, you mean the promise not to pass down spirit summoning to Del? She smiled happily. You still remember? Olin affirmed confidently. Of course I remember, my love. Don't worry. Del's birthday is tomorrow, and I'm preparing a gift for him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, surprising him. Who would be visiting at this hour? Right then, a maid rushed in frantically and shouted, Duke! In the study. Young Master Del is. Her next words left both husband and wife utterly shocked. Calls echoed everywhere. Del. Elena hurriedly pushed the door open and asked, Are you okay? At that moment, he was kneeling on the floor, magic power radiating around him. Del turned his head and called out, Mother, Father. Elena fearfully grabbed his shirt, stammering. She quickly went over to check on him. Are you hurt anywhere? What on earth happened? Del grimaced but replied politely, I'm perfectly fine, Mother. Meanwhile, Olin had a serious expression, raising his arm to check the spiritual energy. I can feel the magic power spreading in the air. Del is only 8 years old. On the other side, Elena was still extremely distressed. Del. He tried to squirm away. Please let me go. Suddenly, Olin clasped his hands behind his back and walked over to Del with an intimidating aura. Are you the one who released the magic power within your body? He was scared out of his wits. I knew Father would find it suspicious. I'm dead meat. I didn't expect my magic power to erupt so early either. He trembled and stammered. That is, while panicking internally. If I don't answer quickly, Father will definitely suspect my identity. Contrary to what he thought, Olin smiled faintly. He patted his head and praised, as expected of my son. It's a real pity that I can't teach you spirit summoning. This made Del very curious. He can't teach me spirit summoning? Then what about my revenge? Elena, standing nearby, suddenly interjected. The servants will clean this place up. Hurry back to your room. He sighed and helplessly obeyed. Yes, Mother. Then Del hugged his book and left. Olin simultaneously approached her and called, Elena, I just thought of a gift for Del. A while later, at Del's birthday banquet, people stood in the hall, whispering and murmuring. The Countess arrived late. It's the young master's birthday. Of course I have to be here. It seems all the nobles in the Duke's territory have gathered. When is the young master going to show up? Right. It's been a long time since we've had such a grand banquet. The host of the party, Del, was sitting thoughtfully on the second floor of the banquet hall, listening to the gossip. Looks like the party is starting later than planned. It sure is lively. He felt incredibly exhausted. I didn't expect so many people to gather just to celebrate my birthday. Maybe because I'm used to being treated coldly when I was a hero, the way they treat me like a young master now still feels so forced. But still, that incident where I collapsed the table the other day still bothers me. I didn't expect that just recalling my time as a hero would cause the magic power in my body to erupt so violently. No matter how I think about it, with this ability, missing out on spirit summoning is a real shame. How should I persuade Father? I vaguely heard that he already thought of a gift. Should I take this chance to ask him to teach me spirit summoning instead of a gift? Nah, it'll probably still be difficult. At this moment, Elena, wearing an elegant dress, walked over, waved her hand, and said, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you, Del?" He called out happily. She smiled as bright as a flower and continued, "Happy 8th birthday, Del." He looked at the fully cloaked person standing next to Elena and asked curiously, "Who is that person standing behind you?" Elena raised her hand and reminded him, "Greet her, dear." The mysterious person slowly pulled down her hood. "This is the Elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a master of water magic, the great sage Cephia." Elena revealed further, "She will be the one guiding you from now on," which surprised Del. Cephia also greeted him warmly. "It's a pleasure to assist you." She winked and whispered to him, "Happy birthday, son." Del was skeptical. An elder of the Blue Tower was invited to be my teacher? Does that mean Mother wants me to learn water magic, which specializes in defense and support? As expected, Mother doesn't want me to learn dark magic. Cephia opened her arms and spoke. "Del, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" He replied timidly, "Yes, Lady Cephia." Not long after, they stood in a place covered in white snow. Cephia's voice echoed, "I don't know if you've heard, but I've been assigned to teach you water magic. Don't you feel regretful? There must be another type of magic you'd rather learn, right?" Del asked in surprise, "How did you know?" She raised a finger and said, "Wanting to learn spirit summoning, your father's dark magic, is completely understandable. However, the marriage conditions of the Black Duke are known throughout the Empire. When Lady Elena was proposed to by the Black Duke, she was terrified of his brutal reputation. So to reassure her, he swore not to pass down his karma to his children. I still remember the wedding day. The elders of the Black Tower discarded their familiar black cloaks and all wore pure white garments to prove that vow. Because it's a marriage bound by such a sacred covenant, you temporarily cannot learn dark magic. But eventually, I will find a way to persuade Lady Elena. Are you willing to learn under my guidance?" Del spoke up, confused, "But aren't you apprehensive about dark magic or spirit summoning? And you belong to a faction that always respects the laws of nature. Doing something against nature, like resurrecting the dead." Cephia chuckled in admiration. "Interesting. Then what about the priests who save the dying? Are they acting in accordance with the will of nature?" He listened to her perspective in silence. "Spirit summoning or resurrection magic. In my eyes, they are no different." Del suddenly realized something. Cephia is far different from the usual stubborn elves. Perhaps she will be a teacher beyond my expectations. She suggested, "Then, let's begin the lesson. I heard that a few days ago, you managed to form a small fragment of a magic circle. The first goal will be to expand that fragment to complete a Tier 1 magic circle." Del was utterly amazed, looking up. A Tier 1 circle? Coincidentally, most of the magic books I've read recently require reaching that tier to practice. Then I'll take this chance to create my first circle. Cephia began to instruct. "Place your hand over your heart, then focus your mind." He followed obediently. "Yes, master." Then Del slowly opened his eyes. This is a different world from Earth. This place is overflowing with magic power. However, except for ancient creatures like dragons, directly controlling raw magic power is impossible. Therefore, I need a magic circle in my heart, a structure like a filter, to draw in and refine raw magic power before using it. It gathers the fragments of magic power scattered around the heart, then pieces them together into a complete circle. Then, it makes that circle spin evenly around the heart. Del felt the circle surrounding his body and whispered, "So the magic circle is the conduit to engrave the flow of magic power into the heart? I just need to do exactly as Master Cephia said." Outside, she was still teaching. Starting from the first step, practice controlling the flow of magic power to spin around your heart sequentially and stably. Normally, this process takes at least a month, so don't rush it. Del opened his eyes, looked down at his palm, and muttered, "Master." Instantly, a blue circle appeared, leaving even him astonished. "I did it." Sifia was stunned, equally surprised, and exclaimed, "What?" She looked at those tiny hands controlling magic power in bewilderment. A child who just started cultivating can create a circle in just a few minutes? If that child truly possesses innate talent. Sifia covered her mouth with her hand and asked curiously, "Can you try releasing magic power along that circle?" Del immediately closed his eyes, accumulating energy into that circle, and said, "I'll try, Master." He generated a source of magic, thinking, if it were normal children, just worrying about releasing magic power outside through the circle would be exhausting enough. If I only do that, not only will I be unable to take revenge on the Empire, but it'll also be hard to catch up to Duke Jackson. In my previous life, I only used magic seals carved into my body to cast offensive spells for combat. But this time is different. This body inherited the abilities of the Black Tower's master, so it can absorb magic power naturally. Who knows, maybe I won't just learn water magic, but other types of magic as well. A surge of energy began to run through his body. Del told himself, "All right, focus. Guide the flow of magic power that has entered the body to flow out to the fingertips, and create a shard aimed straight at the Empire's throat." As soon as enough magic power had accumulated, he opened his eyes and pointed 2 fingers forward. The image of Han Sung in his previous life also materialized. In the blink of an eye, a sharp, dazzling block of ice was formed by Del. Sifia was dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Generally, when compressing magic power in the body and then releasing it outside, the shape of the magic power is usually broken. But he crystallized the magic power and created a relatively perfect ice sphere. Because he focused on the shape, the destructive power might be a bit lacking. She stood from afar, meticulously observing his every gesture and action. After finishing his channeling, Del aimed that block of ice straight at an ancient tree nearby. Instantly, it created a blinding explosion. It snapped the tree right in half. Sifia turned her head, staring blankly at the ancient tree collapsing onto the white snow. Tension began to clearly show on her face. Sifia glanced at Del, secretly doubting. Sharp and hard enough to pierce through a tree trunk. This isn't the precision an 8-year-old child can display. Just who is that child? Right now, he was raising his hand, waving lightly, and flashing a bright smile. Sifia knelt down, gently touching the wooden trunk, and marveled. Good heavens! I thought the boy had only just reached the level of mobilizing magic power. Who would have thought he could release mana and integrate the ice element into it? It's just beginner magic, yet he cast a spell that completely absorbed the cold air around him so flawlessly. Seeing her spacing out like that, Del asked timidly, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" Hearing that, Sifia turned her head and smiled faintly. She looked at that apologetic face and thought, for an innocent child to subconsciously create something like that, the sophistication in his spellcraft is truly extraordinary. Sifia imagined the source of magic swirling in the air, then accumulating together, accelerating to form a sharp block of ice. His face before that mental circle suddenly appeared. These 3 formulas are the golden ratio of military magic. Sifia stared intently at Del, who was pressing his index fingers together, and questioned, "Can that boy subconsciously recreate and cast such a complete, lethal offensive spell?" Once again, he called out, "Miss?" Sifia subconsciously raised her hand and stammered, "Ah, it's nothing." Now I understand why the Black Duke felt so regretful. Not long after, she was drinking tea in a large room. Olin's voice echoed, "You're saying you can't teach Del? Why? A child who achieved a complete circle in just a few minutes should be nurtured even more, shouldn't he?" Sifia replied, "Young Master Del had just successfully cast the circle, when he immediately cast a complete, lethal offensive spell." Hearing this, he was stunned on the spot. She imagined a person being hit by those attacks, and explained, "It's hard to believe that was created by an 8-year-old child." A spell containing the golden ratio in military magic formulas. Dell's innocent face after taking down a person flashed in her mind. She affirmed confidently, "Duke, young Master Dell has a talent for killing." Seeing this, Olin rubbed his chin and muttered, "As an elder of the Blue Tower, a place that reveres the path of non-killing, are you planning to use that as an excuse to not teach the boy?" Cephia took a sip of hot tea and replied, "Not at all." She thought of when Dell was happily playing with the magic on his hand and continued, "It's exactly because he is like that I want to personally teach him and guide that child on the right path." He frowned, confused, and said, "Then there's even less reason to refuse." Cephia suddenly dropped a sentence that seemed to hit Olin right in the heart, making his face turn pale. "The Black Duke's dark magic. Young Master Dell seems to already have the magic he wants to learn. I've heard about the romance of the Black Duke. I respect the vow between you and Lady Elena. But that doesn't mean you have the right to decide your child's future. For someone possessing such extraordinary innate talent as the young master, it's even more impossible, Duke." At this time, Dell was eavesdropping outside the door, but he was feeling down. "I can't hear clearly what they're saying at all." Dell slid down the wall, making wild guesses. "But they're definitely talking about me, right?" He recalled Cephia's shocked expression and felt surprised. "I didn't expect my first magic spell to be that powerful." Even Master Cephia looked incredibly shocked. "I need to be more careful about controlling my power in the future." Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared right in front of him, making Dell look up. His mood changed in an instant, and he cheered happily. "Uncle Helmet." The man just scratched his head and asked, "What are you doing here?" He stood up and asked back, "And where did you come back from?" Helmet reached out, hugged Dell, and laughed. "Of course, from my duty to protect the Duke's territory." He lifted the boy high and excitedly recounted, "I just wiped out a horde of terrifying monsters." He excitedly deduced, "So you just finished conquering a dungeon." Dell's eyes suddenly became solemn, like an adult lost in deep thought. In this world, the appearance of dungeons or the rampant spread of demonic beasts are all matters of state. Ever since the era of the Demon King, because the damage caused by monsters is not small, the knights of this territory must conquer the unexplored dungeons within the Demon King's domain. Their main mission is to destroy the demonic beasts pouring out of the dungeons, especially the Duchy of Jackson, where the situation is twice as severe as other territories. He recalled the image of himself when he was Han Sung in his previous life, blaming himself. "And the cause of that is me. In my previous life, after the otherworldly hero defeated the Demon King, Duke Jackson was granted the Demon King's land in order to subjugate the demonic beasts there to turn it into the Empire's territory." Returning to reality, Dell looked away wearily and complained, "In technical terms, people call that taking out the trash." As soon as he was put down, he reminded, "Uncle Helmet, don't get hurt." He laughed loudly and teased, "Is the young master worrying about me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. What a joyful sight. The two saw Elena step out and turned their eyes toward her. Dell called out softly. Helmet stammered and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Duke." He crossed his arms, looked over, and praised, "You've worked hard on this expedition, Helmet." At the same time, Elena and several servants walked over. She happily said, "Is everyone gathered here?" The three men all glanced over. He wondered curiously, "What is Mother doing here?" Elena covered her mouth with her hand and softly called her son. She quickly bent down, caressed his cheek, and praised, "I heard you successfully cast a circle, didn't you? Oh, my darling is so talented." Olin also chimed in, "Congratulations, Dell." Elena turned her head and winked at him. "If there's anything you want, just tell your father." This made him think. If I say I want to learn spirit summoning, would that be a bit too scheming? What do kids this age usually want? After thinking for a while, Dell casually dropped a sentence that made the two of them freeze. "I want a little sister." Olin muttered awkwardly, "All right, I'll try my best." He giggled, "Yes, father." The soldiers standing nearby couldn't help but laugh at this situation. One soldier turned and gently reminded Helmet, "Please don't laugh, Captain." Time passed just like that. Not long after, the full moon had reached its peak, illuminating the entire area. Dell lay sprawled on his bed, complaining inwardly. Having to act innocent at this age is really a pain. It's probably because I just used magic that I feel a bit tired. Just as he fell into a deep sleep, his eyes from his previous life widened in terror. It turned out the scene of Brandenburg stabbing Han Sung from behind was replaying. The old man's voice echoed. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Han Sung. How long has it been?" He groaned in pain, unable to form words. "You." Brandenburg pushed the blade deeper, lifting Han Sung's entire body. "Humans are truly hypocritical, aren't they? How could you change so quickly? Do you feel happy? Living with kind parents in that warm house. When your back is warm and your stomach is full, you must think revenge is no longer important, right?" The old man radiated a murderous aura, emphasizing every word. "The Empire will find you, Han Sung. They will hunt you down until they finish you off. Until every trace of you disappears from this world." Terrified, Del suddenly woke up, his breathing becoming extremely difficult. At the same time, a surge of magic power appeared right in front of his chest. It began to accumulate in Del's chest, making him incredibly uncomfortable. "My heart feels like it's going to explode. Is this the legendary magic power outburst?" Del clutched his chest with one hand, struggling to walk outside, panting heavily. "Those cursed Imperial bastards. Are they really not going to let me go until the bitter end? I thought getting some cold air outside would make me feel better." He hugged his body tightly, panting heavily, and wondered, but why is it only getting worse? Suddenly, Cephia appeared right behind Del and spoke. "You look like you're in a lot of pain," startling him. He turned his head, looking at that familiar face in doubt. "Miss Cephia?" At this moment, she was generating a source of magic and suddenly realized, a magic power outburst? He truly is a child full of innate talent. But I still can't shake off this feeling of unease. Then Cephia reached out her palm, gently touching Del's chest. Her magic power directly shattered the energy accumulating inside his body. Cephia blinked, secretly worried. If one day this child's magic is tainted with malice, I fear it will be beyond saving. Meanwhile, Del was still innocently looking at the small spiritual energy circle on his hand, thinking, the magic power outburst phenomenon has disappeared. A second later, Cephia called out, "Del." He looked up in confusion and replied, "Yes?" She looked away and explained, "The essence of magic is a mirror reflecting the soul. Therefore, even with the same spell, each mage expresses it in their own unique shade. Your magic carries the power to plunder life. A highly dangerous power. That is why I feel so fortunate to be the one teaching you." Del took the book from Cephia, asking curiously, this is?" He looked at the spiritual energy surrounding it and questioned, "This is a magic book on spirit summoning." She smiled brightly, speaking with a hidden meaning. "I think our meeting was perhaps arranged by fate." Del innocently listened to Cephia's greeting. "Happy birthday, Del." Suddenly, he rushed forward and hugged her tightly, leaving Cephia a bit stunned. She chuckled and teased, "You're still so young and ridiculously adorable, young master." A few days later, at the plains outside the North Gate, Cephia stood behind, watching Del, who asked in surprise, "A rabbit?" She looked at the white rabbit and replied calmly, "That's right. Remember the time you went hunting with your father?" He quickly summoned magic on his hand and replied simultaneously, "Yes, master." The white rabbit happened to turn and look at the two of them. It was clueless about what was going to happen to it. At this moment, Del had generated spiritual energy on his hand, pulling his arm back to gain momentum. He aimed accurately and threw the ice block, sending it flying straight at the white rabbit. Right where the two were standing, mysterious dark circles rose up. Cephia intently observed those tiny hands, thinking, to strike so fiercely, yet his fingertips don't tremble at all. Then she spoke, "Del, even though it's the same type of magic, it varies greatly depending on the caster. Do you know the reason why, Del?" He answered honestly, "I'm still not quite sure." Cephia explained, "Because magic, in the end, is a mirror reflecting the inner self. It's using mana to materialize what is in one's heart. Therefore, in magic, one can never hide the landscape of their soul." After hearing this, Del remained dead silent. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. She closed her eyes, pouring out a stream of words. Even titles like Wall of Fire or other types of incantations are just ways to help steady one's state of mind. The magic of the magic towers is no different. The Red Tower reveres order maintained by power. In the tower area at this moment, someone was creating a blazing fireball as if to preserve the place. While the blue tower values the order of harmony, the ideology each tower pursues will reflect in the form of their magic. Depending on the tenets of each tower, their magic systems are established. Besides the red tower and the blue tower, there are also the black, white, and green towers. After speaking, Cephia smiled gently, exhaling a puff of white smoke. However, Dell still wore a confused expression, making her feel helpless. For a child like you, it's probably still too early to understand these things. Dell immediately shifted his attention to that ugly white rabbit, with his spiritual energy swirling around him, and thought, the most fundamental aspect of spirit summoning is turning a corpse into a slave. It's a magic that uses mana to allow the mage to control a corpse. He became extremely serious, focusing on his task. At this moment, a series of threads shot out from his hand, shining down on the rabbit. Spine, knees. I have to tightly connect the magic threads to those points. A second later, the rabbit opened its blood-red eyes wide. Seeing his success, Cephia praised, "Well done, Dell. Can you proceed to the next step?" He replied while controlling it. "Yes, master." Then Dell gave it his all, creating ice armor on the magic surface. A vibrant blue energy slowly radiated from his eyes. A second later, Dell slammed his palm onto the ground. The whole place shook, and sharp blocks of ice slowly emerged, forming a circle around the area he was standing on. The magic power grew stronger. It quickly materialized into a sturdy block of ice in front of him. Just a few minutes later, the white rabbit was equipped with a thick layer of ice armor on its back, complete with razor-sharp spikes. Cephia commented, "The shape of the ice armor looks quite decent." She simultaneously created 3 small ice shards and offered, "Let's test its defensive capabilities." A blinding streak of light instantly struck the ground, shattering it into tiny pieces. Even Dell broke a sweat at this sheer power. It quickly shot past where the rabbit was standing, knocking it backward as it couldn't brace itself in time. The rabbit glanced back and saw that the spikes on its armor had been completely shattered by the recent strike. Dell, however, was thrilled, clenching his fists and cheering when he saw it was still alive. "All right, I blocked your arrow, master." Cephia turned her head, acknowledging, "Good job, Dell. You did very well." It seemed like he wanted to say something. "What is it?" He boldly said, "Yes, I want. Please teach me how to utilize water magic more perfectly." Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched into a slight smile. The sunlight gently shone on one side of Cephia's face. But her refusal rang out. "No." It left him dumbfounded, his face drooping as he questioned, "Why?" Cephia raised a finger, winked, and sighed. "What you just did today is only an extremely basic type of water magic. Like all other types of magic, the more you study the water element, the more profound and refined comprehension it requires. For a novice mage, learning just one element is already arduous enough. As for using 2 elements simultaneously, that's called a dual-element mage. At your age, that is almost impossible. From what I see, your ambition is far too great." These words struck Dell like a bolt of lightning. His jaw dropped as he let out a "huh." Dell thought back to when he cast his spell and silently repeated those 2 words in his head. "Ambition? I performed to that extent, and it's still not enough?" He muttered dejectedly. "You were the one who said we would find the path forward together." Cephia, caught off guard, stammered, unable to form a sentence. Then she made an excuse to brush it off. "That's all for today's lesson." That night, in the study, Dell was carrying a stack of books, walking forward. He placed them on the floor, thinking, "Even if I'm alone, it doesn't mean I can't do it. I'll prove it." Dell began to hunch over, flipping through and reading every single page. At the same time, his magic power erupted violently once again. Not long after, voices echoed, "Dell," making him groggily open his eyes. Cephia was now asking worriedly, "Are you okay? It seems you lost sleep last night." Dell lied without even blinking. "I was just preparing a few things, so I stayed up a bit late." Hearing that, she reminded him, "Don't overwork yourself, Dell." With dark circles under his eyes, he reached his hand forward and replied, "Yes, master." Instantly, a magic circle appeared, followed by mysterious magic power. He once again controlled the white rabbit with its thick ice armor and the energy surrounding it. Cephia turned to look at Del controlling his energy and noted, "You've completely mastered it." Suddenly, there was a tremor from the ice blocks on the white rabbit. The sharp ice blocks broke free from the armor, flying straight forward together. Looking at the thick cloud of dust, Cephia wondered, "Frost detonation?" The white rabbit then sat still, looking up and exhaling a source of magic power, making her even more astonished. It's not over. Its legs transformed into a giant rabbit with an energy sphere right in the middle of its stomach. The white rabbit immediately hunched over, swallowing that energy source inside. A second later, a terrifying explosion erupted from it. At the same time, those ice spikes charged forward. Cephia panicked, creating a shield around herself. Her eyes widened to the fullest as she looked at the chaos that just unfolded. Countless sharp ice blocks were directly attacking her shield, making Cephia inside even more panicked as she thought, "This is..." Not long after, Del slowly walked up to her, but Cephia didn't know what to say. He raised his palm, generating his energy, and spoke, "Corpse explosion and frost detonation. I've merged the water and dark elements." Del summoned both sources of spiritual energy simultaneously on his hands and asked softly, "Is this enough to become a dual-element mage?" Every movement seemed to stop after Del's magic test. Cephia broke into a cold sweat, staring at the ruins of the magic array. "This is a type of attack I've never seen before." She stood frozen, analyzing. The combination of the ice armor and frost detonation made the corpse explosion create a much wider blast radius. Not only that, the sharp shards of ice and bone pierced the ground like blades. Cephia walked over and bent down to inspect the shattered ice fragments scattered on the ground. She looked toward Del, feeling incredibly uneasy. This is exactly like magic forged solely for killing, like that of someone who has lived their entire life on the battlefield. Just what does this child's state of mind look like? Del turned around, his eyes filled with terrifying intensity, and let out an awe. As soon as he saw Helmet, he happily called out, "Uncle Helmet." He raised his hand high to greet them. "Young master." Lady Cephia, seeing his military uniform, Del curiously asked, "Did you just finish conquering another dungeon?" Helmet excitedly showed off his achievements. "This time, we just wiped out a small-scale group of monsters." The Black Armor Knight Brigade also had quite a tough time. The image of Jackson appeared with full authority. The Knight Brigade, the invincible army of Duke Jackson. They dominate the battlefield with spear techniques enveloped in aura, figures appearing and disappearing. And their commander, Knight Helmet, is one of the 7 swords of the continent. Del clasped his hands together joyfully and reminded him, "You still remember your promise to teach me swordsmanship, right?" In his mind, he was thinking, to learn swordsmanship from someone like him is an unparalleled honor. Helmet burst into laughter. "I welcome it any time." He scratched his head, excitedly saying goodbye to his uncle. "See you soon then, Uncle Helmet." Without chatting much longer, Helmet bid them farewell and headed back. "All right, it's getting cold. You should go inside, young master, or you'll catch a cold." Cephia looked toward the castle and told him, "We should head back too." Del smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." That night, a conversation began. "What do you mean, Lady Cephia?" She stated blankly, "I am only speaking the truth. Young Master Del has completely mastered both arts, spirit summoning and water magic. Furthermore, the boy has already reached the level of a Tier 1 mage, a one-circle magic user." Olin rested his chin on his hand, feeling troubled. "Lady Cephia, we clearly only asked you to teach the child." As if guessing the underlying meaning of that sentence, Cephia told him, "Yes, only the water element. But as a master, I only want to teach what the child yearns to learn. As I said, what Del desires is not just water magic." The atmosphere fell into silence. It took a while before Elena spoke up. "Then, if Del wishes it, could we continue to ask you to guide him in water magic?" Cephia respectfully bowed her head, accepting the request. "Of course. Then, I will assist him further in the coming time." Elena replied politely, "Yes. Thank you." After discussing the matter, she also quickly left. But before leaving completely, Cephia still stopped to apologize. I sincerely apologize for forcing the madam to break the Black Duke's vow. After she was completely gone, Elena finally stretched and expressed her admiration. Our boy is truly extraordinary. Only 8 years old, and already a dual-element mage. Sometimes he even gives me the chills. But that's exactly my son. Olin looked dizzy, glancing at her and calling softly, Elena. He lowered his head dejectedly, stating his desire to ask for her opinion. I want to pass down spirit summoning to Del. As the lord of the territory, I want the boy to have enough strength to shoulder the responsibility of succession. And as a mage, I want a worthy disciple. But as a father, I just want to pass down everything I have to my son. Olin held his head, agonizing over the mistake in his decision this time. I am truly sorry, my wife. Elena was extremely worried because society's prejudices were too heavy. But people still look at spirit summoning with eyes full of terror. Everyone whispers that it is the magic of death. That was the only reason I stopped you. So please, train our son into a mage strong enough to make those people shut their mouths. The profound intention in her words made Olin fall silent. You understand, right? Right after, Olin hugged Elena affectionately. I understand, my wife. I will give it my all to turn our son into the strongest person. And so, the first day of the special spirit summoning training course began. Del was already being reprimanded. I'm disappointed, Del. Are you still just summoning without understanding what you're controlling? Del pouted, arguing inwardly. But that's all I was taught by my master. In the basement of Jackson Castle, the Black Duke's magic room. As soon as Del demonstrated what he had learned from his master, Olin just clicked his tongue and immediately brought him here. Olin pointed his finger, commanding strictly, once you study under me, never perform those crude spells again. Start by memorizing the entire bone and muscle structure of every living creature. Do you understand? Del shivered. Even though he didn't want to, he didn't dare argue. Yes, father. The books father gave me. Even in my previous life, only specialized doctors were allowed to read them. And after a few days, I've memorized every single word. After the test was complete, Olin finally closed the book. It seems the basics are done, Del. Now you can learn practical combat. We will begin the real training. Del quickly followed. Yes, father. A moment later, the smile quickly vanished from his face. Del couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, is this the corpse of a goblin? After observing for a moment, Olin chuckled and reminded him, you look quite confused. A weak practitioner of dark magic can only make the corpse of a sword saint move at the level of a zombie. Conversely, someone with true skill can turn an ordinary soldier into a death knight. Now then, here is a normal corpse soldier. How do you plan to control it? The goblin lay there silently, regardless of what was happening. Del opened his magic circle, his mind full of confusion. His face began to scrunch up. It seemed a bit difficult. Del tried to connect the small magic threads. Unlike a rabbit with a small body and few bones, a goblin walking on 2 legs has too many joints that need to be connected with magic threads. How annoying. When all the connections were complete, the goblin moved. It lunged forward under his control. Damn it. It's like controlling a puppet with tangled strings. I guess I was wrong to utilize post-mortem rigor mortis to increase its defensive capabilities. The joints and muscles are stiff and can no longer move. In a case like this, what is the right way to do it? Seeing him fall into a state of panic, Olin had to step in and stop him. Del, your idea of stimulating the corpse to harden it isn't bad. But it also restricts the corpse's movements far more than necessary. Saying that, he demonstrated it once for him to see. Watch this. Olin simply raised his magic slightly, and it radiated out, enveloping the goblin in front of them. Del was stunned to witness such an incredible sight. Olin's magic threads were penetrating its body. He made the skeletal frame expand, saying, the ribs on the goblin's sides are bulging, the part used to protect the internal organs. As he spoke, Olin channeled the magic deeper. But for the dead, the skeletal frame protruded from its arms as he asserted. What need is there to protect internal organs? Understand the structure of the subject and alter it into a form suitable for your purpose. Del's jaw dropped in horror at this bizarre type of magic. He casually destroyed that goblin and concluded with one sentence. That is the foundation of dark magic. Del lowered his head, looking as if he had something to say. Father, please tell me, What is the spirit that dark magic pursues? Olin smiled a mysterious smile, yet it harbored a sense of satisfaction. He gently bent down, the magic from his hand still not fading. It is the truth. Olin knelt down, placing his hand on Del's shoulder. And the truth is always hidden in death. The more he spoke, the more his eyes narrowed with determination. Therefore, we must understand it even more. To be able to touch that truth, you must understand the weight of life. Suddenly, memories of his past life rushed back, right when the battlefield was about to end. An innocent-looking civilian was begging him. Please spare me. I beg you, hero. He coldly raised his sword high. Please spare my life. And then he showed no mercy, sending them straight to their ancestors. Olin's voice called out, Del. Seeing his pale complexion, he was a bit worried. Are you all right? Despite Olin's inquiry, Del stood there in a daze. You look terrible. Because the memory made him shudder, it took a moment for Del to speak. Yes. He spoke to reassure him. I'm fine. Father, I'm perfectly fine. And so, time flew by, as Del's magic training gradually improved day by day. The news that Duke Jackson had passed down dark magic to Del spread throughout the entire empire. The fact that Duke Jackson broke his vow from many years ago created a massive shockwave. Because of the reason that made him break that vow, both the nobility and the commoners in the empire focused their attention on him. One day, like any other, Del was diligently practicing swordsmanship. A few weeks later, at the training grounds of the Duke's estate, Del was sparring fiercely with Helmet. The sword strikes he unleashed were all very precise, which excited Helmet. Both sides tried their best to unleash beautiful strikes, their sword paths seemingly following one another. After a while, the most intense clash of the battle occurred. Del flexed his muscles. On the other side, Helmet also raised his sword high, refusing to surrender. He swung a lucky strike that Del managed to dodge just in time. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward and knocked the sword out of Helmet's hand. He turned his head to watch it, his face unable to hide his surprise. The sword was knocked away so forcefully that it embedded itself deeply into the ground when it landed. Helmet wasn't a sore loser. He quickly surrendered. Well done, young master. Naturally, Del didn't believe this at all. How could a swordsman like him let his sword drop? He wiped his sweat and guessed. You intentionally let it go, didn't you? Helmet picked up his sword and denied it. Of course not. Because the young master applied swordsmanship in actual combat. An ordinary person would have probably died from the very first slash. The young master's swordsmanship is too outstanding. It's a real pity that the young master is a mage. Since mages always have escort knights by their side, in reality, the young master doesn't need to train this hard. Is there a reason why the young master does this? There's no need to push yourself to the point of getting hurt like this. Del looked at his bandaged arm and asserted, Of course there is. A duke's son who only knows how to rely on guards or protectors wouldn't look majestic at all, right? That was just an excuse. In reality, he was thinking, besides, who would bear to miss the chance to learn swordsmanship directly from one of the continent's 7 great swordsmen? Hearing those confident words, Helmet laughed in amusement. He brushed his hair back, laughing out loud as he praised him. Well said. If I had a son like the young master, I'd have no regrets left. Del was thrilled to hear that. So I finally got praised by him. Right at that moment, the rustling dress of someone approaching could be heard. It was Elena. She called out. You two look like you're having fun. Del happily exclaimed. What brings you here, mother? Elena smiled softly and said, I wanted to see how hard my son is working. After a moment of silence, she got straight to the point. Also, I have some news to tell you. He asked curiously, what news? Elena kept him guessing, asking back, Do you remember the birthday present you once asked for? Del rubbed his chin, thinking of the big gift box she had brought. Birthday present? I only remember it vaguely. What was it again? Suddenly, he remembered his past request. I want a little sister. Thanks to that, he understood what Elena meant. Seeing this, she rubbed her belly with anticipation. Then you'll have to take good care of your little sister, okay? He clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, time flew by so fast, and before he knew it, 10 months had passed. Del kept poking the little girl's cheek, making her mother delighted. Are you that mesmerized by her? He didn't hesitate to say immediately, Yes, I am. I can't believe this is my little sister. Dell stared intently at the little girl without looking away. She's unbearably cute. Seeing this, Elena suggested, do you want to try holding her, Dell? Even though he really wanted to, he was a bit shy. What? Me? She slowly placed the little girl into Dell's arms. Come on, don't be shy. Holding a baby isn't hard. Even Olin had to admit. Actually, once you hold her, you'll see it's not as hard as you imagine. How is it? She looks exactly like you, doesn't she? Seeing the little girl smiling brightly, Elena felt a bit excited. It's strange. Whenever I hold her, she cries. But she doesn't cry at all when you hold her. She seems very happy, Dell. Dell smiled gently, looking at the little life in his arms. Suddenly, Olin stepped forward and asked, how do you feel right now? Dell honestly expressed his feelings. She's as light as a feather. But she feels very heavy, father. Olin smiled gently, a relaxing feeling filling the room. That is the weight of a life. He placed his hand on his shoulder and reminded him, never forget that. Now it's probably time for you to go study, right? Let's go, Dell. Master Cephia must be waiting for you. Cephia smiled brightly, giving a brief introduction so he could understand. Today's lesson is practical combat training. Dell was timid, a bit hesitant. Do I really get to fight for real? Cephia encouraged him, don't hesitate. Just give it your all and attack. He began to summon his magic circle. Understood, Master. Cephia also created a small magic sphere, ready to fight. Let's see how much you've improved. The opening move consisted of sharp ice blocks rushing swiftly toward her. Cephia swatted them away with a single strike, sending them all flying. Your first strike is too slow. She knocked away the ice fragments while provoking him. How dare you? She picked up a piece of crushed ice, full of sarcasm. Hold back against your master? Seeing this scene, Dell took a few steps back, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. Cephia threw the ice piece at him and commanded, put up a barrier immediately. Dell grimaced, terrified by that terrifying murderous aura. The attack shot forward in the blink of an eye, radiating terrifying power. Dell looked back at his frozen elbow in fear. If I hadn't blocked it in time, I would have been seriously injured. Cephia was extremely thrilled to see this. To create ice armor in such a brief moment. Dell quickly retracted his magic, and the piece of ice armor fell off. She nodded, demanding of him, good job, Dell. Keep attacking. He placed his hands on the ground, calling out the name of his move. Mixed element combination, ice castle formation. The move radiated out following his words. Rise, ice castle. A tall and sturdy ice castle was erected right before Cephia's eyes. She let out a confused gasp. Casting an ice castle right in the middle of a battle? By reinforcing the magic structure, he increased the ice density to an astonishing level. Cephia gently touched it and wondered, but why use defensive magic right now? Does he need a break after his last attack? While lost in thought, something caught her attention. A sound coming from the other side of the ice wall. A massive flash of light erupted along with the sound of the move. Detonate. On the other side of the ice wall, Cephia stood dazed for a moment to process the situation. She froze, a drop of confused sweat rolling down her cheek. Ice grenade. The magic exploded from there, engulfing Cephia's body. After the explosion ended, the ice wall also lowered. I did it. Dell made the ice wall even denser and then detonated it. The ice molecules, which were already reinforced before being tightly compressed, then turned into an ice bomb. Dell was thrilled, asserting inwardly, "That's hard to dodge, Master." But then the scene before his eyes made him cry out in fear. Master! Her entire body was now almost frozen solid, with ice fragments leaving several holes. Master! Cephia! But then she suddenly appeared from behind him. Were you calling me? Dell breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. So that was just an illusion. Cephia snapped her fingers, melting the ice on the dummy, and commented, a terrifying skill. To think that a mere Tier 1 mage could injure an elder of the magic tower. Dell lowered his head sadly, apologizing. I didn't mean to hurt you, Master. Cephia smiled faintly, reassuring him. I know. Actually, I'm very happy that you managed to injure me. You believed I was strong enough for you to go all out, didn't you? As your master, that makes me prouder than any compliment. Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved. Really? She affirmed it. Of course. You are an outstanding disciple. But how did you come up with that magic formula? Del smiled modestly. It's all thanks to your teachings, Master. She smiled warmly, looking at him affectionately. A while later, in Olin's private room. Lady Sephia, what happened to the wound on your cheek? She gently touched it and praised Del. This? I was just careless while teaching the young master. His formula is exceptionally sharp. He let out a long, weary sigh. I owe you another favor, Lady Sephia. She shook her head, refusing to take credit. It's nothing. Being able to teach such a talented student is also my happiness. Olin spoke seriously to Sephia. May I ask you for one more favor? Sephia was always ready for his requests. Yes, please go ahead. Olin recalled the monsters and recounted. Our side received a report that a horde of orcs has crossed the mountains and entered our territory. A small cavalry unit cannot handle it. The atmosphere around Sephia darkened upon hearing the news. However, I plan to have Del participate in this battle. Sephia immediately stepped up to defend him. Young Master Del is not ready. Olin quickly reasoned. Standing on the front lines, one never has the chance to be ready. Besides, protecting the territory is the duty of the House of Jackson. As the heir to the Duke, the boy must clearly understand that responsibility. Del cannot be an exception. Sephia couldn't do anything but obey. What do you need me to do? Before answering that question, Olin needed to state something first. I will entrust my artifact to Del. I want you, Lady Sephia, to guide the boy until he can control its power. Rings appeared, representing mystery. Artifacts. Items imbued with power and will. Olin's authoritative image seemed to say it all. They can only be used by infusing mana or life force. The stronger the artifact, the more dangerous and harder it is to control. In some cases, it can even cause death. In front of the Jackson family's artifact vault, Olin explained to Del. The House of Jackson has mastered this kind of power for a very long time, Del. As the Duke's heir, you must also prepare for the upcoming battle. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. A battle? What? That's awesome. Olin nodded, clarifying Del's mission. You will go with the subjugation squad to exterminate the orcs. Arriving in front of a large door, he instructed him. But before that, you must learn how to control our family's dark power. As soon as he stepped inside, Del's face was filled with surprise. Olin gave a general introduction for Del to hear. Look here. These are the Demon King's artifacts that our family manages. They have been here since the time our ancestors conquered the Demon King's territory. Don't compare them to normal artifacts. He looked around, unable to hide his excitement. I can feel the powerful mana flowing from them. He nodded in satisfaction upon hearing him say that. That's right. The things in here are all extremely powerful and dangerous. Until you learn how to control them, don't touch anything recklessly. But when he turned around, the boy seemed to have disappeared at some point. Del. Olin looked around frantically, completely unaware that he was right behind him. Where did the boy go? A moment ago, Del had taken a stroll around with a thought in mind. I need an artifact suitable for myself. Suddenly, a voice came from a nearby shield. You there? You have a grudge you're dying to avenge, don't you? I can feel that hatred. Other artifacts competed to invite Del. Let's go kill them together. Come here. Choose me. You coward. Choose me. Let's explore new depths together. He touched his chest, guessing confidently. These dark artifacts are resonating with the lingering hatred in my heart. But it's still not enough. I need something even stronger. Suddenly, Del noticed the artifact that had been clinging to him all along. Since when has this cloak been here? With his extensive experience, he recognized it the moment he saw it. Wait, this is the Shadow Cloak. During the Heroes era, Duke Boda of the Demon King's army used this supreme artifact. Its ability makes darkness tangible, turning him into a terrifying opponent. Without overthinking it, Del put it on. Let's try it out. Seeing this, the other two panicked. Del. Very quickly, darkness enveloped him. In the hazy space, a strange voice echoed. Hungry. I'm hungry. So hungry. Del remained calm as drops of water rose from beneath his feet. So it has begun. This is no ordinary shadow. The one who used to wear it could summon storms of darkness, controlling the shadows like a living creature. To truly master it, the master must make the Shadow Fiend completely submit. The Shadow Fiend rose from the darkness, lunging to attack Del. Looks like this won't be easy. His eyes widened in intense concentration, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. From the outside, one could only see a pitch-black sphere. Sophia anxiously asked Olin, "It's been a while. Is this something to worry about?" He rubbed his aching head. If this continues, he might lose his mind and be swallowed by the shadow fiend. Hearing that, she panicked and asked for a solution. "What? We have to force it out." Before the two could do anything, a light flashed from within, blinding them. The sphere of darkness gradually dissipated, and Del reappeared. "Del." He stood tall and answered him confidently. "Yes, Father." Sophia hurriedly ran over to check on him. "Del, are you okay?" He quickly replied as if nothing had happened. "I'm fine." Hearing that, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You worried me to death." Del scratched his head awkwardly. "I just got bitten once." On the other side, Olin was a bit curious. Why doesn't he have a single scratch? How could a child endure such a powerful artifact? Del was a bit nervous, turning to call out, Father, I have a question." Out of instinct, Olin replied, "Speak." Given permission, he expressed his desire with an excited face. "Can I try the other ones too?" The two of them seemed to freeze, dumbfounded by that innocent question. He grimaced, feeling a bit awkward, but allowed it. "Be my guest." He was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, Father." And so began the days of Del exploring the Jackson family's artifact vault. From early morning until late at night. The next few days, at the Duke family's training grounds, Helmut exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, the cloak you're wearing, could it be the shadow cloak?" Del smiled brightly, quickly admitting, "That's right." Helmut was worried and asked about his condition. "That legendary item famous for being hard to control. Are you really okay?" Del scratched his cheek, finding it hard to explain. I'm fine. Besides feeling a bit ticklish, it's nothing." Helmut subconsciously rubbed his head in confusion. "Interesting." Del made up a random excuse. Maybe because it was lonely for too long. Hearing that, the shadow fiend popped up. "As soon as it saw me, it stuck right to me. It probably just wanted a companion." Helmut forced a smile, praising him, completely unaware that Del had just kicked the shadow fiend hard. "Why would you call that creepy thing lonely? You're too kind-hearted." Del pinned it down hard, acting innocent. "Thank you, Uncle Helmut. I have a favor to ask." Hearing that, he quickly inquired, "What do you need?" Del stated the desire he really wanted to fulfill. "I want to undergo practical combat training." Helmut quickly got into a defensive stance, a thick murderous aura radiating from him. "All right, I won't let you down." Seeing this, Del was a bit wary. Facing one of the continent's 7 great swordsmen is truly beyond my capabilities. Just the aura alone is terrifying enough. Helmut smirked, reassuring him. "Don't tremble. I'll only use basic swordsmanship. I won't use aura." But that inadvertently annoyed Del. Holding back, a knight must always fight with all his might. That is a knight's conviction. My true goal isn't the sparring match itself, but to practice using the shadow cloak. Magic radiating from the cloak began to envelop the arena. The power of a weapon crafted from shadow fiends will determine the true value of the artifact. Therefore, this battle will be a necessary test. Magic was unleashed. Helmut raised his sword high, ready to defend. Shadow Blade. With just a single slash, he quickly cleared away the shadow blades. Witnessing this scene, Del admired Helmut even more. Breaking the attack with pure physical strength? Amazing. He excitedly praised him like an adult. "Well done." Before launching the next attack, Helmut warned, "Here I come." With his experience, Del quickly dodged the strike. At the same time, he jumped far away, leaving only magic in his place. Sharp spikes emerged from beneath Helmut's feet, but he noticed them in time. He spun his sword, preparing for a devastating blow. A surprise attack? Interesting. Realizing the attack was aimed at him, Del hurriedly manipulated his magic into a shield. When the slash landed, Del's magic spikes were only heavily cracked, not destroyed. He braced himself to withstand his uncle's heavy power. Even though he was knocked far away, Del stubbornly held his ground, leaving tracks on the dirt. Helmut chuckled softly, feeling a bit uneasy inside. He blocked it. "I used enough force to cleave a normal sword in half." So this is the difference between a normal weapon and a high-tier artifact. Not stopping there, Helmut continued to charge forward. "Let's go for 10 more rounds." That day, The witnessing knights whispered and gossiped. Among them, no one could last 2 rounds against Captain Helmet. They felt an invisible wall between themselves and Del. Time flew by, and a few days later, it was time to depart. Elena was extremely worried about Del. "I'll talk to your father again. No matter how I think about it, I don't understand why he's letting you go to such a dangerous place." Del comforted her by mentioning the extremely strong people. "Don't worry, Mother. Father and Uncle Helmet will be there." With a mother's instinct, Elena still couldn't rest easy. But what if something happens? What if you get hurt? Del reached out, explaining his reasoning clearly. "I have to become strong so that one day I can shoulder the responsibilities of the Duke. When that time comes, I need the strength to protect you, Father, and live too. So I really need this experience. Please allow me to grow stronger to protect you, Mother." Softened by Del's persuasive words, she decided to agree. "All right," she called out after him as Del mounted his horse. "Go on. Take care." He sat firmly in the saddle, assuring her, "I'll be back soon." Early that morning, at dawn, at the temporary base, Helmet inspected and reported, "Sir, the troops are ready to depart." Olin nodded. Then he closed his eyes and turned away. "Del, give the vanguard order in my stead," he exclaimed in surprise. Olin turned back, looking at the mighty cavalry, and explained to Del, "Our proud cavalry. The cavalry that will one day follow your orders. They are your knights." He was a bit hesitant, but proudly accepted it. "Del's knights, not Hansung's. This will be my first battle as a commander. That's right. This time will be different." Thinking that, Del stood up and declared, "The time to march has come. Advance, O proud blades of House Jackson." Following that command, all the soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, young master." Del commanded loudly, "All troops, take your positions." The resounding sound of horse hooves signaled the beginning of a new start. In this campaign, 250 cavalrymen and an elite commando unit were stationed at White Mountain. The Eastern Border Guards also joined. They quickly arrived in front of a large waterfall. Target, about 1,000 orcs. The orcs have crossed the mountain range and headed upstream the Jackson River to escape the cold and starvation. They will soon head downstream. We will ambush them by crossing the Jackson River. There is only one way for 250 soldiers to cross this deep river quickly. From a distance, Sifia walked over gently. "Please step aside." She walked up coldly with the intention, "I will create an ice bridge." Del happily called out her name, "Master Sifia." She personally came to assist, even though Master is someone who values peace. In the blink of an eye, Sifia created a sturdy and powerful ice bridge. Finishing the task, Sifia raised her hand, inviting them. "Everyone can cross now. May you return victorious." Olin didn't forget to express his gratitude. "I am grateful for your assistance." Del stepped forward to say goodbye. "Master, I'm off." Sifia watched his small figure slowly move further away. An indescribable feeling of longing swelled in her heart. Strange. How can a disciple make a master worry so much? A while later, at the orcs' temporary camp, the hidden commando unit of the Eastern Border Guards fired the ambush arrows. Arrows accompanied by blazing fire shot straight forward. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired, setting the sky ablaze. The fired arrows killed hordes of orcs. Helmet gave the command. "Right now, battalions 1, 2, and 3. All the soldiers immediately got into combat-ready stances. He signaled, "Spearhead formation. Charge." Helmet stood above observing, then turned to ask, "How is it, young Master Del?" Del thought to himself, "Each horse hoof touches the ground twice per second, meaning they're moving at 40 kilometers per hour. Add the weight of the rider and the armor, and the impact force will be massive." With a 3 to 4 meter long spear locking the position, forming a standard spear formation, reinforced with aura, even the orcs won't be able to block this strike. He spoke up, truly overwhelming. Olin also replied, "This is the pride of the Duke's cavalry." Helmet smiled and said, "You can't relax yet, young Master Del. This is only the beginning." The orcs had gotten into a solid defensive stance. The battle between justice and evil was unfolding intensely. He announced, "The ambush was successful, but it's still not enough to wipe them all out." A voice replied, "We will retreat, regroup, and take turns advancing." A flare was fired to signal. The soldiers shouted loudly to announce, "Retreat flare! All units, fall back!" The warhorses immediately ran back to the camp to retreat. The orcs seemed confused, not understanding what the righteous faction's next move would be. It growled angrily at the sudden retreat. Harris also quickly received the order, turning his horse to fall back. But the orc refused to give up. It hurled its spears at him. The spear flew with unpredictable force, knocking Harris off his horse. Del, observing from above, was completely taken aback. He suddenly realized and thought seriously. A voice rang out, "Unfortunate." Olin said, "A knight has fallen." Del said, "Is he considered beyond saving just like that?" The proud blade of House Jackson lies powerless before the enemy. He turned and asked, "Why are you just standing there watching?" Olin seemed to be hesitating about something. Helmet also made no move. The orc had charged very close to Harris. Del thought to himself, "Spurring the horse down will be too late. From this distance, I need to pierce through the orc's thick skin in one strike. Orc skin is much thicker than other monsters. I have to adjust the formula for Ice Flash. Add a high-precision sniping formula, plus a trajectory lock to ensure stability. Increase the level of completion." Del immediately unleashed the Ice Flash skill. Magic formula, Magnum. The incredibly ferocious orc lunged to attack Harris. Del's skill instantly shot from high above, piercing through its body. Helmet spoke up, "The distance is quite far, but the accuracy is still high." He asked in surprise, "Young master, where are you going?" Olin immediately stopped him. "Let him go, Helmet." Helmet exclaimed in surprise, "Duke." He thought fleetingly. At this age, he's already created his own magic formula, with that level of firepower. Olin and Helmet just stood there, observing his every action, thinking, Del's inner world must be nearly complete. Del suddenly stopped, pondering something. He suddenly realized, thinking to himself, the other orcs have regrouped. Del stood there observing carefully, pondering. There are two problems. One is the body freezing up due to the panic of falling off the horse. Two is that the initial magic formula is too long and not optimized enough for actual combat. That's why one has to learn basic identities like A plus B, AB, equals A superscript 2, B superscript 2. I should shorten it too. Del calculated in his mind. For example, Ice 98 Magnum. But that doesn't seem right. He thought, still a bit too long, huh? Del exclaimed, "Let's go with this." After calculating, he suddenly focused intensely, muttering, "Ice bullet." The injured Harris, unable to resist, cast a pleading look for help. A sharp ice spike from afar pierced through the orc's head so fast, it couldn't even react. It was instantly killed. Harris called out, "Young Master Del, why did you come all the way here for someone like me?" Del didn't reply but gently stepped down and approached him. He got closer, speaking in a warm voice, "Don't worry. House Jackson never abandons a loyal blade." The other orcs still refused to give up, charging at Harris, making him cry out for help, "Young Master." With a ferocious face due to its comrade being killed, it let out a loud roar. However, Del maintained his calm demeanor, unleashing the skill, Shadow Blade. Instantly, streams of aura surrounded the orc. He smiled in satisfaction, muttering, "Absorb them." Those streams of aura immediately drained its power completely. The aura continued to absorb relentlessly, making the orc's body unable to remain intact. Slowly, the absorbing aura left only the head, absorbing until only a skeleton remained on the ground. Del chuckled smugly, speaking up, "Still want more?" He immediately unleashed the ice bullet skill, sending the orc straight to the afterlife. Del wiped away its blood and said, "It's done." Harris said in surprise, "Young Master Del, my legs won't move." The sentence made Del pause. He still happily picked Harris up, exclaiming, "I did it." Del said gently, "I'll leave the rest to you, Uncle Helmet." Helmet immediately accepted the request, commanding, "Cavalry squad, charge." All the soldiers charged forward to attack, shouting, "For House Jackson, for young Master Del." A while later, at the Jackson military camp, a reporting voice rang out. "Del, the mission to exterminate the orcs was a success." Olin suddenly spoke in a stern voice. "I called you here because I have something to ask. Why did you jump into the enemy lines alone? For what damn reason did you do something so reckless?" Del looked nervous at being scolded, his body trembling, thinking fleetingly, "Why am I getting scolded again?" Olin was still questioning him. "Explain. Why did you jump into the enemy lines alone?" Del explained, "Yes, father. You said the Knights of House Jackson would be led by me in the future. I only acted to be worthy of that honor." Olin seemed satisfied, but he still said, "Your reason is too weak," making him think fleetingly. Father is known to highly value his knights. "Why is he acting like this?" Del then asked. "May I ask the reason why you just stood and watched a loyal knight get killed?" Olin then explained, "The Northern Demon King's territory, ruled by House Jackson, constantly suffers from waves of monsters. The knights standing on the front lines raise their swords not to be saved." He still replied in confusion, "But I hoped you would save the life of a loyal knight." He asked back, "Like you did. Do you want those who have to think and act right on the battlefield to hope that someone will come to save them? How many knights with that mindset do you think can survive? The knights in our territory must constantly sharpen their blades to face the danger that is always around them. Only when they have reached their limits do I personally intervene. That is the noble duty our family must bear." Del suddenly realized, thinking to himself, "Indeed, this is a truth I cannot refute. I understood this perfectly in my past life, yet now I forgot." Olin then reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "However, the way you acted according to your own will is also commendable. Don't lose that spirit, Del." Del obeyed. "I understand, father." The light from outside shone straight at him like a halo. Olin lifted the tent flap and said, "Let's head back to the castle." The story of the young heir of the Duke's family personally charging into the horde of orcs to save a single knight became the Empire's favorite topic of gossip. That person said, "They say the young master single-handedly slashed away 1,000 orcs." But, a part truth, a pinch of exaggeration, the story spread across the Empire like wildfire. Even though the person in question was blushing with embarrassment, this incident breathed a new breath of air into the Duke's territory. A few days later, at the training grounds, everyone was excited, calling out, "Young Master Del has arrived. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Respects to young Master Del," making Del blush with embarrassment, saying, "I told you there's no need for that." Seeing this, Helmut also shared the joy and teased, "Puff out your chest, young master. For the future of young Master Del, we must become even stronger." "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Del found it strange. Why is he so fired up? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Young Master Del, the guest from the O family has arrived." Del smiled back. "Thank you." Helmut also spoke up, "Shall we go, young master? Time to meet our special guest." The O Marshall clan. Their head, Bastard the Holy Sword, was once a great noble of the fallen Western Kingdom. But when the Empire declared war, it seems something terrible happened. The kingdom, the Holy Sword, and the O family all burned to ashes. Helmut's expression is a little off. He must be thinking of the Holy Sword, the one who made him a knight. This is going to be awkward. Olin immediately spoke up. "You're just in time. Finished with your training, Delard?" "Yes, father." The butler entered and announced, "Young Master Del, the guests have arrived." A voice rang out. What a respectful welcome. Charlotte and her mother entered. They came all this way without any servants? The woman bowed her head and introduced herself. "I, Venexa, greet you with respect, Duke Saxon." A voice replied, "Welcome." Venexa turned to her daughter and said, "This is my daughter, Charlotte O." However, Charlotte seemed displeased and made a face. Her attitude puzzled Del. "What's with that look?" She reacted strongly. "Why do we have to bow to them?" Venexa quickly chided her. "Charlotte, what are you saying?" But Olin remained calm. "You've both had a long journey. Del, could you escort Lady Charlotte on a tour of the castle?" He immediately obeyed. "Yes, father." Del quickly extended the invitation, gently saying, "Lady Charlotte, would you care to join me?" But Charlotte remained defiant, gritting her teeth. "Don't." She swung her arm wildly. "Don't you dare touch me." Del froze for a solid 5 seconds, completely baffled. Olin was also bewildered by Charlotte's behavior. But Charlotte, with her strong personality, maintained that arrogant expression. This seemed to infuriate Olin, who muttered, "Shameless imperial nobles." Seeing this, Vanessa spoke up. Charlotte, what are you doing? Apologize to the young master at once. Her mother's scolding only annoyed her, and she turned and walked away. Dell still called out gently, Wait, Lady Charlotte. Vanessa spoke gravely. Please forgive my daughter's rudeness. She's not normally like this, but recent events have left her unsettled. Lucia, full of sympathy, asked, What happened? The woman explained, Not long ago, Baron Brandenburg became the new ruler assigned to our domain. He's known as the Holy Knight of the Empire, so you must have heard of him. His fame is matched only by his infamy. They call him the Boar for a reason. Rumor has it that to produce a talented heir, he's determined to sow his seed in any gifted swordswoman he can find, including my daughter, who is not yet of age. She barely escaped with her life. However, that horrific memory cannot be erased. Vanessa pleaded desperately. I want to protect her. As a fallen noble, my power is limited. I beg you, please take my daughter in as a maid for House Saxon, so that man can never lay a hand on her again. Dell took the opportunity to call out once more, Lady Charlotte, do you even know where you're going? But Charlotte said coldly, I don't care. Why does it have to be the Saxons? Charlotte then asked gently, Is your hand okay? He replied cheerfully, It's fine, don't worry about it. She suddenly gripped the hilt of her sword. I wonder if he's holding a grudge over what happened earlier. I might have been a bit harsh, but I'm still just a kid. She suddenly drew her sword from its sheath and said sternly, In that case, duel me. Charlotte frowned and commanded, Dell of House Saxon, draw your sword. Her action stunned Dell. What? Why is she so impulsive? Charlotte coldly pointed her sword at Dell. Let's duel. Dell remained calm. There has to be a reason. She replied, I've heard the rumors. A prodigy who single-handedly wiped out 1,000 orcs to save a fallen knight. Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. Charlotte declared, I will defeat you, the one they call peerless in the Empire, and prove to the world that I am stronger. Then I'll prove that I can protect my family from that man. Dell was curious. That man? She answered, Baron Brandenburg, the holy swordsman. Hearing that, Dell gritted his teeth. I can never forget him. That imperial dog who stabbed me in the back. I never expected to hear his name here. We share a common enemy. She could be a good ally. But first, this kid needs a dose of reality. He coldly turned his back and walked away, much to Charlotte's confusion. He turned back with a look of contempt. You're just a clueless brat. With that, Dell drew his family's heirloom sword. Come at me with everything you've got. Hearing this, she became furious. That was my plan all along. And with that, Charlotte launched a powerful attack. However, for Dell, it was a light attack. He stood his ground, defending solidly. Seeing this, she pulled her sword back and launched another strike. Charlotte's face was resolute, her eyes sharp and cold. Dell seemed quite surprised by her strength. Charlotte suddenly realized. An instant counter, blocked with his wrist, and signs of aura use. He's channeling it into a sword that's too big for his body. It's like how a mage creates mana through the circles in their heart. Knights accumulate aura to push their bodies beyond human limits. Charlotte thought, he's a true knight. She gave a wicked smile, pulling her arm back to prepare an attack. The strike was lightning fast, but Dell dodged it as if it were nothing. The fight between them was incredibly tense. With determined eyes, she thought, at this rate, I'll gain the upper hand. When I was born, my father was already gone. But every night, my mother would tell me stories about him. She said I had to protect our family in his place, as the proud daughter of the Holy Sword. Even when the kingdom fell and our family was ruined, my sword never stopped. Charlotte was tense, sweat rolling down her face. So why? She was furious. I can't even touch him. Charlotte's attacks were relentless, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Charlotte once again lunged forward with all her might. She thrust her sword straight at Dell, but still couldn't break through his defense. Charlotte wondered. Dell gently swung his sword, launching a light counterattack. It sent her sword flying from her hand. Charlotte was bewildered. Am I really the daughter of the Holy Sword? Her sword stuck straight into the ground. Disappointed, she asked, Why can't I win? Dell calmly replied, Because you are not the Holy Sword. There's nothing wrong with taking pride in being his daughter. But as you are now, you can't protect your family from that man. The holy swordsman's blade is 10 times stronger than mine is now. Hearing this, Charlotte regained her composure and asked, "Then what should I do? What must I do?" Dell said gently, "I, Dell of House Saxon, will take the O family under my protection in the name of my house. Until the day you are strong enough to defeat him yourself, I and House Saxon will be your shield." Charlotte was confused and asked again, "Why?" He explained gently, "Because your sword is worthy. So become my sword, and the sword of House Saxon." She quickly wiped away her tears and said in a serious tone, "How could I possibly refuse? I, Charlotte, swear on my honor as a knight." Though it seemed like a childish promise, that determination was an asset in itself. That night, in the Duke's office, at the request of Lady O, Charlotte will become a maid of House Saxon. Olin was surprised. "I never thought she'd accept without any hesitation. Did something happen between you two?" Dell answered honestly, "We made a promise, father. I swore to protect the O family in the name of House Saxon." The Duke asked, "You're not using our family name out of mere pity, are you?" Dell replied firmly, "No, father." Olin continued, "Then what do you hope to gain from this?" Dell expressed, "The last bloodline of the Holy Sword. Her talent is extraordinary. We made a vow. What I want is for the new Holy Sword to raise her blade for our family." Olin seemed pleased with his son's reasoning. The last of the Holy Sword's bloodline is now under our roof. That's enough to deal a heavy blow to that bastard Brandenburg. At that very moment, in the old capital of Todonia, a shout echoed. "Damn it!" A wine glass was slammed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Brandenburg was furious. "Those arrogant fools dared to act behind my back." A soldier replied, "My apologies." He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "You idiots! You couldn't even catch one little girl." The soldier said, "We sent assassins, but they were lost before they could reach the Saxon estate. We suspect Charlotte O herself took them down." Brandenburg's eyes narrowed, his face ferocious. He stormed out. "Useless fools." Brandenburg placed a hand on the table, thinking, those were the good old days. He recalled the image of himself stabbing Dell in the back. Brandenburg caressed his sword. "Wouldn't you agree, my holy sword, Dornal? My lovely fiancée, just wait a little longer." He schemed, "I will create the perfect heir for you, no matter the cost." Brandenburg ordered, "Contact the Thieves' Guild. Send men to the Duke's territory." He smiled cunningly. "Pay whatever it takes. Bring that girl, Charlotte, back to me." While getting accustomed to the ducal castle, Charlotte diligently underwent rigorous training to become a maid and sparred daily with Dell. In the middle of the sun-scorched training grounds, Helmut called out, "Ready?" Dell, sword in hand, smiled confidently. "Of course." Charlotte, on the other hand, had a fierce expression as she stared him down. Helmut smiled gently, his eyes closing calmly. Then, Dell and Charlotte clashed swords as Helmut said, "Begin." Dell's swordsmanship was incredibly skilled. Charlotte's expression remained fiercely determined as she faced him. He continuously swung his sword at her. In the tense situation, Charlotte struggled to parry his blows. Helmut watched the match between them intently. Is this really a children's sparring match? They're not even knights yet. The fight was intense. But that killing intent and speed, damn. Suddenly, Dell's gaze faltered slightly as he pulled at his scarf. Before Charlotte's eyes, he was pulling the scarf across his face. Her pupils sharpened as she prepared to strike. Just as Charlotte's sword and his were about to clash, Helmut intervened. "Excellent," he praised calmly. "You fought well, Lady Charlotte." She scowled. "Don't flatter me. Where did I go wrong, Sir Helmut?" He asked slowly. "My lady, do you know the most fundamental principle of wielding a rapier?" She hesitated. "It's the thrust, right?" Helmut shook his head. "No, the core is in your legs. Your footwork." Young Master Dell dodged your thrust and closed the distance. At that moment, you should have retreated to find an opening. With a rapier, bending your arm kills its greatest strength. The blade becomes unstable, and all accuracy is lost. To be honest, you need to tear down and rebuild your entire foundation from scratch. Charlotte was shocked. "What?" Helmut continued. "I've been watching for a while. Your stance and footwork are too sloppy." She grimaced. "That's because I've never had a proper teacher." Helmut said slowly. "Now that I'm here, We'll fix that awkward thrusting posture of yours. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Awkward. He laughed heartily and patted her head. I'm just teasing. You're so cute, my lady. Dell watched and thought. I wonder how fast she'll grow under Helmet's guidance, the strongest sword master on the continent. I'll have to work harder so Charlotte doesn't catch up. The process of creating a mana circle is quite similar. You have to feel the mana flowing in your heart, wait for a stable mana circuit to form, and then carve that circuit into a complete magic circle. The problem is, this process can take decades. Sephi asked, puzzled. You've already completed the second circle? Del nodded. Yes, master. In this world, the rotation speed of a mana circle is measured in RPM. A one-circle mage typically has 300 rotations per minute or 300 revolutions per minute. Current stats. Circle 1, 2000 revolutions per minute. Circle 2, 400 revolutions per minute. To open a new circle, you need at least 300 revolutions per minute, which means I already qualify for the third circle. Now that I have two, let's test them out. Reinforce with a basic bullet. Increase the connection between the ice bullet's molecules to increase its size and hardness. And simulate a large caliber barrel to amplify the rotation count and firing speed. On Dell's fingertip was a magic spell. Targeting. Armor-piercing round. His power was erupting with incredible intensity. The explosive energy swirled brightly and powerfully at its core. A hole was blown through the wall in front of him. Damn, was firing an armor-piercing round always this easy? Sephi clapped her hands in praise. You learn so quickly. Dell replied respectfully. It's all thanks to you, master. From saving the night from orcs to Charlotte's development, a child who knows how to use power correctly. Dell was lost in thought about her. Her talent is terrifying, but it inspires more trust than fear. Sephi hugged him comfortingly. You truly are a student to be proud of. Dell's cheeks suddenly turned beet red. He thought nervously, this is a little too close. Dawn. In the courtyard of the ducal manor. Dell grimaced. Master really startled me just now. She probably still sees me as a child. Focus. Even if it's not the right time. His expression turned serious again. Time to train. In the middle of the courtyard, a giant wall of ice suddenly appeared. Ice wall rising. Dell's palm unleashed a powerful stream of light. Chunks of ice shot out like bullets, one after another. Ice Bullet 0012. They transformed into round ice bullets like water spheres. The crystals exploded, releasing powerful energy. Dell stood firm, controlling an ice shield to block the incoming spheres. He smiled from behind the shield. Next time, I'll try real bullets. Suddenly, a voice from a distance cut through the air. It was Charlotte, her face covered in sweat. You're training here too? Dell nodded. You too, Lady Charlotte? She said softly. I'm just practicing the footwork Sir Helmet taught me. Dell asked. You like swordsmanship, don't you? Charlotte stammered. Huh? Oh yeah. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke up. Hey. I'm sorry for acting so rashly. I was too rude to Dell. No, young Master Dell. He nodded. Yeah, you were pretty rude. But I'll let it slide this time. Just this once. Charlotte's cheerful demeanor returned. Really? He nodded. So don't be so stiff, she said softly as they both leaned against a tree in the cold air. The weather here is really nice. Even if I swing my sword until nightfall, my body cools down immediately. Dell noticed Charlotte's expression seemed a bit more relaxed. Is that so? I never thought someone else would think the same way I do. It's actually kind of nice. The scene of Charlotte and Dell talking happily together. Lucia smiled and said, Time flies, doesn't it? Our son is already this old. Olin added, They look good together. Lucia nodded. We'll have to keep an eye on those two. It seems what I needed has already fallen into place. A mother's duty is to guide her son to be true to his feelings. Not long after, in the outskirts of the ducal territory, a citizen bowed politely. Thank you as always, my lady. Lucia smiled gently. It's nothing. Please continue to take care of your health. The slums, where beggars and the homeless filled the streets. Mother often came personally to hand out aid. Every week, she brought food, necessities, and helped find them work. Dell watched her and thought, starting this year, Charlotte and I are coming with her. Charlotte hurried over. Slow down. What's wrong, kid? A boy in commoner's clothes pulled on her arm. Help me. The boy looked at Charlotte, crying desperately. My mom's in danger. The boy sobbed and wailed. Please help me. Del ran after Charlotte and the boy, thinking, this is extremely suspicious. Asterisk leaving the escort knights behind and running into a complex maze of alleys. Not asking an adult for help, but targeting Charlotte specifically. That alone is enough to be suspicious. Asterisk a figure on a rooftop was watching Del run below. He saw him. Asterisk that guys from the Thieves Guild. The Holy Swordsman must have sent them. I knew it. Their target is Charlotte. But this is a bit too obvious. Asterisk the boy stopped and said, wait here a second. I'll go get my mom. Charlotte hesitated. Huh? Oh, okay. Suddenly, a man slowly stepped out, laughing. Well, what are noble kids doing in a dangerous place like this? We only have business with the little lady over there. The young master should just go home quietly. Playing games here tomorrow might get you hurt. He smirked and said loudly, Del Saxon will protect the daughter of the O family from you vagrants. The man, John, chuckled mockingly. My, how gallant. But if you look at the situation, it'd be better for you to stay out of it. Looks like life needs to smack you around a bit to give you some experience. Charlotte turned back, frightened, and whispered, Del, I don't have my sword. He smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. This is the perfect opportunity to test out my new shadow arts under the guise of legitimate self-defense. John's whole gang rushed toward Del and Charlotte from all sides. He quickly controlled his power, pulling the entire group in. John shouted angrily, Dodge it, you idiots. Del smirked. Asterisk he noticed quickly. Must be a high-level guy. Asterisk a vortex of powerful, dark purple light swirled around him. The entire group was caught, unable to escape. It was all part of Del's plan. Asterisk a shadow art I discovered after forming 2 circles. It turned shadows into a parasitic form. Asterisk. They move on their own and turn their targets into zombies. John's face showed a hint of fear as he witnessed this. His men were being taken down easily by the vortex. What is it doing? Suddenly, a giant man appeared behind Del, rubbing his stomach. The giant growled loudly. So hungry, so hungry. The men caught in the vortex were terrified. It's a zombie. Finally, John yelled. What are you waiting for? Kill it now. He gritted his teeth in anger. Even if he's the Duke of Saxon's son, he'll die with a single slash. John's feet moved, gathering momentum for a jump. He moved so fast he was just a blur. A green light emanated from John's palm. No one can block my mana-infused assassination technique in a narrow alley like this. But Del's dark magic barrier blocked his dart. Damn it! Surprised, John gritted his teeth, took his sword, and leaped from above. The barrier suddenly opened a small path. Water spheres continuously shot into John's body. Double barrel, 0012 gauge. They flew at high speed, piercing his body as blood splattered everywhere. Charlotte, hiding behind a wall, watched worriedly. Del. The giant was frantically devouring John's men. Del watched him struggle to stand. Asterisk he won't die from a single shot. Aura users are tough. Asterisk. Blood dripped from John's mouth, his eyes sharp. Not yet. The moment he finished speaking, Del's dark power sliced his body to pieces. The giant was still frantically digging its sharp claws into people. Blood poured out like rain. Hungry, so hungry. Del coldly retracted his dark power. Charlotte. He looked at her, huddled in a corner, terrified. Are you okay? She stammered. I'm fine. The last remaining man ran up, having witnessed his comrades being wiped out. He took one step before a blue light pierced his ankle. Ice bullet. He screamed in agony, while Del remained completely unfazed. Help me. I'll go back. He writhed on the ground. I'll tell you everything I know. Del said sternly. Everything you know? The man stammered. I'll tell you everything, so. Suddenly, a water sphere pierced through his forehead. Del looked on, bored. And there goes my lead. The last man of the group was also easily eliminated by Del. Charlotte looked around in fear. This, Del continued, this is the true face of House Saxon that people fear. It's also the power that will protect you. Del asked, seeing it up close, are you scared? Charlotte nodded. A little. But it's okay. You fought to protect me, right? She had once knelt before him. Asterisk, I made up my mind when I took that oath. If your family becomes my shield, then one day, I will raise my sword for you. Asterisk. Thank you for showing me what a real future is. I will become even stronger. Dell's face showed surprise at her words. His expression changed. Part of the reason Dell had taken Charlotte in was because of his regret towards Bastard 24 years ago. He slowly and gently extended his hand to Charlotte. Dell smiled. So, Charlotte choosing to become Dell's sword. She smiled happily, blushing as she reached her hand toward his. Carries a deeper meaning than Dell can realize. At the same time, at the estate of Baron Brandenburg, the old man seemed to be furious. Brandenburg's expression was incredibly ugly. Damn it. I know it is a difficult matter to invite the Baron here, but I must summon you to the Saxon ducal territory. Olin's stern tone. For the sake of the friendly respect between our two houses, do not refuse this invitation. The old man was furious. This is a summons from the Dark Duke to hold me accountable. Even the great holy swordsman could not defy the order. A few days later, at the Saxon ducal castle, Olin sat on his throne and said slowly, I am pleased the Baron has taken the trouble to come all this way. Brandenburg stared at him intently, fear in his eyes. Olin continued, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Please forgive this humble reception. Brandenburg awkwardly placed a hand on his chest. Nothing is more urgent than a summons from your grace, the Duke. The old man's gaze shifted to Dell and Charlotte. Those brats. After the commotion in your territory, an air of concern is spreading throughout the empire. A kidnapping in broad daylight, no less. I believe I know why you have summoned me. As a loyal sword to the emperor, I could not possibly be involved in such a shameful incident. A dark power with a black and purple glow flew towards Brandenburg. The old man tried to resist it with his sword. What is this wind? The bodies of Brandenburg's two subordinates were withering away. Ugh, my lord. Parts of their bodies were being incinerated. Spare us. Brandenburg backed away in fear. Even the holy knights of McDarling can't resist this. The old man looked around in terror. This magic is. Olin coldly activated a magic circle with a black and purple glow. High-level dark magic. Void storm. Brandenburg roared, Duke. Olin commanded sternly, kneel, holy swordsman. The old man said harshly, Do you understand the gravity of your current actions, Duke? Olin continued coldly, I advise you to listen carefully, Baron. Brandenburg gritted his teeth in anger. There will be no second warning. The old man thought fearfully, damn it. While it's true the Dark Duke has his reasons, Brandenburg's knees buckled. Asterisk. I never thought he would go this far. Asterisk. Olin said commandingly, As you know, I summoned you here for the sake of peace. But if you dare to lay a hand on the children of House Saxon again, I will wipe out every last remnant of House Brandenburg. I demand you carve this into your heart. You must be tired from your long journey. Baron, go rest and warm yourself. The old man bowed his head and said quietly, I am deeply grateful for your grace's generosity. But unfortunately, the situation does not allow me to remain in your territory any longer. Olin nodded. Understood. Then I pray your journey home is uneventful. Dell smirked. What father showed Baron Brandenburg, one of the emperor's most loyal retainers? Asterisk. Will become the spark that turns the empire into a torch. It's just a small flame for now, but it won't be long before the fire catches. Asterisk. Asterisk, and our duty will be to take the holy swordsman's head. When the world learns that the holy swordsman was forced to kneel before the Dark Duke, the pillars of the empire will tremble. Asterisk. In the Duke of Saxon's office, Olin boldly removed a cloth to show Sephi what was underneath. She asked hesitantly, This is? Olin explained. These are the bodies of the Thieves Guild members who attacked Dell. Sephi said in horror. Dell did all this. Dismembered, riddled with holes, entrails splattered everywhere. For the first time in her life, Sephi had to question her own teaching methods. Olin said slowly, As you can see, guiding Dell's extraordinary talent down the right path will require your wisdom, Lady Sephi. I want to offer you the position of chief advisor. She seemed to understand what he was saying, meaning no longer just a tutor, but to serve under House Saxon. He continued, Dell desperately needs you, Lady Sephi. Even I cannot raise the boy alone. With your support, things will change. Sephi hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to reply, I understand. Understanding how that child sees the world is of the utmost importance right now. In the grand hall of the magnificent castle, time passed. Dell's 10th birthday had arrived. Unlike last year, this time representatives from the Emperor's faction were also in attendance. Suddenly, someone approached Dell. Among them, the most notable was a young man with red hair. Welcome, Marquis Eurus. He smiled wickedly. A pleasure to meet you, young Master Dell. A moment earlier in the magnificent castle hall. Oh my, look at all this food. Wow, truly befitting of the great House Saxon. What a beautiful sight. It's hard to believe we're in the northern lands. Haha, indeed. It seems worrying about the ducal territory being so far from the capital was unnecessary. Dell stood listening intently to every word from the guests. He glanced away. The central nobles from the capital. The so-called Emperor's faction. They are the largest and most influential power in the entire empire, acting in the Emperor's name. The reason they're at this banquet tonight is obvious. It's a veiled warning, a message from the imperial family that they will not tolerate any insult to the holy swordsman. And the messenger chosen to deliver that message is standing right in front of me. Eurus bowed formally. You must be young Master Dell. I am Marquis Grimson Eurus. It is a great pleasure to meet you. Dell thought. He's the Sigma Tower Master, a seeker of fire, wrath, and power within the confines of order. The mages of the Sigma Tower are renowned throughout the empire for their belief that might makes right. And so, they have never hesitated to become the enforcers of mad ambitions. I myself was once the subject of all sorts of modification experiments by the Sigma Tower. Eurus said grandly, the genius of House Saxon. I hear you possess a magical talent unmatched in the entire empire. Rumor has it that to protect your family's knight, you single-handedly wiped out an entire horde of orcs. At only 9 years old. Dell smiled confidently. Truly the son of the Duke. He also bowed politely. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Having a big birthday party like this every year is exhausting. I'd rather be training with Charlotte. But she's serving as Elena's maid now. Besides, if rumors spread that the Holy Sword's daughter is sparring with me, I'm afraid it would bring trouble upon her. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from behind Dell. Petro shouted threateningly, Stay still, you little maid. Dell grimaced. That scream. Could it be? Dell started running towards the commotion. The maid sobbed. Please, sir, I beg you. I am a servant of House Saxon. Petro angrily retorted. A lowly maid like you dares to invoke the Duke's name? Everyone's busy celebrating the young master's birthday, aren't they? Instead of wasting time standing there, wouldn't it be more fun to enjoy yourself with a woman? If you resist again, I'll slit your throat. He started to push the maid against the bushes. Be a good girl and listen. Dell suddenly appeared from behind and shouted, What do you think you're doing? The man turned around, stammering in fear. Young Master Dell. Petro, holding a knife, backed away. Young Master Dell. Dell slowly approached. What are you doing here? The man stammered. He then asked, Have you ever enjoyed the pleasures of a woman, my lord? You still look so young. I bet you have no experience. How about I, Petro, personally teach you a thing or two? He grabbed Dell in a headlock. Young Master Dell. It seemed he was drunk. I'll show you a really good time. Suddenly, Dell summoned his magic power. Don't worry. His eyes were sharp. I'll get you out of here right now. In a world built on hierarchy and order, no one would have expected him to be the one to strike first. A sharp ice bullet suddenly flew past Petro's ear. He immediately collapsed to the ground, letting go of Dell. Dell watched coldly. I have no intention of backing down. Even if opposing the Emperor's men is by no means a wise choice. The man shouted, What do you think you're doing, young Master Dell? Dell commanded, Kneel before me. Petro couldn't believe his ears. What? Dell's face was stern as he shouted, Didn't you hear me? He pointed at the man. Kneel and apologize to her now. As she said, she serves our family. She is a member of House Saxon. Petro gritted his teeth in anger. You Saxon brat. Young Master Dell, it's a pity, but today I stand here as a representative of His Majesty. Insulting me to protect the honor of a lowly maid is the same as insulting the Emperor. Dell replied calmly. Then let me ask you, Does his majesty take pleasure in assaulting the maids of his nobles? The man grimaced. Petro, still on the ground, stammered. How can you speak such nonsense? Del enunciated each word clearly. This is my final warning. Eurus, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Kneel. He laughed excitedly. What an interesting turn of events. Olin suddenly shouted. Del, what is going on here? Del answered. This man attempted to assault a maid of House Saxon. Olin still spoke loudly. And for that, you show such disrespect to Sir Petro? The man nodded. Yes, your grace. The young master overreacted. Del refused to back down, roaring. Did I give you permission to stand? The honored guests from the capital all bear the responsibility of acting on His Majesty's behalf. Yet this man dared to commit a disgraceful act, attempting to assault a lowly maid, personally tarnishing His Majesty's reputation. Therefore, I could not stand by and watch such shameful behavior go unpunished. Eurus suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, well said. What a clever young man. Indeed, every word you've spoken is true. Just think about it. A man entrusted with a mission on behalf of the emperor, yet he stoops to such vile acts with a maid. Petro was terrified. Lord Eurus. A spark of fire appeared in Eurus' palm. Burn him. Petro's face went pale with fear. You scum. He got up and ran, screaming in terror. No. Spare me. Eurus' demeanor became incredibly menacing as he smiled wickedly. A vortex of fire shot from his palm towards the fleeing Petro. He was incinerated by the flames that engulfed his body. It hurts. It's so hot. Eurus slowly said to Del, You were not wrong. It is my duty to eliminate the vermin who dare to disgrace the empire and the imperial family. I look forward to your future, young Master Del. Del's face was grim as he gave him a sharp look. By then, the incident had subsided. The emperor's faction departed, returning peace to House Saxon. Then, one morning after the party at the castle, young Master Del. The maid stood formally beside his bed and said softly, It's time to wake up. Del, still sleepy, slowly replied, Thank you for waking me. She said shyly, It's nothing, my lord. He then asked, Is there something you want to say? She hesitated. Thank you, my lord. It is my honor to serve you. Del thought. Was she just hesitating over that? I've lived in 2 worlds, but this feeling is still so strange. I'll have to get used to it. His expression relaxed into a cheerful smile. Thank you. As the eldest son of House Saxon, I understand the weight of a name, and I will use it to its fullest extent, as long as the empire falls. Olin began sternly. You are very clever, Del. But your recent behavior has been strange. Del's expression remained calm. Why do you speak like that? Del answered slowly. If the otherworlder hero and bastard the holy sword hadn't both died in that battle, the next place the hero's sword would have pointed would be the Saxon ducal territory. Olin was stunned by his words. That is blasphemy. He asked sternly. How can you be so sure? Del's demeanor changed. Because I heard about the Empire's plot against House Saxon in my past life. The Empire discarded the hero. They were afraid that when the leash on that golden gift broke, their hound would go mad. Even though the otherworlder hero defeated the Demon King, the Empire never fully eradicated the evil from the Demon King's domain. On the contrary, they issued insane decrees like transforming the Demon King's land into royal territory and unilaterally forcing our family to make sacrifices. They even granted that land to you, Father. As long as the darkness on that land is not completely purified, our blood will continue to be shed. Moreover, to those within the Empire and beyond the northern border, we of House Saxon are seen as a dark family. Just as they discarded the hero, they will try to eliminate threats from within, that is, those who could potentially harm them. Olin asked again, discarded the hero? How could you? They'll cut him off. This is just a conclusion I've drawn from the records I've read. Logically, nothing else fits. Officially, the hero died with honor after the battle with Bastard the Holy Sword. It's no wonder you're surprised. After all, very few people know the truth about the hero's death. If my hypothesis is correct, then the Empire is just a giant that wants to crush all the smaller nations. Olin looked straight at him, deep in thought. The boy's wisdom is beyond his years. So what do you think House Saxon should do? Del answered slowly. House Saxon cannot coexist with the Empire. Suddenly, Del's face darkened as he emphasized, therefore. Olin's expression became grim. We must destroy the Empire. The air in the office became suffocating. Del, he growled. Do you understand what you are saying? Del replied calmly. I don't mean we should raise an army and start a war right away. Del hesitated for a moment, then said, in 10 years. Olin asked in surprise, 10 years. Del explained, right now anti-establishment factions across the continent are pushing for independence. There are even vassals like you, Duke Saxon, who fear the Empire will turn its sword on them. The economy is in decline, exploitation is rampant, and even though the 7 continents unification treaty has ended, the aftermath of the war is only getting worse. By then, we need to have built up a force to protect our house from the Empire. We will support the resistance factions in various regions. I have laid out a plan to overthrow the Empire. As the sun set behind the magnificent castle, Del finished his explanation and asked, What do you think, father? Suddenly, he just smirked for a moment without saying anything. Olin then laughed loudly. Your talent truly knows no bounds. He said confidently, You see a vision that I cannot. You are truly my son. From this day forward, you will not just be the eldest son of the Duke, nor just a 10-year-old child. I will see you as my heir, the one who will lead House Saxon. Del was surprised. Olin said gently, As the head of the house, I will listen to and value your words. Del smiled. I've waited for this day for a long time. The day I have enough power to move the authority of House Saxon with my own 2 hands. Olin smiled and continued. Do not hesitate, Del. What will you do for our family? Del replied. You said you would treat me as an equal, right, father? Then, allow me to undertake the trials in Necropolis. The trials. A type of competition that determines a mage's rank, where they face the guardians of the magic tower, Defeating a higher-level guardian raises the challenger's rank. The strongest will receive the title of Tower Head. The one at the very top is granted the title of Tower Master. Olin asked again, Do you really want to go to such a dangerous place, where you could lose your life? It's still too early. You haven't even completed your 3rd circle yet. Del said confidently, I'm close. Olin was worried. Normally, one must be in their 20s to form 3 circles. Even for you, going from 2 circles to 3 is still difficult. Del's attitude was resolute. This decision is for both myself and for House Saxon. Olin was surprised. Why? Del explained meticulously. If I can prove myself through the tower trials, my position as heir will further solidify your status, father. And I will gain a reputation that transcends all the gossip. Olin asked gently, Is that the reason you want to participate in the tower trials? Del's expression was one of absolute confidence and determination. Olin nodded. Very well. I will leave this matter to your judgment. Del was excited. Thank you, father. I will prove it to you. A few days later in the vast city of Necropolis, someone was already waiting at the city gates to welcome them. A person stepped out of the carriage of the Duke of Saxon. They have arrived. The servants bowed formally. It is an honor to welcome the Dark Duke. Del, standing beside him, had a grim expression. Did I overdo it again? Whispers began to spread. Look, it's the Duke of Saxon. And young Master Del is with him. Haha. I heard he's an unprecedented magical genius in the Empire. Is it true? But he doesn't look so well today. I'm serious. I heard his swordsmanship is on par with the knights in the ducal palace. Velik sneered. How ridiculous. Velaford here, the top graduate of the academy, is the one destined to win these tower trials. Tom added. That noble brat looks so frail he'd fall over with a single touch. Eric appeared and bowed formally. Greetings, Tower Master. Olin said gently. It's been a long time, Eric. She smiled. It is an honor to serve you, young Master Del. Eric is the tower head, the administrator who handles all affairs when the Duke is absent. Olin turned to his son. During the trials, she will be the one to assist you. Del nodded. Yes, father. Del walked over cheerfully. I look forward to your assistance, Eric. She guided him. Yes, young master. This way, please. There are a total of 59 academy graduates waiting. All of them will be participating in the trials with you. A door suddenly opened right in front of Del and Eric. Inside were countless people. These were the ones who would be competing in the tower trials. Greetings to all present. I am Eric, tower head and acting administrator. Now, I will explain the first trial of the Dark Magic Tower. Please check the necklace around your neck. The Life Amulet. This trial is a survival-style life point battle. Each amulet contains a protective shield spell to defend its owner and 1 life point. When you land a hit on an opponent by controlling the zombies scattered across this battlefield, their amulet will activate its shield and then shatter, meaning they are eliminated. The attacker who lands a valid strike will gain 1 life point on their amulet. Any contestant who reaches a total of 3 points will advance to the next level. Finally, anyone using magical artifacts will be considered cheating and immediately disqualified. Del thought, asterisk, those are all the rules. A quick and efficient way to weed out the weak, asterisk. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. However, Velik suddenly shouted, that monster. How is he a 3-circle mage at such a young age? I told you, we should take that monster down first. Tom asked nervously, are we allowed to attack him? Velik reassured him, don't worry. From the moment we stepped in here, we became opponents. Del smirked to himself. Asterisk, so confident. Let's see if his abilities match his words. Asterisk. The group of students opened their magic circles in unison, aiming at Del. Begin the trial. Velik began to swing his palm, which was filled with power. He summoned zombies that appeared before them. They began to grab weapons and rush towards where Del was standing. A large zombie gathered momentum to attack him from above, but Del quickly created a dark shield to block the blow. They were taken by surprise by the current situation. Behind Del, a giant zombie, many times larger, appeared. Since when was he? The giant zombie stood firm, let out a loud roar, and unleashed its power. Velik watched as his own zombie was being frozen. This is water-based magic. The giant zombie pounced with its sharp claws. Don't tell me he's a dual-element mage. Because Velik's zombie was frozen, Del's zombie easily took it down in a single blow. Velik roared, how dare you touch my undead army? The giant zombie was using 1 arm to protect Del's body. Del laughed. It's useless. I've reinforced them with ice armor. Del continuously controlled his zombies, making them fight fiercely. Velik pointed. Isn't using water magic against the rules? We're only allowed to use necromancy and zombie control magic. All other types of reinforcement are forbidden. Del replied. But there's no rule that forbids me from reinforcing my undead with ice magic, is there? If the trial hasn't been stopped, then it seems I'm in the right. Velik showed no signs of stopping. You too, block those undead and focus your attacks directly on him. Zombies continuously appeared from Velik's magic circle. Overwhelm him with numbers. Del's expression changed, hesitating. On second thought, using old magic is also forbidden. He carefully observed each zombie that was trying to attack him. In that case, suddenly, Del took off running. This is the only way. He easily broke through with incredible speed. Del's attitude was not one of fear, but of extreme confidence as he charged straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, he had dodged the zombie's attack. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Got it. He successfully disarmed it. With his other hand, Del swung a power-infused fist into its arm. He quickly grabbed the giant weapon, stood his ground, and swung the sword in a fierce counterattack. Tom was horrified. Impossible. How was my undead soldier cut down so easily? Velik's jaw dropped. That sword isn't normal. He's reforged the bone to reinforce the blade's durability. A purple light glowed around the sword. The zombie began its attack by swinging the sword down at the ground. Del quickly leaped out of the way, flying into the air. His face showed immense confidence as he fought. The zombie was easily defeated with a single strike from Del. Velik grimaced. He even defeated my last undead. A mage who wields a sword so skillfully? Del took down everyone in an instant and then approached Velik. The boy stammered and pleaded, Please, young Master Del, I surrender. Del laughed excitedly. Come on. He continued to laugh and shout. It's not like you'll actually die, so what's there to be afraid of? The moment he finished speaking, Del struck him on the head with the flat of his blade. Velik staggered, a lump on his head, and muttered, You monster. Everyone watching from above cheered. The results are in. Young Master Del has passed the trial alone, with 60 life points. Del looked up with a proud expression. Asterisk, watch closely. This will be my beginning. Asterisk the monster aggressively raised the magic in its hand. Tower Trial Level 2. Defeat the guardian creature known as the Flesh Golem. Asterisk usually, the surviving contestants from Level 1 cooperate to take it down. But the one who broke that tradition was me. I eliminated them all. Asterisk. Asterisk the rules are also different from Level 1. Now, all schools of magic can be used. But the no artifacts rule still applies. For me, that's more than enough. Asterisk. This is the perfect opportunity to test the limits of my third circle. The golem slammed a powerful fist into the ground, causing it to explode. It paused for a few seconds as if waiting for the dust to clear, a triumphant smile on its face as if to say, I'm the best. To its surprise, Dell's magic appeared, covering its entire sturdy arm. The golem's face froze while Dell stood proudly amidst the rubble without a scratch. Dell cast a dark magic spell with a triumphant smile. Accelerated decay. Olin watched from the outside, curious. That is. Eric praised admiringly. The young master's magic is truly extraordinary. Why did he choose to make it decay instead of destroying it outright? Dell silently watched the golem's body depart from the mortal world, thinking, asterisk in my past life, when facing monsters of this type, this strategy had both high precision and firepower. It was called biochemical warfare. Asterisk he retracted his mana, covered his nose with his hand, and clicked his tongue in disgust. It stinks. Asterisk I wonder if they understand what they're witnessing. The disgusting process of biochemical warfare is now being simulated through dark magic. Asterisk that day, Dell passed even the 10th level test, setting a new record. He was given 4 days of rest before the 11th trial. In the meantime, to recover from the massacre in Level 1, a retrial was granted to the other 59 contestants. Excluding Dell, of course. That same night, after the trial, Dell stood blankly by the fountain. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Dell, you did exceptionally well. As soon as Dell saw her, he called out joyfully, Master Sephi. It's all thanks to your teachings, Master. Sephi nodded in satisfaction. I'm so proud to hear you say that. Right after she spoke, Dell froze as if something was caught in his throat. Master Sephi. Go on a date with me. Sephia was so stunned she could only repeat the word. A date. While she was still flustered, Dell pressed on. There's a festival downtown. Let's go. Sephia, feeling helpless, decided to indulge him. All right, fine. Let's go. A date, huh? She thought. I guess that's not entirely wrong. Asterisk oh dear. Dell must have misunderstood what a date is. Asterisk, but he was thinking something else entirely. Is this what people call having ulterior motives? The streets of Necropolis were alive with the festival, crowded and cheerful. In a quiet corner, Sephia asked Dell, the trial must have been difficult. You must be exhausted. He shook his head. I'm fine. Besides, I still have a few days before the next one. She smiled gently. Is that so? Well, that's good. In the middle of their conversation, they both suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere grew strangely quiet. To break the tension, he changed the subject. The moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Sephia followed his gaze and agreed. It really is. He sighed, frustrated. I suddenly have no idea what to say. But this silence is actually quite comfortable. It's always been like this with Sephia. It's probably because she's trusted me from the very beginning. But lately, I find myself wanting to be closer to her. A few days earlier, on the day Dell achieved the 3rd circle, he finally understood what it meant to face his inner world. His nose started to bleed from the strain. He pinched his nose, his determination unwavering. Asterisk to break through. I have to push my mana past the 2nd circle. I can only sustain the 3rd circle if I can withstand the chaotic surge. Asterisk. The interlocking magic circles slowly began to appear. Suddenly, a black sword surged from the depths of his inner world, emerging from Dell's heart. He stared at it, deep in thought. This black sword. Dell now stood in the middle of a snow-covered landscape. He looked around, searching for an answer. Where is this place? Suddenly, Sephia's voice came back to him. When you truly quiet your mind, your inner world will open. He lowered his head, finally understanding. Asterisk, so this is it. This is my inner world, my world of consciousness. Asterisk. There was nothing here originally, just an absolute void. And into that empty world, Master Sephia reached out her hand to me. Maybe that's why. She was the one who brought light into my world. As he thought this, the words escaped his lips. Master, I love you. Sifia couldn't believe her ears. What did you just say? Del put his hands on his hips and declared, I said, I love you, Master Sifia. She chuckled softly, still seeing him as just a child. Sifia leaned down and wrapped him in a hug. Is that so? She replied in a warm, gentle voice. I love you too, Del. He had to accept her affection, even if it wasn't the kind he'd hoped for. Thanks, Master. I guess living a second life has its advantages. A few days later, on a peaceful morning at Del's mansion, inside the 11th level of the trial tower, Del lamented gloomily. Still no progress with Sifia at all. She probably just sees it as a childish crush from an 11-year-old. For now, I need to focus on the test. Eric stepped forward and announced, the trial will be a one-on-one duel. The winner will proceed to the 12th level. Holding a magic grimoire, he greeted him. It's an honor to face you, young Master Del. He was a three-circle master, Albert Rosenheim. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're a child. Level 11 trial. All types of artifacts and magic are permitted. This means the life amulet isn't guaranteed to save you. The restrictions on artifacts have been lifted, so I don't have to hold back anymore. I'll crush him instantly to make a statement about the power gap between us. Before the referee could finish his sentence, the first attack was launched. The match will begin. The fight had just begun, and Albert unleashed a deadly blow, making it difficult for Del to defend. He even taunted, stay sharp. I'm not like those academy rookies you've faced. Your winning streak ends here. Albert used magic to create multiple arrows aimed at Del. This was called Shadow Arrow. A look of annoyance crossed Del's face as the man continued his provocations. Let's see how you block this one. With that, Albert launched all the darts at Del. He continuously dodged one attack after another, successfully getting clear. Del was pissed that he was cheating. Technically, attacking even a second before the signal is against the rules. But the judges aren't saying anything. They're curious about my abilities. Damn this meritocracy. Del concluded with a firm thought. This is why I hate mages. After a series of relentless attacks, Albert began to chant something to summon. Arise, my creations. Oh, ye who have sworn eternal servitude to me. Servants from a darkness deeper than the blood moon. It made Del want to dig a hole and bury him. So cringe. What a ridiculous chant. But he's definitely stronger than a typical rookie. Del continuously dodged the attacks from the minions. Albert slicked back his hair, already acting like he'd won. How long do you plan on dodging? You can't beat me like that. The minions lunged, their only target being Del. Unable to stand still any longer, his magic began to stir. Del quickly sent all of Albert's minions back to where they came from. He smirked, thinking victory was in his grasp. Is that all you've got? The magic he had been hiding was unleashed. The minion's body swelled up. Corpse explosion. A series of explosions erupted, creating chaos and disrupting everything. Albert declared without hesitation, Today, I am the victor, young Master Del. The smile vanished from his lips, replaced by panic. Wait, since when? Where did he go? While he was frantically searching, a dark shadow rose up from behind him. Where are you? Del appeared right there, mocking Albert. You look panicked. A clever sneak attack. The magic enveloping him was demonization. Fear was clear in Albert's eyes after he spoke. But it'll take more than that to defeat me. From beneath his feet, shadows began to moan. Hungry. So hungry. So hungry. Can we eat? Please. Please. They begged, as Del smiled mysteriously. Please let us eat. As soon as he agreed, they swarmed in. But don't get too full. The other students watching felt a chill run down their spines. Horrific screams echoed throughout the arena. They nearly devoured every last bit of essence from Albert's body. Looks like they were so hungry they got a little overexcited. He pleaded desperately, spare me. Seeing this, Del wasn't completely heartless and ordered them to back down. The result was clear. The announcer's voice rang out. The winner of the first round is Del. With his hands on his hips and eyes closed, he whispered as the other opponents trembled behind him. Now then. Everyone turned pale, thinking about what would happen next. Who wants to go for round 2? No one wanted to face Del anymore. I forfeit. I still want to live. Del smiled faintly. Everything was going according to plan. From the third round onward, no one in the entire tower could stand against Del. All his victories, except for the first round, were overwhelming. Del continued to hone and shape his 3 magic circles while defeating each guardian one by one. It wasn't until he reached the 20th level that a formidable opponent appeared. This one was known as the Headless Knight. The Headless Knight is a creation of one of the Tower Masters, a completely different class of opponent. Even if you are young Master Del, you will not go any higher. Del's magic poured out of him. It's boring if everything goes as planned. His pale eyes widened, as if signaling that a monster had awakened. The stream of magic began to overwhelm the knight. The atmosphere made everyone tense. What's happening? Down below, for some unknown reason, the knight bowed before Del. Look, everyone in the stands was utterly astonished. The Headless Knight is kneeling. Who would have known that something else was happening inside Del's inner world? The knight respectfully offered his sword to Del, letting him decide its fate. Del gave the order without hesitation. End yourself. And just like that, the battle was over without any trouble. Del gave the knight a troubled smile, so loyal that it abandoned its duty as a guardian. Suddenly, he realized the problem wasn't just that. Oh crap. Del looked up at the stands and saw countless people frozen like statues. I might have gone a little overboard. I mean, it's understandable they're shocked. A creation betrayed its creator and swore loyalty to me. That's enough to prove my abilities are on par with a Tower Master. I didn't mean to go that far, though. Not thinking about it any further, Del left. I've proven myself enough. Time to go home. The people behind him whispered amongst themselves. Where is he going? Is that the exit? Why is he leaving already? Del told himself. Even though I can keep going, there are limits I shouldn't cross. What lies above is a place even monsters fear, something no one has ever seen. And so, Del's trial came to an end. Outside, all the students were lined up neatly, and so were the tower's mages. The Tower Master had arrived. The entire tower stood at attention as if for a military review. Both nobles and Tower Masters expressed their loyalty. Every mage in the tower showed their respect to both father and son. Thanks to Del's outstanding performance, the Northern Territories were once again united under the Duke's banner. A few days later, in the Northern Territories of the Empire, the lands of Duke Sals, knights were using all their strength to exterminate the hordes of monsters. In a single campaign, they had nearly completed this task. As they attacked, they shouted their slogan, "For young Master Del." For the House of Sals. Having successfully completed the tower trial, Duke Sals appointed Del as the commander of the Orc Extermination Squad. Wherever his extermination unit went, monsters were annihilated. It was a mission not typically given to a 10-year-old child. And yet, no one doubted Del's command abilities. And so, the heir to the Duke began to unify the North. A few days later, early in the morning at his family's mansion, Del stood tall and reported, "Duke, we have killed 145 orcs." Elin got straight to the point. Knight casualties? Based on the numbers he reported, 3 with minor injuries. No fatalities. Elin asked further to confirm. Did you use magic to protect them? Del was blunt. No. This was entirely the result of the swords of House Sals. After finishing, Elin didn't forget to praise him. Well done, Del. Helmet turned to the Duke and boasted. Duke, young Master Del has truly grown accustomed to commanding a large cavalry unit. Del humbly rubbed his head and demurred. It's all thanks to Sir Helmet's teachings. He recalled the past few months with excitement. Sir Helmet taught me swordsmanship, tactics, and military strategy. Helmet placed all his hopes in him. At this rate, it won't be long before the young master can lead a territorial war. Though excited, Del remained patient. A territorial war, huh? I'm looking forward to the next stage. A while later, Charlotte was swinging her sword as if in a duel. And this time, her opponent was Del. Charlotte unleashed a series of powerful, spinning sword strikes, but unfortunately for her, he managed to dodge them in time. Not stopping there, Del slipped behind her, catching her off guard and unable to react. A second later, Charlotte managed to swing her sword up in time to block his thrust. The two fought from one end of the courtyard to the other, neither giving an inch. For a fleeting moment, Charlotte almost landed a hit on Del. He praised and encouraged Charlotte. You've improved a lot. She looked annoyed. I don't want your praise. I'm still no match for you. He laughed, amused. Am I teasing you too much? Charlotte was too dejected to argue. Anyway, you're already a 3-circle mage, and you've passed the 20th level of the tower. Ever since then, all anyone talks about is young Master Del this and young Master Del that. Aren't you sick of it? Seeing her like this, Del wanted to comfort her. Don't worry. He tried to lift her spirits. You'll get stronger too, Charlotte. Hearing that, her face flushed. Del thought to himself, asterisk, she's only 10, after all. Charlotte is already exceptional by any standard. Asterisk, though embarrassed, Charlotte tried to act aloof. Hey, don't treat me like a kid. Del corrected her. But you are a kid. So are you. Del pointed to himself, surprised. Me? I'm already grown up. She waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever. Their spar quickly came to an end. Well then, young Master Del. Helmet sat across from Del, setting up the pieces on a strategy board. Today's lesson. The pieces on the board caught his attention. Will be the hammer and anvil tactic. In battle, when the cavalry is positioned on one or both flanks. As if he already knew the answer, he said immediately, the key is for the cavalry to break through the enemy's flank and encircle them. Meanwhile, the infantry advances. Helmet confirmed, exactly. The hammer and anvil tactic gets its name because it's like placing iron on an anvil and striking it with a hammer. It's a strategy that relies heavily on the cavalry. Del stroked his chin, analyzing. Asterisk indeed. This is only feasible with the Black Knights. No matter the world, the methods of warfare are similar. Asterisk suddenly, he realized something. Oh right. How is Charlotte's training coming along? Helmet rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Charlotte's progress. Although it can't compare to yours, it's still quite extraordinary. The young lady has mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Soon, she will grasp aura and the Shun sword style. However, there is one concern. They'll guess what he was about to say? The compatibility between Charlotte's swordsmanship and ours, right? Mages can refine mana into magic using the circles in their hearts. Knights, on the other hand, refine mana through the technique of aura conversion. Mages build magic towers to master their philosophies. Knights form legions to pass down their sword techniques. Among them, the Black Knights of the North are like war chariots that charge straight ahead. The strength of the Night Crow Knight Order is a prime example of crushing the battlefield with pure power. The problem is, Charlotte's sword style focuses more on speed and fluid movements. With a fast and agile sword in hand, and with her talent, she could reach the lowest rank of the 7 great sword masters. But she could never become the first sword. A sword style both powerful and graceful was unleashed. The head of the 7 great swords, the position her father once held. Thinking of this, Del was a bit distracted and blurted out, the flower sword. Helmet understood, his face filled with sadness for her. If only that sword style still existed. Helmet recounted the loss of the secret technique. But it was lost with the fall of the Night Kingdom. Del stared intently at the knight piece on the board, his heart full of sympathy. Is it really gone from this world for good? After that, Del's days became even more restless. While balancing monster extermination with his studies, his reputation grew stronger. The time had come to show the results of his training. Elin, having just heard shocking news, exclaimed, What? The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim ownership of the Star Copper Mine. The merchant confirmed, That is correct. Del stroked his chin, confused. Asterisk in this world, the borders between lands and countries aren't clearly defined. But for a low-ranking noble to challenge a high-ranking one is unthinkable. Asterisk. As he reported, he took something out of his pocket. If I refuse to hand it over and accept the declaration of war, Count Brandenburg has sided with the Baron. Plus, there's this letter. They're willing to send the Holy Knights of Macdeal in exchange for a share of the mine's profits. As soon as they heard this, the father and son understood what was happening. Del gritted his teeth in anger. So that's how you want to play it. Asterisk, he still hasn't forgotten the humiliation from that day. Fine then, we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Asterisk, a wicked smile spread across Del's face. Count Brandenburg, is this the game you want to play? His mind flashed back to the past. Since that day, he must have been thinking only of avenging the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Black Duke. Brandenburg's ghastly face was vividly described. But launching a direct territorial war would be too difficult. So he chose a border region, a place where he wouldn't have to appear directly to settle things. What a despicable coward. Dell then turned to the person beside him and spoke. Father, he made a direct proposal. I will personally command this battle with the Knights of House Sals. To his surprise, Elin flatly refused. No. He glanced at his son and continued. It is still too soon for you to take command. Dell's face fell as he listened to his father's explanation. Do not speak so carelessly. War against humans is completely different from subjugating monsters. Elin then turned and assured Greenbell. Baron Greenbell, do not worry. I will protect your mind. His words made the other man feel incredibly grateful. Thank you. Once he had left the room, Dell let out a long sigh. He began to complain to Helmut. I thought I could do a better job than anyone. Why won't he listen to me? Hearing this, Helmut reassured him. Young master, please don't be too troubled by the Duke's words. A bright smile was on Helmut's face. You must be disappointed, young master, but I'm sure he has his reasons. Then he turned and announced. Instead, I have prepared this for you. In Helmut's hands was a game board. Would you like to try learning a game with me? Dell couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. This is memories of his past life returned. This game is very similar to chess, but here it's called by a different name, the war game. Seeing that Dell recognized it, Helmut was pleased. So the young master knows of it. He continued, this is a game that simulates real warfare. The rules are very complex, but mastering it will be very useful. As he spoke, Helmut scratched his head. If the young master would play a match with me and discuss the art of war in depth. Unexpectedly, Dell snatched the game board and turned to leave. This is it. Helmut could only call after him, confused. Young master, where are you going? Elin couldn't believe his ears when he heard the proposal. He repeated it cautiously. If I win this game, will you allow me to participate in the territorial war, father? Even after hearing everything I said, you still won't change your mind? Dell then explained. I understand that war is not just a clash of strength, but a profound contest of strategy. He continued his request. Please, father, judge me through this game. Meanwhile, Helmut could only smile and admit his mistake. My apologies, your grace. I will persuade the young master. However, before they could leave, Elin called them back. No need. Let it be. He actually agreed to his son's request. If you win, I will allow you to do as you wish. Dell replied excitedly. Thank you for trusting me, father. Seeing this, his father could only add gently. But if you lose, you must give up on participating in this battle. The match between them began. The space around them fell into a deathly silence. Until Helmut let out an exclamation. My goodness. The outcome of the match was already clear. Victory belongs to you. At this, Helmut glanced towards Elin. Even though the Duke of Sharp Horn went easy on him, giving young Master Dell the advantage in numbers and terrain to win, his heart was filled with admiration for Dell. He still decisively defeated the Duke of Sharp Horn himself. As for Dell, he quickly spoke up. So, father will keep his promise, right? His eagerness made Elin chuckle. It seems so. He asked gently, how long have you known this game? Dell explained vaguely. I happened to find the rulebook in the library a few years ago and started studying it. He knew well in his heart. Of course, that's a lie. If I didn't say that, people would think I'm even more of a freak. Elin slowly stood up as he continued. A promise, once made, must be kept. And so, he made a promise. In the name of House Sals, I entrust the command of the knights in the upcoming battle to you. Helmut couldn't help but feel worried. Your grace. However, Elin quickly added, but no matter how high my expectations are for you, with the honor of House Sals on the line, failure is absolutely unacceptable. His expression turned serious as he asked again, I will ask you one last time. Only Dell listened to these words with a bright smile. Can you truly bear the full responsibility of this battle? He puffed out his chest and declared confidently, yes. Please believe in me, father. I will prove that I can succeed. Only then did Elin reply with satisfaction. Very well. Only return when you have proven the results of your training. Time passed. Some time later, at Count Brandenburg's Manbook Castle, shouting could be heard from within the mansion. You went drinking and carousing in the slums again, didn't you, Philip? Brandenburg's face was red with anger. I hear the young master of House Sals himself will be leading the knights. Count Brandenburg. The old man's hand pointed at the person opposite him as he demanded, "What in the world are you doing?" Yet Philip replied nonchalantly, "Please don't worry, father." He completely underestimated his opponent. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old kid. The eldest son of the family, Philip. Philip wore a smug expression as he continued, "Please let me and your knights crush that arrogant brat from House Sals." However, Brandenburg slammed his hand on the table in fury. He growled, "Did you just call him a 10-year-old kid? Is that right?" The other's face turned pale. Brandenburg nearly roared. "That arrogant brat from House Sals, right? He's a monster you wouldn't be worthy of touching the hem of his clothes in 100 years. Then the old man muttered a curse. Useless insect, losing to a 10-year-old kid. In his heart, Brandenburg unconsciously thought of Charlotte. I should have kept Charlotte sooner. An order was then given. In this battle, I will grant you command of the knights. Philip replied meekly, "Yes, I understand, father." However, the old man extinguished his smile. "What are you so happy about? On the battlefield, you will do nothing." Confused, he asked, "I don't understand what you mean, father." Brandenburg then explained, "The entire battle will be commanded by Milvis. You will only serve as a figurehead." He didn't even address his son, instead giving a direct order to the person behind him. "Milvis, take Philip out immediately." Philip couldn't even call after him. "Father." In his heart, the old man was calculating. Damn it. If it were me, I would have gone to battle myself. But I can't go all out against a child. His eyes grew more sinister. Could this have been your plan from the beginning, Duke Sharphorn? On the other side, Dell was thrilled to have received his father's permission. Time passed. A few days later, at Greenbell Castle, greeting Dell's army was Baron Greenbell. His horse quickly came to a halt. A polite greeting was heard as Dell dismounted. "It is an honor to meet young Master Dell of House Sals. You must be tired after your long journey." However, the knights had already begun to whisper among themselves. "Gods, he really is just a kid. I wonder if he even knows how to hold a sword. But I heard he's a genius. Well, let's just wait and see." Greenbell approached with a smile and said, "Having the young master here makes me feel much more at ease." Dell replied calmly, "Thank you, Baron Greenbell." However, Greenbell's face couldn't hide his bewilderment, and in his mind, he was thinking, "Oh my. I can't believe they actually sent a 10-year-old boy. Even with the Black Knights escorting him, he's still too green to have full command." He smiled and suggested, "First, please join us for the welcoming feast prepared in the castle, young master." But Dell flatly refused. "No, we don't have time to waste." Greenbell's expression soured. "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" In response, Dell drew his sword. He smiled brightly and made a request. "First, I want to inspect the condition of your forces, along with a challenge. Among the men under your command, who is the strongest?" Greenbell's face couldn't hide his fear as he listened to the other's demand. "I'll ask again." Dell smiled and finished. "Among those you lead, who is the strongest?" As soon as he finished, a man named Harbuck declared loudly, "That would be me, young master." He pointed to his own face and continued, "Young master, the man who can beat me here hasn't been born yet." However, in his mind, he was thinking, "This spoiled brat got his position because of his family, and he dares to carry his sword around." He scoffed, pleased with his own plan. "I'll teach you a lesson." That attitude didn't escape Dell's notice. He just sheathed his sword slightly, but it was enough to make Greenbell's face turn pale with fear. Then he turned fully to the knights and spoke. "It seems you all doubt my abilities." A smile even appeared on Dell's face. "Such an important battle, yet without any discussion, you entrust it completely to a 10-year-old child?" Dell then slammed his sword into the ground. He shrugged, his posture relaxed as he added, "I also doubt the abilities of the soldiers the Baron commands. The surest way to resolve our mutual doubts is with our swords." However, the smile on Dell's face was slowly turning into a sneer. "But hey," he tilted his head and questioned the man. "The strongest knight the Baron boasts of is a drunken soldier. At this point, even if I didn't have my doubts, haven't you proven it yourself?" Harbuck was also angered by these words. Are you trying to borrow some courage? He drew his sword and replied, I understand. Young master. Harbuck's blade pointed at Del. His face darkened with anger as he continued. I, Harbuck, will stake my honor as a knight to prove the strength of the Baron's house. This attitude somewhat satisfied Del. The two of them quickly prepared for the duel. Just then, Del suddenly asked, You must have heard about my sword, right? Unexpectedly, Harbuck just smiled. I'm well aware of the young master's peculiar swordsmanship. This confident demeanor made Del wonder, where on earth does this guy get his confidence? A few guesses came to mind. He must have some kind of backing. As for Harbuck, he prepared to charge forward. Here I come. As soon as the words left his mouth, he dashed forward. He quickly closed the distance with Del. Their swords clashed violently. Unexpectedly, strange streams of black energy began to radiate from Del's sword. Harbuck slashed down frantically, while his opponent just casually parried each strike. Del's face showed clear concentration. As they fought, he made a mental note. There's no aura power on his blade. Only a very few high-ranking knights can use an aura blade. The powers of darkness were gradually being unleashed. Even so, against an opponent going all out, I should return the favor. No sooner said than done, Del directly attacked with his darkness. Harbuck was momentarily taken aback. What in the... He froze as the streams of black energy targeted him. However, he had quick enough reflexes to swing his sword and cut them down. After a while, Harbuck started to tire. Damn it. I can't stop attacking. I'm getting distracted by that damn artifact. He was constantly on the defensive while Del attacked relentlessly. On the other side, Del was silently assessing him. His skills are just average. Suddenly, Del's eyes widened. Harbuck was lying on the ground. To Greenbell's astonishment, Hey, Sir Harbuck. He was so scared he cried out urgently. Are you all right, Sir Harbuck? Meanwhile, Del was asking himself, Seriously? He looked at his opponent's pathetic state and wondered, he went down that easily? Greenbell's face turned pale with fright. Young Master Del, what is the meaning of this? An important battle is about to take place, and now an elite knight is out of commission. These accusations annoyed Del. He replied calmly, Baron Greenbell, do you not understand your own situation? A bitter truth was spoken. With that level of skill, only our House Sauce will be struggling in this battle. Does the Baron intend to just stand by and watch comfortably? The power in Del's words made Greenbell stutter in fear. That's. Del continued to press him. Is this truly the strongest knight you boast of? Then he stated seriously, Our House Sauce does not hesitate to become a shield for loyal families. The faces of both Greenbell and Harbuck showed shame. But that does not mean you are allowed to neglect your duties. Del's speech wasn't over. Therefore, until the battle begins, our Duke's Knights will become your sword. He then made an offer. Now make your choice. The knights on the other side began to stir. Follow me, or lose the very foundation of your lives. They all knelt down in unison. All of them faced Del, followed by a firm declaration. I swear my absolute loyalty. Night fell at the mansion. Elin lovingly touched Elena's cheek. There's no need to worry so much. He continued with unconcealed pride. That child. He possesses so much, more than we can even imagine. Elin's hand caressed his wife. In the future, when Del grows up, the sights that child will witness. Even I can hardly picture it. On his face was also a gentle smile. A declaration was made. Our son will one day become the master of this world. But the truth was, Del was tearing his hair out. This is hopeless. He kept blaming himself. I was a frog in a well, and I've just realized how terrible the world outside the well really is. They're all just a disorganized mob. Then he quickly understood Brandenburg's plot. The Sword Saint must have known the situation in this territory beforehand, which is why he designated Baron Greenbell's land. If that's the case, I have a plan of my own. Time passed quickly. The next day, Harbuck was starting his training. However, he had already collapsed. I'm begging you, please, no more. Meanwhile, Helmut was enthusiastically cheering him on. You're already flat on your back? Get up, you weakling. And you dare call yourself a Knight of the North? The commotion reached Del. Harbuck didn't even bother to sit up to reply. No, I'm an injured man. On the other side, Del made a comment. It hasn't been that long, and you're already complaining. An order followed. Teach the Knights of Baron Greenbell every single detail, starting with physical training, because all of them are substandard. Helmet replied enthusiastically. Yes, I understand. Dell then turned to the person next to him. Also, send someone to Baron Parker's territory. Convey that I wish to propose negotiations. Bale asked, confused, negotiations? Dell gave a simple nod of confirmation, followed by an explanation. It's not that I intend to accept some humiliating peace treaty. It's just that before we enter battle, there's a face I want to see first. Chapter 23. Sunlight shone down on the tent at the negotiation site, located on the border between the two baronies. Dell and Bale were already there. His expression was extremely serious. We have a few weeks at most. Dell was calculating in his head. Asterisk because the Holy Knights of Magdalena are on a long march across the continent, and with their poor supply situation, it's highly likely they'll launch a preemptive strike. Moreover, Baron Parker's Knight forces cannot be underestimated. Asterisk. His train of thought was interrupted when two figures appeared on the opposite side. Lord Philip entered. A satisfied smile appeared on Dell's face. Asterisk, just as I predicted. They sent these two. Asterisk. The person entrusted with the mission was none other than Philip, the empty-headed puppet. Commander Philip. They even wrapped him up carefully before bringing him here. Dell then looked behind him. And the one behind him, Sir Milvas, the true commander of this battle. Dell spoke calmly. Hello, Lord Philip. However, in Philip's eyes, there was only contempt. You want to negotiate after all this time? He relentlessly attacked Dell. You little brat. It seems you've pissed your pants in fear of a real battle, huh? In response to this attitude, Dell simply asked a question. Why did you agree to my request for negotiations? Philip explained indifferently. The reason is... But before he could finish, Dell cut him off. I wasn't asking you. This blatant disregard momentarily stunned Philip. What? Dell was kind enough to repeat himself. I'm not talking to the puppet who was pushed forward as a figurehead for this battle. I'm talking to the real commander behind you. The person he was referring to was none other than the man standing behind Philip. Sir Milvas, the pure sword. He frowned in annoyance. What did you just say? However, Dell just smiled brightly and asked back. Am I wrong? If not, then why would a sword saint? Every word struck a blow to Philip's pride. Entrust command of the entire battlefield to someone with not a shred of talent. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Milvas quickly intervened. Lord Philip, don't let his words sway you. However, Philip muttered a curse. This damn brat. Milvas thought to himself with annoyance. Asterisk the fact that Count Brandenburg considers Philip a disgrace is a secret known only to a few of us. But no matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't figure it out. So, how the hell does this kid know? Asterisk on the other side, Dell continued his assault. How does it feel to know that even your own esteemed father doesn't have a shred of faith in you? As soon as he finished, Milvas shouted, This negotiation is over. Lord Philip, we have no reason to stay here any longer. He urged him on. Let's return immediately. But Philip was so bitter he clenched his fists. That's right. This only gave Dell more ammunition. Do you even need permission to speak? You're bowing your head to take orders from someone of lower rank. Dell's face was filled with contempt. You look no different from a slave. Is that a fitting appearance for the eldest son of a count? He even made a fatal comparison. It's like a dog on a leash for its master. Hearing this, Philip asked furiously, A dog on a leash for its master? Milvas once again tried to intervene. Lord Philip, don't listen to him. However, he paid no heed to the warning. Shut up. The argument was exactly what Dell had predicted. He continued to add fuel to the fire. At this rate, I really don't know if you're the Sword Saint's puppet. This time, the target was none other than Milvas. Or Sir Milvas's puppet. Dell thought to himself. Asterisk my entire strategy is to throw the enemy's command into disarray. I never intended to negotiate from the start. Asterisk. He then turned to the person beside him. Sir Bale, step outside for a moment. He replied with relief. As you command, Lord Dell, and quickly left. Dell then spoke up, interrupting the argument between the two opposite him. Can we talk privately now? A challenging smile was ever present on his face. Just between the two of us, the highest-ranking commanders truly responsible for this battlefield. Philip grew more and more irritated. he declared curtly. Fine. Milvas immediately tried to intervene. Lord Philip. However, that only made Philip more furious. Let us discuss, Sir Milvas. He kept challenging him. Did you not hear me, the highest-ranking commander, speak? Milvas stammered, trying to explain, but Philip cut him off directly. Dealing with that brat from House Sharphorn is my responsibility. At this point, Milvas could only curse silently. Asterisk, this is bad. He's completely fallen for the trap. Asterisk, he turned and left resentfully. As you command. When only the two of them remained, Dell spoke again. Thank you, Lord Philip. As I said before, I requested this meeting purely for negotiations. Philip's curt reply came back. You mean you have something that can persuade me? Dell calmly confirmed. That's right. He smiled and continued. If the Holy Knights of Magdalena withdraw from this battle immediately. The offer he made was incredibly arrogant. House Sals will provide all the necessary provisions for your army's return journey. Hearing this, Philip couldn't help but get angry. What? He slammed the table in anger. You dare call that a negotiation? Dell calmly confirmed again. Yes. Then he added, and I apologize if my earlier words offended you. However, please withdraw your troops. Dell's expression was dead serious as he declared. Otherwise, your army will be annihilated and hundreds of knights will be taken prisoner. Furthermore, the Sword Saint's reputation will be ruined, and your name will be dragged through the mud. Philip's smile looked incredibly twisted as he listened to these words. This is your last chance to retain even a shred of dignity. He roared in fury. Sir Milvas was right. You intended to mock us from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, Dell just replied with a wicked smile. What a pity. A short statement was made. That was your last chance. Philip froze for a moment. What did you say? However, the reply was a question. Aren't you afraid? Dell tilted his head and painted a picture. When this battle is lost, the one who will have to bear the blame won't be Sir Milvas, the commander. The target was none other than Philip himself, but the incompetent, useless eldest son of the Count. Though afraid, he tried to hold on to his dignity. Stop talking nonsense. Philip replied with unshakable belief. You won't be smirking for long. His voice rose as he spoke. Soon, I will prove myself before everyone here. Dell just gently reminded him. Please hold on to that confidence for as long as you can. The result was a failed negotiation. A while later, in the barony of Greenbell, Milvas's voice was heard from above. What is the enemy's movement? The soldiers on watch quickly reported. The Knights of House Sals have begun to mobilize. However, his expression grew uglier by the second. Asterisk, that child of House Sals. That look in his eyes. That composure. Asterisk. Dell's bright smile was recalled. Asterisk, that is absolutely not the face of a novice. Even though he's only a 10-year-old child, he is not an opponent we can underestimate. Asterisk. Milvas then placed his hand on his sword. But this is our chance, while he is still just a 10-year-old child. He declared grimly. Let's take him down and put an end to his growth. Every word was meant to boost morale. We will teach that insolent brat the meaning of silence. The news quickly reached Dell. Lord Dell, the enemy's main force has begun to move. He just smiled and made a comment. Well done. Then he raised his family's sword high. Dell's morale-boosting speech began. Oh, swords of House Sals. Your time has come. He declared loudly. Today, let us show them the bloodline worthy of that name. The knights all responded with eager cheers. The sound of war horns blared. The knights of both sides charged enthusiastically at each other. In the rear were the figures of Philip and Milvas. He commanded the army in a loud voice. 1st Cavalry Division, charge. In Milvas's mind was a detailed plan. Asterisk, the key to this battle is to stop the Black Crow Knight Order of House Sals. Lord Philip, Baron Parker. However, we still can't gauge the firepower of the Black Crow Knight Order yet. Asterisk, he didn't forget to consider Philip in the rear. Therefore, to prevent any unexpected incidents, Lord Philip must be positioned in the center of the formation, not the front line. The second force mentioned was, and the Baron's forces will be positioned on the left flank to hold back the Greenbell Knight Order. A smile appeared on Milvas's face as he continued his calculations. Asterisk, meanwhile, the most elite troops of Brandenburg, under my command, will attack the flank of the Black Crow Knight Order of House Sals. The central army and the left flank will use a direct approach to block the enemy's attack. Asterisk. He loudly signaled for his troops to charge forward. We can't miss this opportunity. On the other side, Del's knights quickly warned each other. It's dangerous. Another knight charged forward aggressively. For the Count's family, his weapon was easily blocked. This unexpected sight made those around him freeze. Just then, Del spoke up from behind. It won't go as you wish. The members present were all invigorated by his appearance. We're saved, they shouted to each other. It's young Master Del. Young Master Del has come to the front lines himself. As for Del, he continued with a declaration, no one will retreat. Fight to the end. Then he led the army forward. For House Sals, the enemy knights tried their best to block their path. Milvas, witnessing Del's command, couldn't help but comment. Asterisk, it seems he intended to use his main force to decide the battle from the start. Using himself as bait. He's truly no ordinary person. Asterisk. A wicked smile appeared on his face. But this is exactly what I wanted. He then also led his troops forward. For St. Magdalena, the horses of both sides charged like arrows. For the house of Count Brandenburg, however, the will of the knights under Del was not to be underestimated. Don't let a single one of them get near the young master. All troops, charge. A flash of light erupted as the two sides clashed. All troops, charge. It created a massive shockwave. As for Milvas, he was still charging straight ahead. A quick and decisive victory, he commanded loudly. 1st Cavalry Division, follow me. Take down young Master Del and end this battle. Milvas's face was filled with determination. Prove your title as the elite here today. He directly stabbed at his opponent, only to be interrupted by a shout from behind. In a flash, a spear was near Milvas's neck. He quickly counterattacked. Milvas's movements were incredibly precise and skillful. Very quickly, his opponent fell from his horse and lay motionless on the ground. However, Milvas couldn't help but feel uneasy. Asterisk what? Something strange. Asterisk he observed the situation with a suspicious eye. Asterisk how are we able to overwhelm the enemy's elite troops like this? The Crow Knight order is being pushed back more easily than I thought. Asterisk meanwhile, Del's troops were telling each other, retreat, retreat, reorganize the formation. A question then formed in Milvas's mind. Asterisk aren't they the Black Knights, known as the destroyers of the battlefield? What is this strange feeling? Asterisk the answer quickly appeared in the form of a black-haired knight. Report, Knight Commander. Shocking news was reported. Report, Baron Parker, in charge of the left flank, is struggling to hold on. Hearing this, Milvas's expression turned visibly worse. What? The left flank. On that side, Parker's army was being ambushed. He looked confusedly at the knights targeting him and wondered, why are those fools from Greenbell able to use aura? The news quickly reached Philip. Lord Philip, there's a request for reinforcements from the left flank, commanded by Baron Parker. The knights surrounding him demanded an answer. The Aura Knights of House Sals are breaking through Baron Parker's defensive line. They even argued among themselves. Impossible. How could the Aura Knights get there? Philip was so furious he gritted his teeth. My lord, what will you do now? Del's previous words came back to him. In the end, the responsibility will fall on the useless eldest son of the Count. Philip thought to himself, I won't let things go that brat's way. Then he heard an announcement from another knight. My lord, this is a message from Sir Milvas. Merge the central and rear cavalry with Baron Parker's left flank to reinforce the defense. Philip furiously shouted, Shut up. Then he blindly gave an order. Gather all the rear cavalry to me. I will break through the right flank. His face was full of determination. Before the left flank falls, I will destroy that damn brat Del. Meanwhile, Milvas's face looked incredibly ugly when he heard the news. Knight Commander, the Lord is leading the rear cavalry personally towards this position. He could only ask 2 words. What? Then he helplessly covered his face, unable to hold back a curse. I told him to save the left flank. That damn brat. A strategy board appeared in Milvas's mind. The right flank's forces already had an advantage over the enemy's weaker left flank. Sending more troops would only make our forces too crowded and hinder their flexibility. This was followed by curses aimed at Philip. And yet, that fool is now blinded by the thought of killing the enemy commander. ignoring the request for aid from our allies who are on the defensive, and making a disastrous judgment. He himself knew very well that at this rate, the left flank will be completely breached, and we will be surrounded by the enemy. The knights under his command hurriedly signaled, "Commander, retreat quickly." However, Milvas flatly refused. "No, not yet." He then turned his head back. He stared at Del while making a declaration. "The battle is not over yet." Milvas's gaze was filled with hatred. Asterisk that look in his eyes, as if he's already won. "I will break it." Asterisk. He raised the sword in his hand. A declaration followed. 1st Cavalry Battalion. Milvas was now trying to boost morale. There is only one way out. In response, he received the enthusiastic support of the knights present. "Give us the order. Please give the order. Give the order." They began to perform their nation's ritual. "In the name of Saint Macdel, may this pure sword be blessed." Milvas's voice rang out, full of emotion. "May the goddess Sitana protect us. May the love and mercy of the sister goddesses always be with us." Then he opened his eyes wide. A plan was devised. "From now on, we will break through the enemy's defensive line and take the enemy general's head." This small army moved once again. "Raise your swords and follow me." Milvas loudly signaled to the knights under his command. "Draw your swords and follow me." His loud voice reached Del's ears. "For Saint Magdalena." As he rode ahead, Del commented to himself, "So you're finally giving chase now?" Observing Milvas's ugly expression, Del quickly understood. The vision of someone on the front lines always tends to narrow. He drew his bow, thinking to himself, because the pressure and impatience of war will cloud their judgment. Finally, he made an assessment. Perhaps even Sir Milvas cannot escape that weight. Meanwhile, Milvas on the other side was surprised by the sight before him. Magic. The skill Del used was Ice Bullet. "What?" Del smiled and asked back. "First time seeing magic?" Then he forcefully released the bowstring. The ice arrow shot straight into the horse. The knight riding it fell just like that. Milvas couldn't help but be shocked at the sight. Such accuracy while riding a galloping horse. He cautiously observed Del's confident expression and concluded, the projection magic itself is already astonishing. But without the combination of technique and excellent archery, that skill is impossible to even imitate. However, this display was just the beginning. "Rise," at Del's command. "Oh, wall of ice." A wall of ice was quickly erected. The group was blocked, and they immediately wavered. "Sir, the path is blocked by a wall of ice." Grasping the situation, Del wasted no time and gave the order. Now is the time. His knights quickly charged forward. All troops, counterattack. Each of them had a burning determination. Don't let their swords touch the young master. Offer your lives to become a shield for the young master. The knights belonging to Milvas's faction were overwhelmingly attacked. He could only watch helplessly as his men died like flies. Milvas thought furiously to himself, I've completely fallen into a trap. Their goal wasn't to defeat me, but to protect their commander and buy time. He could picture Philip's pathetic state. On top of that, Philip made the worst possible move. The anger in his heart grew. Because of Lord Philip, the central infantry is clustered on the right flank, causing our entire front line to become grotesquely distorted. Milvas couldn't help but let out a loud curse. Damn it. In that case, the only way left is... At this moment, he himself began to activate his magic. The ice wall erected by Del quickly collapsed. Wasting no more time, Milvas raised his sword high. This is the end, young Master Del. Let me personally see you off. However, Del didn't waver in the slightest as the sword point was aimed straight at him. One could only see red blood spurt out. The sky quickly turned to dusk. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Del looked down at Milvas, who was wounded and kneeling before him. Your habit of being overconfident in the power of an Aura Knight still hasn't changed, has it? He couldn't help but feel pity for him. The combat doctrine that the Magdalena Knight Order built up sometimes becomes their most fatal weakness. A few unpleasant memories from his past life returned. Because the warden who supervised me in my past life was the Sword Saint who led the Knight Order. For that reason, whether I wanted to or not, I witnessed many things about the Holy Knights of Magdalena that he led. Del concluded with a bitter smile. I know it like the back of my hand. The voice of a knight cut through his thoughts. Young Master Del, the knights of Baron Greenbell have breached the left flank. The final news of the battle was brought to him. The left flank commander, Baron Parker, has also been captured alive. The more Milvas heard, the angrier he got, gritting his teeth and hissing. Because of that fool Philip. This comment reached Del's ears. It seems you really don't trust Lord Philip very much, do you? However, he asked back, from the very beginning, you set a trap to lure us in. Del didn't deny it, just smiled brightly. The battlefield is always chaotic, and no one can predict what will happen. His reasoning made the knights under him uncomfortable. To bring about your own destruction amidst continuous chaos is ultimately due to your own foolishness. Del's smile looked incredibly fake. I, in accordance with the great tradition of the Empire, will grant mercy to those who use a few gold coins to beg for their lives. Will you also beg for your lives? At this, the defeated knights couldn't help but shout, "Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather die here than beg." However, Del maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Is that so?" He declared directly, "Then die." As soon as he said it, the insolent man was sent to meet his maker. Del then turned to question, "Sir Milvas, what will you do?" He knew it was difficult to retreat. The sight of Milvas kneeling and kowtowing before Del astonished everyone. "General," he was thinking to himself, "I have no regrets about dying." The truth was, Milvas was planning for the long term. I must inform the knights that that man is truly dangerous. He continued to order the other members. "All of you kneel." Then he boldly requested, "We will surrender according to the tradition of the Empire and request to be treated fairly as prisoners of war." Hearing this, Del replied softly, "You're even kneeling to beg for your lives." Milvas told himself, "Provoking me further is useless," but the next words were beyond his expectations. "No," Del declared gently, "no one will leave this place alive." The sentence was delivered with an angelic face. "Kill them all for me." Later, recounting the situation, even the knights of the Black Crow Knight Order were momentarily stunned, holding their breath at his words. Because according to the customs of the Empire, releasing knight prisoners for ransom was common practice. However, they could only obey because, despite everything, Del's voice was incredibly resolute. One by one, they lost their lives. And for the knights of House Sauce, Del's command was more absolute than anything. The story ends with, and at this scene, one last person brought about his own destruction. Milvas cursed bitterly, "You filth." He used all his strength, swung his sword, and charged forward. "You think I'll fall like this?" But before he could reach Del, he was pierced through the body. The knights under him easily stopped the threat, named Milvas. Del himself then moved closer to him and whispered, "Sir Milvas." An extremely strange question was asked. "Do you remember my death?" The smile on Del's face gradually lost its humanity. That night, I remember the face of the person who was there. The hateful memories of his past life returned. Your master stabbed a blade into my back, along with Milvas's contemptuous expression. And you were there too. Del grabbed his head, stared at him, and asked again. "I'll ask again, young knight." A voice full of resentment was heard. "Do you remember my death?" Only then did Milvas realize in horror. "No, it can't be." He shouted curses loudly. "You really survived and came back. You persistent bastard." However, Del used darkness to turn Milvas into a piece of Swiss cheese. Only then did he feel somewhat satisfied. The smile on Del's face looked incredibly twisted. "Now, I feel a little more relieved." A battle was still raging. Philip stood frozen, watching his troops get annihilated one by one. His face was a mixture of horror and fear. By the time I came to my senses, we had already lost. Looking around, Philip began to seriously assess the situation. The right flank cavalry has been crushed. Sir Milvas and all his knights are dead. He tore at his hair while cursing silently. The left flank was breached long ago, and the Black Knights are surrounding the main camp. Damn it. In Philip's mind now was only the image of Del. That look in his eyes, that mocking smile. Why does it keep appearing in my head? The surviving knights cried out desperately. "Lord Philip, please make a decision." "My lord." But when they received no meaningful response, they grew panicked. "We can't lose like this." A stuttering voice followed. Sir, what did you just say?" Philip turned his head back and loudly gave an order. All troops, fight to the end. Do not retreat. Our knight order will absolutely not kneel. As soon as he finished, he was met with resistance. But, my lord, will be wiped out. However, he bluntly used his authority. Do you dare to disobey the order of the Supreme Commander? He ordered loudly. Charge. The final attack. But just then, a voice rang out. My lord. In the next second, Del's knights suddenly attacked. Philip could only order in fear. Stop him, and protect me. However, in his mind, he was thinking about irrelevant things. Damn it. If I knew this was the end, I would have drunk more, embraced more women. Philip's face clearly showed his unwillingness to accept his fate. I want to die in bed, not on a battlefield. Back to the present, it was evening. The knights were surrounding Del with victorious cheers. They praised him endlessly. Everything went according to the young master's plan from start to finish. As expected of young Master Del, Philip was captured. Kneeling, he demanded loudly, Let me go. Del then said sarcastically, It seems you really hate surrendering, don't you? But Philip grew even more defiant. Even if you've won, we'd rather break than bend. At this, Del simply tilted his head and shot back. That's a fine thing to say for someone who ran for his life. But another pathetic excuse was offered. I am the commander of this battle. It is my duty to survive until the very end. Del countered, Is that so? Then, drawing his sword, he declared, Well, the battle is over. You don't need to live anymore, do you? Philip's attitude changed in an instant. Wait. He then made a smug proposal. Fine. I will accept your challenge. I will gladly accept this duel that will decide the fate of the battlefield, as requested by Del of House Salson. These nonsensical words annoyed Ballet. This guy? What bullshit is he spouting? However, Del calmly replied, That's fine. He looked at Philip before nodding in agreement. All right. As if that was all he was waiting for, Philip shouted, I accept the duel, and suddenly lunged forward in a surprise attack. I see an opening. He was brimming with confidence. I knew you'd accept. He swung his blade mercilessly at Del. Die, you arrogant little brat. But before the blade could reach him, it was stopped by a dark power. Philip's face went pale with fear. He sprawled on the ground. Salson, save me. No, please, spare my life. I'm begging you. His pathetic display only annoyed Del further. Only then did he offer a comment. You couldn't even keep a shred of dignity in the end, could you? And just like that, the noisy battle ended with a ridiculous scream. Soon, Del's army returned in triumph. Cheers erupted with every clop of their horses' hooves. Young Master Del is here. The young master has returned victorious. They even began to spread tales. I heard he successfully executed the ultimate pincer annihilation formation against the Holy Magdalena Knight Order. The enemy corpses were piled high. But amidst the celebration, a voice rang out, dampening the mood. It's not exactly a joyous occasion. Wasn't there a great deal of blood shed in that battle? The old man continued as he removed his hood. Does the goddess truly wish for everyone to be killed? Nikolai smiled, but his words were dripping with irony. The boy's sword is pointed at the enemy for now, but Cardinal Nikolai of the Church of the Goddess Sistina. A time will come when he won't hesitate to turn it on his allies. At last, Del returned home. He was greeted by the adorable cry of a little girl. Big brother. Del's face lit up when he saw his sister. Lise herself was just as cheerful. Brother Del. He gently scooped her up with a doting expression. Did you miss me? Lise obediently replied. Yes. I missed you so much. At their side, Helmut smiled and spoke. Congratulations on your first victory, young Master Del. Del politely accepted his good wishes. Thank you, Uncle Helmut. Then he took Lisa's hand and headed inside, walking past CIA and Surlos. He then knelt before his father and mother, declaring loud and clear, Del of House Salson hereby presents the Duke with a report of victory. From her seat above, Elin spoke. You led them to an outstanding victory. Del replied calmly. It was a victory won by the sword of House Salson. Then, Elin spoke to the man beside him. Lord Ballet, thank you for guiding Del so well. Once the formalities were over, Elena chimed in with a warm smile. You must be tired after returning from battle. She advised him gently. You should rest and recover first. Del obediently replied, "Thank you, mother." A satisfied smile graced his face. Del looked at his parents and his sister, thinking to himself, Duke Salson's castle. How many months has it been? It's been so long. It really feels like I'm home. But where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Meanwhile, at the same time, in Brandenburg, the Duke interrogated the returning wounded soldiers. "Hey, where's Philip? Why is it only you?" They hesitantly reported the truth. Sir Milvax and the entire Holy Magdalena Knight Order, including the Aura Knights, were killed in action, and House Salson has taken young Master Philip and a few of his attendants as prisoners. Then they relayed Del's demand. They are demanding an enormous ransom. Hearing this, the Duke merely muttered, "Del." Brandenburg roared in fury. "You suffered a crushing defeat, and still have the gall to come crawling back here." His voice was full of menace. "Are you prepared to pay the price for deserting?" The poor knight was so scared he stuttered. "We are deeply ashamed. Please, have mercy." Brandenburg waved his hand and commanded in a loud voice, "Take them to the dungeons. I'll make them beg for death." The men desperately pleaded for their lives. My lord, the battle that day came to be known as the Black and White War, and through word of mouth, the story was gradually embellished. From that day forward, before the enemies who wept and begged for their lives, Del came to be known as the Black Prince, the one who shows not a shred of mercy. Time continued to pass, and just like that, Del turned 11. Del observed his surroundings, thinking, "I'm 11 this year. I have a gift for you." Across from him, Elin was speaking. "During the official birthday ceremony not long from now, I will name you Viscount of the Salson Duchy." This statement successfully caught him by surprise, because a Viscount held the authority of the Lord's representative. "Father has kept his promise to respect me as an equal head of the family." Del replied respectfully, "Thank you, Father, since you've said so." A proposal followed. "This may be a bit sudden, but there is something I wish to do as the Duke's representative." Elin tilted his head, confused. "What is it?" Del explained calmly. "They say the Black Prince of that battle showed great cruelty by not sparing a single prisoner." The people he was referring to were none other than those from Veniscala. "Since the knights armed with the faith of the goddess's church became sacrifices to your son's cruelty, the church must not be pleased." And with that came a bold solution. "Therefore, I wish to make a pilgrimage to the papal state of Sistina. There, I will directly face the weight of the infamous name I've earned." Del flashed a confident smile as he made his declaration. "Therefore, I wish to make a pilgrimage to the papal state of Sistina. There, I will directly face the weight of the infamous name I've earned." On the other side, Elin watched him with a worried expression. He began to voice his thoughts. "I don't understand. Fear is a tremendous asset that cannot be traded for anything. Are you really planning to deny your infamous reputation just to curry favor with the church?" To those words, Del simply declared, "It is a power worthy of that price." Hearing this, Elin asked again, "Do you have another plan?" Del nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I do." He then briefly outlined his plan. "I intend to make them an offer they can't refuse." But the truth was, Del's plan was much bigger than that. "And while I'm at it, I'll take their forbidden grimoires, too." A few days prior, in his sleep, he was constantly tormented by voices. "Do you remember?" A giant skeleton, as if trying to take Del's life, appeared in his mind. "Do you remember my death?" Del had answered weakly, "I remember our death." And the skeleton had resorted to a cruel act. "Remember death. Memento mori." Del awoke with a start from the nightmare. He gasped for air, his mind racing with a single question. What was that nightmare? That skeleton is called the abyss of thought, the darkest landscape of the mind, forcibly opened to reach the third circle. Controlling and forging one's own mental world is both the beginning and the end for a mage. Del's hand clenched into a fist. To be tormented by loneliness and nightmares in that very world. It's a humiliation so profound it's not even funny. He looked down at himself and came to a conclusion. I'm still too weak. I need greater power to completely control my mind. Del thought to himself, just as a sword is to a knight, an outstanding mage needs a grimoire. The next day, in a forest, the group was crossing the area as Del made his calculations. This was once the border between the baronies of Greenbell and Parker, the site of the Black and White battle. The end of the Empire's northern region and the beginning of the central region, beyond the reach of Duke Salson. He knew full well that for Baron Parker, who had been defeated at his hands, there was only one option left, and that was none other than to become bandits. MC, leading the group, gave the signal. Fire! A volley of arrows immediately flew through the air. The horse ballet was riding panicked. Just then, the bandits blocked their path and demanded loudly, "Are you passing through Baron Parker's territory without permission?" Dell simply asked in return, "What do you want?" His words only seemed to agitate the other party more. When you enter a noble's land, you pay a toll. It's common sense, isn't it? He maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "I see." He had already prepared a small sum to pay the toll. Hearing this, MC couldn't help but feel pleased. Not bad. Looks like you know your place. His men quickly inspected the payment, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the glittering gold coins in the sunlight. They couldn't hide their excitement. "That's a pretty generous toll, huh?" Once his men confirmed it, MC spoke up. "All right, seeing your sincerity, I'll make an exception and let you pass." The others chimed in. "Come back again next time." They watched the group depart. However, a wicked smile was plastered on every one of their faces. The carriage continued through the forest, only to be blocked once again. "Halt!" MC gleefully announced. "Baron Parker has arrived. Show some respect before the Baron." Parker followed up with enthusiastic support. "You're passing through my land without paying the toll?" This confused Ballet. "A toll?" He kindly reminded them. "We just paid that to the Baron's men a moment ago. Collecting a toll twice in the same territory is against the law." However, the men paid him no mind. "Paid? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" They wore brazenly wicked expressions. "We've only just met. And remember, we abide by the laws of the Empire more than anyone." Just then, Parker chimed in. "If you value your lives, hand over everything you have. Nice and easy." A man beside him added for effect, "That's right. This man is the famous survivor of the Black and White battle." Those words made Dell let out a laugh. A veteran warrior. Baron Parker. His laughter startled the bandits. Finally, Dell pulled back his hood. "A veteran warrior, you say? That's quite different from what I remember." Upon seeing the face before him, Parker's demeanor instantly changed. He stammered, crying out, "Could it be young Master Dell?" Though fear was written all over his face, he still tried to command his men. "Don't panic. There are only two of them." They immediately raised their weapons, preparing to attack. "We can win this." "Archers, take aim." Down below, Ballet simply asked, "Your orders, young Master Dell?" Dell replied calmly, "The play is over." An order followed. "Kill them all." Parker pointed forward and roared, "Fire!" A rain of arrows descended. They flew straight for Dell, but Ballet swiftly deflected them all. His face became several times more dangerous as he replied, "As you command." In contrast, the bandits were terrified. "Arrows! Fire the arrows!" Before they could recover, Ballet was upon them. He unleashed a single slash, and his opponent immediately screamed, "My arm! My arm!" However, Ballet's face showed not a shred of pity. He swept through the enemy formation. Parker could only stand there, frozen to the spot. "Sir, please spare me," he stammered weakly. "This can't be." Then, he cowardly knelt and begged for his life. Young Master, please forgive me. I swear my absolute loyalty." Every word made Dell smirk. "I beg you, grant me the mercy of the goddesses." At that moment, he shot back. "And why should I do that?" Dell had passed countless thieving nobles and knights like this as he crossed the heart of the continent. A few weeks passed. He was now on a boat. Ballet looked ahead and announced, "We've finally arrived, young master." The place they were heading to was the papal state of Sistina, the city of stars, Bush. The name made Dell feel sick. Calling it the City of Stars is a joke. In his mind, he recalled Nikolai's face. "I may say I've come on a pilgrimage, but in reality, judgment would be a more fitting word." Soon, Dell and Ballet were led inside. Their expressions were nothing short of serious. Standing before Nikolai, they knelt and spoke respectfully. "Greetings, Your Eminence, Cardinal Nikolai." The man across from them replied with a smile. "Nikolai Mattia." In his mind, Dell was making an assessment. A sixth circle white mage, and one of the 12 holy orders at the pinnacle of the goddess's church. Nikolai began to speak calmly. I hear much blood was shed in the battle that day, young lord. He began to lament. The sacrifice of our brothers from the Holy Magdalena is truly regrettable news. Del played along with equal insincerity. The outcome of the Black and White War is also a matter of deep regret to me. He presented his case with great feeling. My poor judgment caused unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, to atone for that bloodshed, he then stated his purpose. I have hidden my power and status to come directly to the papal state on a pilgrimage. Hearing this, Ballet couldn't help but wear a helpless expression. Del's performance concluded with a wish. I hope my sincerity is not in vain. Nikolai was thinking to himself, Del of Salson, son of the master of the Black Magic Tower. Rumor has it he's the #1 genius in the empire. He looked at the small figure kneeling before him and calculated, did the cruelty of the battlefield create some kind of guilt complex? No matter how brilliant his talent, he's still just an 11-year-old boy. Completely confident in his assessment, Nikolai began to choose his words. If that is the case, then all is well. The goddess's mercy is open to all, equally. Young lord, for there is no sin in this world that cannot be cleansed. Del chose to remain silent rather than reply. Then, he asked the man a question in return. Did you say there is no sin in this world that cannot be cleansed? Nikolai replied with a benevolent air. Yes, of course. But he froze solid when he heard the next words. Is that why you sold out the nation of the goddess to the empire? Nikolai's smile grew strained. Your joke goes a bit too. But before he could finish, Del cut him off. Just before the papal state was forcibly annexed by the empire, it said that the 12 cardinal bishops persuaded the previous pope to accept the annexation. The story was recounted in great detail. Cardinal Nikolai was there as well. However, the previous pope refused the empire's annexation treaty to the very end. And he even mentioned the cruel methods used. As a result, next, due to the betrayal of the White Magic Tower and the cardinal bishops, the pope was eliminated by the empire's hounds. Only then did Del look at him and demand, Your Eminence's crime of betraying your homeland. Has the goddess forgiven it? These accusations made Nikolai grit his teeth in anger. The aura around him began to change. You claim you want to atone. Nikolai radiated power, trying to intimidate Del. Yet that mouth of yours dares to speak of the forbidden truth? Do you believe the goddess's mercy will be with you? How ridiculous. But it had no effect on him whatsoever. Do you think killing a duke's representative will be enough to silence me? Del stepped closer as he explained. The duke did not come here to investigate the church's stain. What we want is merely a small price for our silence. However, in his heart, he knew full well, of course, it's all a lie. The Duke of Salson can't even imagine what's happening here. Nikolai's face was still a mask of displeasure. He closed his eyes, trying to suppress the anger within him. The golden aura retracted. A question followed. What do you want? As if waiting for just that, Del immediately stated his desire. I hear there is a secret library in the basement of the Apostolic Palace, holding the church's forbidden books. He smiled and said without hesitation, Allow me to read in the Hell Library. In the lowest level of that place, the most terrible grimoire in the world lies dormant. The thing Del had aimed for when he came here was the Book of the Black Goat. He descended into the place alone. Only the young lord is permitted to enter and exit the Hell Library. As he walked, Del recalled Nikolai's warning. Furthermore, whatever happens in hell, the church will not interfere. He had repeated those words over and over. And you are only permitted to take out a single grimoire. You may not take anything else. And he didn't forget to add one more thing. In return, you must swear to remain silent forever about the church's stain. Only then did Del reply. As the heir of the Black Duke, I swear on the honor of House Salson. As if to prove the truth in his words, Del even placed his hand on the cardinals. Then, as proof of this sacred oath, what they were doing was signing a haze. Clasp. Nikolai's voice rang out. I will take both my heart and yours as collateral. At the same time, it felt as if a thread had wrapped around both their hearts. And just like that, the cardinal and I made a vow through magic, the haze contract that the White Magic Tower is most proud of. His train of thought ended there. No room for doubt now. The moment the cardinal detects a breach of contract, The Hayas will detonate my heart. It's not a huge secret anyway. In a short time, he stopped before a door. This is the gate to hell. Del shone his light forward and mumbled what was written there. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. But as soon as he finished speaking, the door reacted. It swung open, bringing with it a cold gust of wind. Del immediately raised his guard. He cautiously stepped inside, telling himself, it's not called hell for nothing. Soon, Del saw the books arranged on the shelves. This place is a massive dungeon disguised as a library. The forbidden books imprisoned here are all uncontrollable treasures that can bring disaster. He began to make comparisons. However, just as a famous knight is always paired with a famous sword, for a mage, a grimoire holds the same meaning as a knight's sword. No matter how dangerous or imperfect, the desire to possess an excellent grimoire is only natural for a mage. In a short time, Del collided with several mysterious figures. Seeing the armored figures with lifeless faces moving towards him, Del came to a conclusion. The guardians of this place? He looked at their expressions and muttered. So the ones who preach about the light all day end up commanding corpses, no different from the Black Magic Tower. Just then, the enemy charged at him in unison. However, Del easily suppressed them all with his dark power. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Well, there's no one watching here anyway. No need to hold back anymore. Del began to unleash wide area skills. Shadow Bullet. After dealing with them, he looked at the battlefield before him and muttered, it feels great not having to hide my power. Next, Del took a small knife and cut his own hand. Now then, let's finish what I came here for. The red liquid was skillfully controlled. I, Del of House Salson. Del continued his incantation. The true heir of the family that inherited the blood of the immortal Duke, declare here. The target was quickly named. Oh, Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young. Fulfill the pact you made with the clan of shadows and manifest before me. As soon as he finished, urgent voices echoed from the void. Blood. It's blood. A bloodline containing immense power. The sound seemed to echo from everywhere. The fresh blood of a mage. It wishes to make a pact with us. Come here, little one. I will grant you power. But a stronger voice cut through the rest. Step aside. That child is my contractor. Just then, the space around him began to change. I can feel it. That hatred and killing intent. It's the scent of slaughter. Del watched the space transform and thought, a field of blood and scattered corpses. Is this the world inside the book? A mysterious voice spoke from behind. Make a pact with me. I will slaughter all of your enemies. Great Slaughter appeared with a smile on his lips. I will open a festival of blood with the corpses of those who stand in your way. Great Slaughter looked down at Del and made an offer. I will slaughter all of your enemies. He continued his pitch. I will feast upon the corpses and turn the blood of those who dare to block your path into. But Del was only concerned with the space around him. Looking at this scenery, is this the mental world of the Book of Great Slaughter? This being's identity was the Book of Great Slaughter, the secret of the vilest of blood magic, containing the essence of mass slaughter. Its power and value, just like its name, were beyond words. Despite possessing such an impressive profile, he was still rejected. However, step aside. Great Slaughter grew angry at Del's next words. You are not what I'm looking for. He even swung his weapon. You dare to refuse me? His scythe was now right at Del's neck. And you think you can leave here alive? But Del just gave a smirk. Nothing is impossible. He then directly activated his shadow skill. Del's voice was steady. This place is just the world inside a book. Your world cannot invade mine. The power of his trial grew stronger. But my world is different. Soon, the black aura enveloped everything. A world that will swallow a world. Great Slaughter couldn't believe his eyes. My world is the mind of a heinous war criminal who performed a forbidden spell of mass destruction. How can a world of a sixth circle archmage be pushed back so easily? He was completely unconvinced, demanding loudly, why? Why is it being swallowed by some kid's world? Hearing this, Del kindly replied, the number of people your master killed is nothing compared to what I did in my past. A truth was then revealed. I can't even remember all the cities, because I've killed too many. At this point, Great Slaughter could no longer hold back and charged forward to attack. His eyes were filled with hatred. You think I'll just let you devour me? However, before Great Slaughter could even touch Del, his body was sliced into multiple pieces. Great Slaughter himself couldn't believe what had just happened. He fell to the ground, muttering, "Impossible." All this time, Del's face had remained completely emotionless. The space created by Great Slaughter quickly shattered as he disappeared. "Am I back?" A clear voice from behind startled Del. "Big brother." He slowly turned around upon hearing the black goat's question. "Were you the one who called me?" She smiled and continued to introduce herself. "It's nice to meet you. I've been so lonely." Then she tilted her head, asking playfully, "Will you play with me?" Every word from the black goat put Del on high alert. "Because it's so cold and boring here." As for this girl's identity, the Book of the Black Goat. It was the grimoire that the immortal Duke Frederick wrote to reach the truth beyond death by sacrificing his own young daughter. Del watched the black goat cautiously while calculating. That's why the grimoire's manifestation takes the form of a little girl. But that girl is definitely not the immortal Duke's real daughter. Finally, he made a declaration. "Make a pact with me, daughter of the black goat." The space changed according to her will. "Okay, then show me your world." Del easily accepted the challenge. The two of them moved through a space covered in white snow. "Is this your world? It's so pretty." Just then, the black goat turned her head and remarked, "I really like you." She directed her gaze towards the figures watching them. But the faces of these people were filled with nothing but terror. "What are those things?" Nikolai looked at Del and the black goat, thinking, "Young Master Del, I can't believe that Brad actually managed to get that book." Del himself spoke politely. "Your Eminence, Cardinal Nikolai, why have you come all this way?" The man stammered, unable to explain clearly. "I was just..." Seeing this, Del kindly repeated the rule the Cardinal himself had established. "The parties to the contract shall not be held responsible for anything that happens in hell." This was accompanied by a contemptuous smile. "You seem to be feeling uneasy. It seems the Heia's pact alone wasn't enough to put your mind at ease, was it?" Del's words grew more excited. "You came all this way to eliminate me, but this is a world of darkness." He looked at the ugly expressions on their faces and continued, "For a light-based mage, you've chosen the wrong place." However, Nikolai still tried to play dumb. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just so worried about you that..." But before he could finish, the black goat cut him off. "Hey, big brother, can I eat those things?" Del didn't stop her, only teased. "If you get a stomachache, I'm not taking responsibility." She smiled, extremely excited. "Yay, awesome." Then she remarked with utmost innocence, "It's been so long since I've had a full meal. I'm so excited." Nikolai began to make the sign of the cross. "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit." He proceeded to activate his own power. "Lord, have mercy on us. Please grant us your compassion." The men with him immediately provided support. "Deus Vult. May the mercy and charity of the goddesses be with us." They took wing and ascended in unison. "The light of the Lord has enveloped you. Praise him. Destroy that minion of Satan." Witnessing this interesting spectacle, Del just smiled and commented, "As expected, they won't go down easy." The men targeted him and attacked simultaneously. However, Del gracefully dodged every single one. He didn't even blink. After a short while, Del launched a skill to counterattack. Shadow Bullet. When he saw his attack hadn't harmed anyone, Del was slightly displeased. TCH, good dodge. But the others were incredibly proud. As expected of my angels. The most excited of all was Nikolai. Even if he's a genius, he's only reached the third circle. The Book of the Black Goat can't unleash its full power in his hands. He poured all his strength into empowering his men. Praise the Lord. The Black Goat, who had been watching, was growing annoyed. She cursed incessantly. "Noisy, noisy, so noisy." And then, she directly changed her form. "Shut up." The Holy Knights shifted their target to the Black Goat upon seeing her severed tentacles. Good. The tentacles are cut. They charged forward with unconcealed confidence. "Now, face your judgment, fallen one." By the time they realized it was a trap, it was too late. The Black Goat began her counterattack. Nikolai asked worriedly as he saw them being attacked, "Are you all right?" However, he was met with mindless mumbling. Praise the Lord." The Holy Knights were gradually being controlled. Praise the Lord. 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 The voices repeated over and over, becoming a deafening roar. Praise the Lord. Witnessing this, Nikolai couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How can this be? The corrupted holy knights let out horrifying cries. Praise. 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 Their condition was not looking good. Praise. Just then, the black goat spoke with dripping sarcasm. Oh my. She watched them transform with an excited look. It's been so long, this scent. The black goat's smile had lost all humanity. I must savor this slowly. Very slowly, to make the wait worthwhile. Red liquid poured down onto the ground. And so the story goes, the evil god that devours the flesh of angels. The one who summoned it, the Black Prince, was not merely an 11-year-old child. Only then did Nikolai realize the gravity of the situation. He's not an existence that can be described with words like the Duke's prodigy or the Empire's #1 genius. He had to look at Del in a new light. He is a child of the devil. At that moment, Del spoke. The parties to the contract shall not be held responsible for anything that happens here. Each word rang out coldly. Those were your words, were they not? However, Nikolai's only concern now was his own life. I want to live, please. A question was suddenly posed. Do you truly wish to live? Del was offering him a proposition. In return, what can you offer me? Nikolai was momentarily flustered but managed to reply, anything. After regaining some composure, he quickly added, wealth. I will offer you wealth and my position. If you wish, even the power I hold within the church. Hearing this, Del just smirked, letting him finish. Whatever you ask, I will give you everything I have. A comment followed. That sounds promising. Nikolai thought he had saved his own life. Which part sounds promising? Del raised a hand, and then, with a bright smile, he declared, everything you have. Nikolai couldn't believe what he had just heard. Could it be? His face turned pale as Del continued. I believe we'll have to rewrite the contract. A haze of absolute subjugation, bound by a magical pact. In other words, at this point, for Nikolai, there was no chance of turning the tables. The black goat's clear voice rang out once more. Big brother, she gave a bright smile and remarked. Playing with you, big brother, is so much fun. Every word was spoken with genuine sincerity by the black goat. I really like your world. So I'll wait for you here, okay? A bright smile was on her face. However, behind her were dozens of terrifying tentacles. Aren't you scared of me? To this question, Del replied nonchalantly, no. She asked softly in return, really? But in his mind, he was calculating. Her existence is too dangerous to be summoned carelessly. Del recalled the black goat's brutal methods. That's still not a power I can completely control. This power isn't meant to be brandished recklessly, but to be a secret weapon used only at the decisive moment. She approached him and whispered, will I get to play with you like this again? Del quickly granted her wish. Of course. We'll meet again. The smile on her face grew even brighter. I'm so glad. She added one more thing. Next time, I'll get to play to my heart's content with you. And with that, she vanished. I'll be looking forward to that day. Only then did Del let out a sigh of relief. And so, the chaos in hell came to an end. What happened next was this. The firstborn of House Salson received a formal apology in the name of Cardinal Nikolai. Though he performed the ceremony, Nikolai's face always showed a hint of fear. Furthermore, as a bridge of friendship between House Salson and the church, a formal church rite was held, an unprecedented event. On the way back to the duchy, Del was no longer a pilgrim who had to hide his identity. And Del simply smiled and took what was his. For that reason, no one dared to stand in the way of the Black Prince's sword. Time continued to pass, and a few months later, Helmut was helping Charlotte train. Shall we begin, my lady? She replied energetically, yes. She then quickly activated her own aura. A black power emanated from Charlotte's body. It quickly enveloped the sword in her hand. Charlotte then muttered, all right. The people around them cheered excitedly. Helmut himself assessed her with pride. Astonishing, my lady, to have reached the stage of a perfected aura blade at this age. A voice from behind interrupted their conversation. Charlotte of Houseo. Del appeared with an unusually solemn air. I, Del of House Salson, ask you, for the honor of your lord and your house, and for all that you must protect. What he brought was an offer. Are you willing to take an oath as a knight? The sword in her hand was quickly planted in the ground. Charlotte replied formally as she knelt before him. I swear. Hearing this, Del gently placed the tip of his sword on her shoulder. He continued the oath. Will you remain unshaken by personal gain, protect the weak, and punish the wicked? Charlotte replied with sincerity, I swear. And then, a declaration was made. In the name of Salson, here and now, I knight thee, Charlotte, as my knight. A bright smile graced Charlotte's face. Afterward, the two of them went for a walk together. Only then did Del ask again, is this really okay? Charlotte sincerely shared her feelings. I like the sword of House Salson. It is that very sword that has made me who I am today. Del himself was somewhat aware of Charlotte's arduous training. She had used her will to choose the great sword of House Salson over the rapier. He gave a gentle smile. It must have felt unfamiliar in your hands. Perhaps I was the one who underestimated Charlotte's talent. And then, he suddenly changed the subject. Charlotte, we have intelligence that large-scale orc legions are gathering beyond the Demon Lord's territory. Del explained calmly. It seems an orc warlord is personally leading the Grand Army. Father has personally summoned the forces of the Duchy and the Northern Lords. And I, too, will be joining the battle. He then gave Charlotte an important mission. In that battle, I want you to protect me at my side. Del even emphasized, as my knight, to the very end. Hearing this, Charlotte replied, yes, I understand. She patted her chest and declared with confidence, I will become the sword that protects my lord. This was accompanied by a steadfast promise. My sword, from beginning to end, will be swung only for you. That night, Elin looked extremely displeased as he listened to the report. We have detected a large-scale southern advance by the orc legions from the Darkland, the Demon Lord's territory to the north. A guess followed. Could the great migration of the demon races be starting again? And he received confirmation from Elin himself. It seems so. Speaking of what happened long ago, when the hero and the Imperial army subjugated the Demon Lord, everyone thought peace had returned. But the Demon Lord's invasion was actually just a part of the demon races pouring south to find a way to survive in the barren Darkland. Later, people would call it the Great Migration of the Demon Races, the Barbarian Invasion. He continued, I have ordered the summoning of the Northern Lords, the Black Magic Tower, and all knightly orders under our command. Elin's face was extremely grave. This will be a battlefield on a scale incomparable to any before. Suddenly, a name was spoken. Del. Elin calmly made his declaration. It is time I taught you how to use necromancy on the battlefield. That afternoon, in the Black Duke's workshop, the first lesson on using necromancy on the battlefield began. Elin crossed his arms and spoke. Del, what do you think is the difference between a death knight and an undead soldier? Del quickly asked back, isn't it the difference between a knight and a soldier? His father's quick retort made Del ponder. Then where does the difference between a knight and a soldier come from? He thought for a moment before answering. I believe it's the disparity in martial strength. Elin shook his head, displeased. Half right and half wrong. Simply having great martial strength doesn't make one a knight. Del hesitated at his father's words. If not that, then, is it the possession of an aura blade? His father immediately replied, precisely. Del looked down at the person below him, surprised. Del started to speak. This person is. His father immediately continued his sentence. That's right. A knight who died in the recent Black and White War. This aura knight, when he was knighted, swore to dedicate his body to House Salson, even in death. And then, Elin held out his hand. A surge of power flowed from him into the other person. Elin watched the body sit up and said, in life, the higher the level of the aura knight, the more powerful a death knight can be created. Whether living or dead, you must remember that they are still knights full of pride. He suddenly turned and walked away. Follow me. Del was a bit confused by his father's words. I have something to show you. They walked down a wide staircase together. The sound of their shoes echoed throughout the space. Del quietly followed Elin without asking any more questions. He observed his surroundings and thought, just how deep does this go? Elin suddenly turned and asked, Del, do you know of the founder of House Salson, the immortal Duke, Frederick? Del immediately thought to himself, the immortal Duke, Frederick? His grimoire is currently inside my heart. Dell answered hesitantly. I only know of him through books and what you've told me, Father. His father looked down at the ground, lost in thought. He was a monster of truth. He didn't even hesitate to use his own daughter as a sacrifice. And what I'm about to show you now is what he once pursued, and the debt that our house Salson still carries to this day. It is the shadow of a bygone era. The two of them passed through a large gate. Only those of the direct bloodline of Salson could enter this place. Dell was stunned by the sight before him. A crowd of people stood in rows, leaving him bewildered. What in the world is this? Elin took a step forward and explained, a method to operate the dead without a continuous supply of mana. It was a great leap that the immortal Duke discovered long ago, and the heads of House Salson have continued it through the generations. He turned around, his voice emphatic, to begin building an army of the dead called the Dead Order. Dell was stunned by the next sentence. I, too, am carrying on the will of the immortal Duke. He clenched his teeth in anger. Everything became clear. Memories of the past suddenly flooded back. Your actions in the trial were quite impressive. I hope you don't lose that side of you. Dell clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. The reason House Salson completely cut itself off from the outside world, and the reason the Black Duke always emphasized morality while controlling the power of darkness, it was all to safely maintain the Dead Order. The moment he realized everything, the first thought that came to mind was, it's so hypocritical it's disgusting and nauseating. Elin spread his arms and began to introduce it. This is our darkness, and this darkness is also the shield that protects us. At his father's question, Dell's face darkened with rage. Dell, are you ready to accept this darkness? Dell placed a hand on his chest, right over his heart. He spoke slowly. I have been prepared for that from the very beginning. Though furious, Dell forced himself to accept. I, Dell of House Salson, willingly accept it, no matter how unjust or evil that power may be. Because I myself, under the guise of a son, am also a hypocrite, nurturing power for my own revenge. He raised his arm, his expression slightly hesitant. A stream of power shot out and lifted the body from the ground. The man quickly became a puppet for Dell to control. He raised his hand, drew the sword from its sheath, and held it before his chest. Swiftly, a series of masterful sword movements were unleashed. Elin stood behind, arms crossed, and spoke. An unbelievably high concentration of pure mana. Dell turned to his father and replied, it's because I'm learning from the best teacher. But I still can't control a Death Knight without supplying mana like the Knights of the Dead Order. His father immediately retorted, it's still too early for you to learn that. What I'm teaching you is limited to how to use necromancy on the battlefield. You need to focus on your training to prepare for the upcoming battle. With just a snap of his fingers, Elin quickly unleashed a series of power streams. The goblins lying on the ground immediately sat up. It suddenly charged forward to attack his puppet. A sword flashed, slashing across the goblin's waist. The man spun around, and a single slash cut it in two. Dell stood to the side, controlling it, so exhausted he was panting. Elin saw this and thought excitedly, incredible. In reality, not all necromancers' Death Knights are the same. Controlling the dead is the job of a necromancer, people who have likely never held a sword in their lives. But the swordsmanship Dell just displayed has reached a level far beyond that of the living Black Raven Knights. It's truly astonishing. What in the world is the extent of this child's talent? The scene changes. CIA stood to the side, observing and pondering. What in the world? Dell was still focused on his training, not noticing her. CIA's thoughts were a tangled mess. What is this feeling? I like you very much, teacher. That day, Dell pretended to be an innocent child who knew nothing. But through the world Dell showed me that day, I felt it. A biting cold, an unimaginable darkness, and the desire hidden within. It was so clear there was no room for doubt. It was the desire of a man who truly yearns for affection. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. It cut through her train of thought. CIA looked up and praised him. Your control over the water element has improved a lot. He smiled without turning around and replied, yes, because I promised to become a son my father can be proud of. She continued, which made Dell ponder for a moment. That's a wonderful resolve. CIA took a few steps forward and asked, but you look worried. Is something wrong? Dell looked a bit anxious, his gaze shifting away. Teacher. The question he asked took her by surprise. Will you still like me, even if you see my ugly side? One day, when I accept the dark corners of my family, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you see that side of me. CIA placed her hands on Dell's cheeks and lifted his face. He looked up into her eyes, stunned. Dell saw CIA's blushing face and softly called out, Teacher. CIA slowly explained to him, an elf's life is very long. Even later, when you've become a true man. As she spoke, her heart was filled with confusion. I will probably still look the same as I do now. Why do I care so much about this child? When the tale of the Black Prince's great victory in the Black and White War and the annihilation of the entire enemy army spread, even though the people of the Empire praised Dell's talent, they also gossiped about his infamy. But I couldn't bring myself to be truly happy about it. The great slaughter incarnate. Dell certainly possesses the talent to turn the wheels of history. But I didn't want this child to walk a path of bloodshed. CIA smiled gently and continued. Until the future you realizes your true feelings, I will always be by your side. Dell was moved by her words. At that time, not as a teacher. As the next words were spoken, his world seemed to freeze. But as a woman, her words were like an emotional song that touched his heart. So you won't have to be alone. After speaking, CIA turned away, her face full of shyness. She quickly composed herself and said with a smile, Now, let's begin our lesson. Dell suddenly ran forward and hugged her, startling CIA. He spoke, his voice slightly choked up. Thank you. Dell smiled, his cheeks slightly flushed. I really like you, Teacher CIA. CIA just smiled and listened to him. So please wait for me. She returned his hug as he asked. Okay. Surrendering his body to a warmth that made him forget his loneliness and the cold in his heart. It was the promise of an unforgettable childhood. Sometime later, soldiers stood in neat rows, the one at the front holding a banner high. To counter the great migration of the demon races, the northern lords had gathered at the duchy. A man placed his hand on his chest, his voice loud and clear. Wynnum of House Guion, leading 30 knights, 100 heavy infantry, and 400 infantry, reporting to your grace, the Duke. Dell and Elend sat above, looking down at the people below. Kenneth of House Vanderbilt. The minor and major lords gathered under the command of the great lord, the Duke of Salson. Wynnum looked up and added, Furthermore, our firstborn son of House Zeon, Beth. Among them, of course, were ambitious nobles who wanted to get into the Duke's good graces. Dell just sighed without even glancing at them. As my father said, I am ready to offer my life for the great Duke. These people were all saying, Please look after my son, and then competing to boast about their children's achievements. Even before the upcoming battle, the social rituals of the nobility were an indispensable ceremony. For a great lord, the process of gathering subordinates and winning their loyalty was also unavoidable. And the northern nobles and their children were no different. They knew very well who they needed to curry favor with right now. Someone suddenly approached and greeted Dell. Greetings, Black Prince. I, Beth, firstborn of House Zeon, am determined to fight alongside you and display my martial prowess on the battlefield this time. Dell was a bit bewildered and said, You are all very reliable. The young ladies also ran up to greet him. Oh my, young Master Dell, you're even more magnificent than the rumors say. I can't believe you're such a dignified and handsome man. Dell rubbed his head in confusion, thinking, all this attention is exhausting. But this is politics. Jones. A voice called out from behind. Young Master Dell, I've heard that despite your youth, your martial skill rivals that of adult knights. I wish to witness your skill with my own eyes. The Baron, seeing this, rushed over to intervene. Jones, you rebellious son, how dare you use such a disrespectful tone with the young master? Dell stepped forward and pushed the man back. He glanced at the kneeling man and asked, Are you the second son of Baron Kenneth's family? He answered concisely, I am. Hearing the answer, Dell continued, You want to witness my martial skill? You mean, you want to test my strength? Jones fearlessly spoke his mind. The #1 genius of the Empire, possessing overwhelming talent in both sword and magic, who led the Black and White War to a great victory at a young age and created a bloodbath with the blood of the Holy Magdalena Knights. I don't doubt the young master's strength. A martial arts prodigy is right before my eyes. I just want to learn a thing or two through the young master's sword. The Baron couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You fool!" Despite his father's scolding, Dell just curled his lip into a smile and said, "Oh, how dare you be disrespectful to the young master? Get out of my sight." Dell took a step forward, his voice startling them both. "Second son of Baron Kenneth, Sir Jones. I hear you lead a mercenary band of 100 men. Dell rubbed his chin, thinking as he spoke. You set out to train as a wandering knight and built that force from scratch with your own hands. A mercenary, huh? As the second son of a baron, under the laws of primogeniture, it would be very difficult for him to inherit any land. That's why he's taking this gamble to prove himself. A wandering knight without backing, yet he managed to build a mercenary band of 100 men. Dell quickly calculated in his head, but on the surface, he smiled brightly. Quite useful. All right, I accept your challenge. The crowd parted to make way for the two to compete. The duel between the second son of House Kenneth and Dell unexpectedly began. This match was a good opportunity to establish a pecking order before the war began, and the Black Duke had no reason to refuse it. Dell held out his hand and asked Jones, "You must know that my sword is different from ordinary swords, right?" The young man immediately answered his question. "Yes, I have also heard of the young master's shadow blade." Hearing this, Dell said, "Use your rapier." He smiled excitedly at Jones. "Come at me with all you've got." Seeing him remain silent, Dell said loudly, "That's an order." Jones could only obey quietly. "As you command." He radiated a large amount of power. The wind whipped their cloaks around them. Dell looked at Jones and silently assessed him. He's not yet a knight who has reached the stage of using an aura blade. Dell let out a smirk. But his control is incredibly refined. Dell's shadow on the floor quickly changed. "Then I shall too." A sword suddenly rose from the ground. Seeing this, the young man wondered to himself, "Is that the Black Prince's sword?" Jones gripped his sword tightly as Dell said, "Come at me." He stomped his foot on the ground and rushed towards Dell. Dell simply turned slightly to dodge the blow. He glanced down, observing carefully. A red glint suddenly flashed in Jones's eyes. His blade swung hard against Dell's, letting out a clang. Jones looked at Dell and thought, "Black Prince, you are different from me. You've had everything since the day you were born." The two powerful blows collided, sending them both staggering back. "I will prove that someone with nothing can defeat someone with everything." He gritted his teeth and charged forward again, fast as lightning. Jones spun around, his sword held in a defensive stance. Seeing Dell slightly stunned, he rejoiced and swung his sword. "I see an opening." The sharp blade came down from above. "Take this." A loud noise immediately rang out. Jones's attack hit nothing but empty air. Dell's sword shot forward, startling him. Jones leaned back, safely dodging the attack. The energy crackling at Dell's feet shocked him. It shot straight towards his feet, but Jones dodged to the side. He was even more surprised when swords rose from the ground. A series of swords flew up simultaneously. Dell stood in the middle, a smirk on his face. He lowered his stance and swung his arm. The swords immediately shot forward. They all dove fiercely towards Jones. A black aura enveloped his body. Dell gathered his energy and thought, his movements aren't bad. This level of skill is worthy of a mercenary leader. This is enough to serve as a worthy opponent to prove my reputation. He spoke. "Come. I won't move from this spot." It was a taunt. Jones immediately flew towards Dell. "You'll regret underestimating me." The two swords clashed once more, creating a piercing metallic sound. The onlookers couldn't help but be impressed. They began to whisper among themselves. As expected of the firstborn of House Salson, his presence is on another level. To reach that level at only 11 years old, truly astonishing. Jones swung his sword, taunting Dell. "Try dodging this one." Before he could even launch his attack, Dell used his power to strike first, gaining the advantage. Jones staggered back and looked up at Dell. He's displaying overwhelming power, as if he's toying with a child. The young lord's target from the beginning wasn't me, but the lords and their children watching this match. He stomped his foot and charged forward again. "I can't let him toy with me like this." Jones unleashed a flurry of attacks at Dell, but none of them touched him. He strained his eyes to observe. "Faster. I have to be faster." Jones didn't want to admit it. That the number one talent in the empire that the Black Prince possessed was the very injustice of this world. And that the sword, under too much strain, snapped in two. All struggle was now meaningless. A thud echoed. Jones collapsed to the floor, using his broken sword to prop himself up. He bowed his head, thinking for a moment before cursing. I don't know how I can possibly overcome this. Damn it. Dell stood tall, his sword pointed at the kneeling Jones. I've lost. It was only then that Dell realized what was inside him. Is this thanks to the Book of the Black Goat? Throughout the fight, it felt as if the whole world had slowed down. I never expected to win so overwhelmingly against an opponent who was using his full power aura. The Sword of the Shadow cloak now feels like a part of my body. It's as if I'm using tentacles to control the Shadow Blade. It was only through this fight with Sir Jones that I felt this change. But I still have to make an example of him, don't I? Dell raised his hand, a look of surprise on his face. Shadow Bullet. The swords hovering in the air suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Jones raised his arms to shield himself. Dell turned and asked loudly, Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Anyone who wants to doubt my reputation and prove themselves? Is there no one else with the courage? A sword stabbed forcefully into the floor, drawing Dell's attention. The man suddenly knelt with great reverence. His voice boomed through the room. We swear our loyalty to the young lord. I suddenly remembered my father's favorite saying. Fear will ensure loyalty. It really is true. The scene changes. Everyone in the room was laughing and talking. A group of men walked out of the room. Captain, the man behind him asked, You look terrible. Jones chugged his wine and cursed. This damn world. The two men behind him listened to him curse. No matter how hard I swing my sword, I can't even touch his shadow. How the hell am I supposed to look good? Jones was so angry he crushed the bottle in his hand. What's that crap about how a person's station isn't decided by birth, but can be changed through effort? Who could stand before the firstborn of House Salson and spout such nonsense? The Black Prince is like an insurmountable wall standing in my way. Jones walked and shouted in anger. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more pissed I get. Let's drink. His subordinate chimed in. Yeah, that's right. There's nothing better than booze in this world. The whole gang gathered around a fire and started eating and drinking. Jones raised his cup and said, You guys should have seen those noble ladies fawning all over that 11-year-old brat. The other man asked, What were they doing? Jones quickly spilled everything. Those noble ladies were practically bending over backward just to get a glance from a kid. It was disgusting. The others quickly agreed. Those nobles have no shame. Jones slurred his words. Take away their titles, and they're all the same. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. On the battlefield, they're nothing. Jones, slightly drunk, raised his cup to his lips. Speaking of which, does that brat even know how to treat a woman? His men thought for a moment and replied, Probably, Captain. He's a man, after all. Dell suddenly appeared right beside him, startling him. Is that so? The whole group jumped to their feet. What? Since when were you here? Dell said nothing and sat down right next to Jones. Dell held out a bottle to him. What are you doing? Pour me a drink. Jones quickly complied. Yes, sir. As he poured, Dell said, This world is pretty damn cursed, isn't it? Jones cowered and shook his head. No, that's not it. Dell spoke in a calm tone. That's just how life is. Unfair, unreasonable, and there's nothing a person can decide for themselves. The talent you're born with, the circumstances you live in, of all those destinies, is there a single one we can choose for ourselves? The words hit Jones like a ton of bricks. No, there isn't. Dell suddenly placed a hand on Jones's shoulder and patted it gently. He spoke with a slight frown. So don't be so hard on yourself. Because in this world, a destiny that we can change with our own hands. The words left him stunned. It never existed in the first place. Jones suddenly covered his face and burst out laughing. He looked up at the sky. You're right. Perhaps what you say is true. No matter how much I struggle, there's no chance for me. Dell glanced at Jones and said, Second son of Baron Kenneth, Sir Jones. I've taken a liking to you. He smiled brightly at him. Both you and your mercenary band. Jones was a bit surprised by the offer and froze. Do you want to serve under me and wield your sword for House Salson? He asked, slightly flustered, sir. Jones was so surprised he had to confirm. I can really work for House Salson? Dell affirmed with certainty. Yes. Before the upcoming battle, my knights will train you and your men. He continued, from how to hold a sword to the principles of aura, every last detail. Jones was both nervous and afraid as he asked, to be taught by the knightly order. Is that really true? He was moved and couldn't believe this dreamlike reality. The person who taught me the injustice of this world is now giving me a chance no one else would dare to offer. Why are you doing all this for me? Dell gave a simple answer. I just so happened to be in need of my own men. Seeing Jones's startled expression, he reassured him with a single sentence. And you were there. That's just how life is. This world is inherently unfair. But in his presence, even that injustice seems to be forgotten. A short time later, one morning at the Grand Estate. In the meeting room of the Horned Duke's castle, Olin's solemn voice filled the room. Report on the war situation. Currently, a massive mountain range separates the Demon King's territory from the Horned Duke's domain. In the treacherous canyons, multiple layers of fortresses have established dense defensive lines. The knights stationed there are engaged in fierce battles to defend their camps. The relentless reports painted a picture of an extremely tense war. At present, the defensive forces of the Winter Guard Ranger unit, which deployed earlier, have begun to withdraw from Mountain Fortress 9 along with the Northern Lords. Before retreating, they reportedly burned all supplies that couldn't be transported in time. Olin listened while considering his strategy. Everything is proceeding according to plan. He continued to plan. We'll execute a phased withdrawal, a war of attrition, while waiting for the perfect moment. We'll wait until the enemy is exhausted as they advance into the upper Saxon River. Everyone in the room was deadly serious. At that point, we will intercept the enemy's main force, cross the river, and annihilate them. Just then, Theo suddenly spoke up. In that case, it's time to deploy the main army. Olin tacitly agreed and gave the order. Relay the deployment order to the lords. Just as Dell was about to leave the room, Olin suddenly called him back. Dell, I have a private matter to entrust to you. He didn't hesitate, stating his intentions directly. I am giving you full command of the mobile cavalry unit, comprised of members from the Black Raven Knight Order. When the large-scale clash between our front lines erupts, you will have full command of that mobile cavalry. Furthermore, Lady Cephia has agreed to assist you. This left Dell stunned. He couldn't help but voice his confusion. But isn't it the principle of the Holy Magic Tower to not interfere in worldly disputes? Olin calmly replied. She is already the supreme advisor to our Salson family. Besides, confronting the demon race can hardly be considered a worldly dispute. Despite this, a sense of unease continued to grow within Dell. Teacher, why are you participating in the war? He asked Olin doubtfully. Was it Lady Cephia's wish? The Duke answered without expression. Yes. His next words made Dell tense up. Dell, you proved your abilities with your victory at the Black and White tournament. I trust you will do well this time too. He affirmed seriously to Olin. I understand, Father. Lastly, I have one more request. The Duke didn't refuse. Speak. Please assign the young sword saint to my unit. That was his only request. Charlotte calmly put on her helmet. Her posture was straight and strangely imposing. Just then, Dell walked up from behind. You look very reliable. Charlotte immediately dropped her cold demeanor and replied with immense pride. Of course. I am the guardian knight who will stand by and protect the world-renowned Dark Prince. Dell sighed, accepting her words. That's right. She's not a little girl anymore. She truly looks like a real knight now. Faint figures flickered in Dell's mind. He looked straight at the person before him. Promise me one thing. The sudden shift in atmosphere caught Charlotte off guard. Yes, Dell said very seriously. Don't you die. She tilted her head, confused. What did you say? After processing his words, Charlotte hesitantly replied. But risking my life for my master. Dell cut her off before she could finish. Is a knight's duty. She heard the sternness in his voice. Do I need to teach you what a knight's true duty is? Dell clenched his fist, his voice steady but resonant. It is to never betray your master's trust. He suddenly smiled, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. And I have no desire for you to die. Dell's next words shocked Charlotte. This is not the battlefield where you will throw your life away. He smiled in relief upon hearing her firm affirmation. Yes, I will take it to heart. Sometime later, the army continued its advance. to confront the Orc Legion beginning its southern march. The main unit led by the Horned Duke had set out, and Del, along with Sir Vale, his guardian knight Charlotte, and Lady Cephia, personally led the mobile cavalry, composed of members of the Black Raven Knight Order, toward the upper Saxon River, several kilometers from the Horned Duke's main camp. Del instinctively glanced back. Here, Cephia was no longer his master. At dawn that day, a stir broke the peaceful scene. The upper Saxon River, the camp of the mobile cavalry under Del's command. Cephia was taking a walk around the camp. Just then, Del appeared unexpectedly and called out to her. Lady Cephia. As the moonlight illuminated him, she clearly saw the person before her. Del, she asked with great concern, you're still awake at this hour? Can't sleep? Del hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lady Cephia. He finally voiced the question he had been holding back for so long. Why did you accept my father's offer? Cephia answered lightly. I am simply fulfilling my mission. The next second, Del was taken aback by her reason. Didn't you promise you would stay by my side? He whispered, a faint smile on his lips. Thank you. Just then, a strange tremor suddenly appeared, making Cephia suspicious. Could it be? The two of them turned and ran as an order rang out. All mobile cavalry, prepare for battle. Move immediately to the river crossing. When Del arrived, he saw massive orcs everywhere. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. They made their move before we could act. Just then, Vale approached and called out, Young Master Del. Del responded in kind, Sir Vale. Vale said in a serious tone, Please give the order. Del couldn't help but analyze the situation. Thousands of orcs are making a desperate charge. To risk a direct crossing of a river that's considered a natural fortress, it shows how dire their situation is. After a moment of deliberation, Del calmly gave his orders. Sir Vale, lead 4 cavalry companies to the front lines immediately. We must annihilate the orc vanguard that has crossed the river before they can establish a bridgehead. At that moment, he looked more like a brilliant commander than ever. I will lead the other 2 companies to strike the enemy's rear. Vale didn't hesitate, quickly accepting the command. As you command, young master. The battle between the soldiers and the orcs was fierce. The orcs were swarming forward. Vale commanded from the rear. Do not let those monsters set foot on the shore. Archers aim. At his command, hundreds of arrows rained down on the orcs, forcing them back. Fire. On another front, a unit was being directed to create a diversion. Del, on horseback, prayed silently. Just hold on a little longer, Vale. Not far away, a figure seemed to have been waiting for Del's group for a long time. They were ambushing from both sides, just waiting for the right moment to strike. On the battlefield, the commands continued to ring out. Archers, draw your bows. Arrows rained down on the savage orcs below. Fire. Some were hit, while other cunning ones managed to evade the volley and charge forward. The wolves carrying the orcs leaped, soaring through the air as if to attack from above. The wolves tore into the soldiers like predators. A series of agonized screams rang out. Help me. The orcs grew more numerous and ferocious. The survivors felt a deep sense of dread. They've already reached the bridge. Even so, their will to fight didn't waver. Don't let the orcs advance another step. Push them back. They fought to defend, clearing a path for Del, who was charging in another direction. Del was galloping on his horse, calculating silently. The enemy has force-marched a long distance. It's very likely their supply line has been cut. I've devised a 2-pronged strategy. While Vale holds them at the front, we'll circle around the shallow part of the river upstream and launch a surprise attack on the enemy's exposed flank from behind. He prayed silently. Just hold on a little longer, Vale. On Vale's front, the situation was dire as more men fell. The monster, the orc before them, was massive and overwhelmingly strong. A sudden command rang out. Now, attack the rear. The orcs at the front turned in shock to see their rear being devastated. Vale was overjoyed to see Del and his group charging in. Young Master Del. He felt a wave of relief seeing Vale was safe. Vale, Del shouted towards him. Push the formation forward. Vale quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, young master. He then raised his voice to boost the troops' morale. The enemy on this side has been isolated. Do not fear. Tighten the encirclement with the young master's cavalry. The 2 sides clashed with brutal ferocity. Show no mercy. Del had now joined the fray. He unleashed his power, aiming directly at the orcs before him. Shadow bullet. Del smiled faintly. The situation seemed to be under control. The young master is leading the charge. Just then, a massive orc launched a sneak attack on him. A second later, a figure darted forward to block the blow. The huge orc was cut down with a single, powerful slash. Charlotte was fulfilling her duty. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Nearby, Cephia was trying to erect a barrier. She reported urgently to Del. Del, if we delay any longer, the orc unit will reform their lines. He made a quick decision. We'll pull back before they can begin their encirclement. Vale was still fighting on the battlefield. The orcs suddenly changed direction, turning back. Vale shouted a warning. Young master, the orc cavalry is turning back. Without hesitation, Del wheeled his horse around. Retreat. The orcs relentlessly pursued Del's group. He gripped the reins tightly, thinking, we've achieved our objective. We don't need to win every battle decisively. Now we just need to lure them far enough that their reinforcements can't reach them, then wipe them out, one by one. Del estimated the distance. This should be far enough. Just then, Cephia noticed something. That is, a figure suddenly appeared among the orc ranks. He was calmly riding with the monsters. A horse. He immediately channeled his power, creating a flame. Cephia felt a surge of alarm. She only had time to shout a warning. Del, look out. Cephia unleashed her power almost instantly. A wall of ice spikes erupted from the ground to block their pursuers. But the man on horseback didn't seem fazed at all. He reined in his horse and gathered his mana. A fireball shot forward. Ice and fire met. The two streams of magic clashed. And then, the fireball began to gain the upper hand. The ice wall was about to give way. It shattered the ice spikes and rushed forward, incinerating a group of Del's soldiers. He was shocked to see that everything behind them had been turned to ash. What is that fire? It incinerated everything, leaving not even a corpse or a bone fragment behind. Del was horrified, a terrible premonition dawning on him. Could they be? He immediately turned and gave an order. Everyone scatter. The enemy's mage tower purifiers have appeared. We're facing fire mages. The purifiers, battle mages raised solely to incinerate the enemies of the Empire and the Red Magic Tower. They are the enforcers of the Era's will. Cephia was suspicious of this sudden development. For a mage from the Sigma Tower to come all this way means. Del confirmed her thoughts. That's right. They came for me. Charlotte nodded to Cephia as Del's voice echoed. Don't stop moving. Don't gather in one place. The group spurred their horses onward without stopping. Del was anxious about their predicament. This is the worst-case scenario. If we form up and try a frontal assault, it's suicide against the tower mage's overwhelming firepower. At the same time, if we scatter too widely and break formation, the orc cavalry will pin us down. Del was weighing the pros and cons of a bold decision. So, there's no other choice but to use that power. Just then, a voice pulled him back to reality. Get off your horse, Del. Cephia spurred her horse closer to him. She spoke, to Del's astonishment. Let me fulfill my duty as a teacher. He seemed to understand what Cephia meant. He abruptly reined in his horse, kicking up a cloud of dust. The soldiers stared at him in shock. Young master, Del calmly gave his instructions. The rest of the cavalry will continue to carry out my orders as planned. Charlotte, you will ride ahead and report our situation to my father. Charlotte hesitated, wanting to refuse. But, she reminded him from her horse, I have a duty to protect you. Del looked at her calmly and said, This is an order from your master. Charlotte fell silent, struggling with his words. Don't worry about me. Once you're on a horse, you can't let your guard down for even a moment. Finally, given the situation, she accepted his decision. Yes, sir. Charlotte led the remaining soldiers and galloped ahead. Del sighed. Well, we can't run anymore, even if we wanted to. Cephia suddenly asked, Were you planning to run? But Del just laughed. No. He looked her straight in the eye and said sincerely, How could I possibly leave my teacher behind? Del let out a helpless sigh. Now, we can't run even if we wanted to. Hearing that, Cephia wanted to confirm his intentions. You were planning to run? Del confidently refuted it. Her? No. Cephia smiled softly at his answer. How could I possibly leave my master behind? Then she gently raised her hand. I see. As Cephia channeled her magic, she expressed her feelings. Thank you, Del. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot appeared. Orcs riding wolves charged aggressively toward the two of them. Unwavering, Sephia focused on her incantation. Oh, crystalline frost. At her words, a layer of ice covered all the enemies. Freeze everything. The horses of the purifiers behind them were also partially frozen. They began to panic at Sephia's power. Damn it, did she freeze this entire area? Del calmly introduced her from the side. Your opponent right now is an elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a sixth circle archmage. If you wanted to pick a fight, you should have at least been prepared for this level of power. Then he questioned them sternly. What is your purpose? Why is the Sigma Tower working with the demon race? One of the group stubbornly prepared to attack. You are nothing but targets to be incinerated. The man threw a blazing fireball toward Del. Offer your deaths to the color red. Facing this attack, Sephia showed no fear. She casually countered the enemy's magic. Blue counterspell, dispel. With that, Sephia stood proudly, hand swept back. Del immediately shouted an order to his men. Knights of the Salsin family. Their attack has been nullified. The knights surged forward in response. Raise your lances and advance. He commanded his troops from the rear. All forces charge. A sharp sword stroke sent a tall orc's head flying. The battle between humans and monsters raged intensely. Elsewhere, Olin was solemnly addressing his mages. Young mages, what you are about to face is no simple battle. His stern words echoed. What awaits you is the abyss of the battlefield, a place where the stench of blood and fear mingle with chaos and despair. Everyone listened intently, their bodies tense. Do not be obsessed with victory or defeat. Let chaos and death become your nourishment. He placed a hand on his chest, conveying his conviction. Carry your fear, but do not yield to it. Every death you witness today will be the price paid to forge the person you will become tomorrow. Finally, Olin raised his voice to rally the mages. Go, mages who bear the Salsin name. Burn today's deaths into your eyes and turn them into the strength that will change tomorrow. After he finished, he turned to Eric. Eric. She immediately responded with utmost respect. Yes, Tower Master. Olin gave her the mission in a low voice. It is time. Take the children to the intersection. Eric quickly accepted his command. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, someone ran up in a panic, shouting, Horned Duke. Olin recognized the person. Aren't you Lady Charlotte? Charlotte, having no time to spare, reported the situation. The young master is in danger. Back at Del's battle, the thundering of thousands of hooves echoed. The lance-wielding knights charged relentlessly. Charge. But the purifier was not one to be easily defeated. He created a magic orb and threw it at the crowd. Both Del and Sephia combined their strength to block the attack. Don't even think about it. The collision of ice and fire created a wall separating the two sides. Del's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. The wall has also blocked the cavalry's advance, but that's still better than taking casualties. Del created sharp ice shards for a surprise counterattack. Now it's time for payback. Using the fragments from the ice wall, I'll create countless ice spikes. He unleashed his technique, aiming at the enemy. Maximus Ice Javelin. The ice spikes shot through the air, but they evaporated completely against the purifier's fire shield. Del couldn't hide his scowl as his plan failed. He had noticed something unusual about them. That fire armor isn't just normal protective gear. So that's how he withstood Lady Sephia's attack earlier? The power of that armor? A knight shouted and charged toward the enemy. Your flame ends here. The purifiers also took a stance, ready to fight. However, instead of engaging the knight, they suddenly scattered. What? Their target was Sephia. The purifiers are approaching Lady Sephia. Del quickly moved to protect her. He easily unleashed an attack, making the purifier pay the price. Shadow Phantom Bullet. Hit by the attack, he collapsed, unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it, Del stood before him, demanding information. Answer me now. What is your true purpose? Hearing the question, the purifier smiled to himself. Why are you targeting and attacking me? He answered, but his words were cryptic. Soon, everything in this world will burn. As he spoke, he revealed a wild, crazed look. And in this burning world, they will rise from the ashes. Del's eyes widened in shock as he realized the man's intention. Could that be? He finally understood its true function. Self-destruction magic. So the armor's real purpose wasn't defense. It's a self-destruct tool that incinerates the wearer's own body. Sifia also sensed the danger and shouted his name. Del. Del could only yell a warning back. Master, get away. But the man's body was already engulfed in flames. It's too late. He spread his arms and bid the world farewell. Farewell. Then, a massive explosion erupted, creating a thick cloud of smoke. At the center of the explosion, everything was barren and desolate. Fortunately, both Del and Sifia were not too heavily affected. He approached Sifia to check her injuries. Thankfully, Master is safe. Del blamed himself for her protection. Right before the explosion, I received an ice armor from Master and avoided a fatal wound. But she was caught in the blast while trying to protect me. He also felt guilty for not being able to protect everyone. And what's more, even the Black Raven Knight Order was caught in the explosion. One of the purifiers targeted Del. The young master is still alive. Excellent. He's mine. The man tried to seize the opportunity to take his life. Die. But Del instantly teleported away. He finished him with a few sword strokes. The power within Del erupted violently. Finally, the man's body exploded in midair. Del's face was contorted as he remarked, "That makes two. I have suffered and waited for this moment. I have never forgotten the days of torture and bodily modification. Not a single day of peace." Now, he was confident enough to declare to his enemy, "Don't even dream of running now. I will return the pain I've suffered many times over." Nearby, Sifia was slowly regaining consciousness. She was startled by a piercing, tragic scream. Before Sifia's eyes was the sight of Del confronting the enemy. He swung his sword, launching a direct attack on the purifiers. And then, his body also emitted a source of light. Another terrifying explosion followed. Those nearby were also burned by the flames. Sifia stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. The bodies of the knights I wanted to protect, incinerated and vanished in a firestorm. Now, everything was spiraling out of control. The battlefield was no different from a living hell. Those men reveled in the chaos. Burn brighter, noble blood. The next moment, Del's blade pierced his chest. But the thing that best fits the word hell is, at this moment, he had lost conscious control of his mind. A cruel, dense darkness was sweeping across the battlefield. Necromancy. The other purifiers charged in for a surprise attack. Damn it. Even the suicide attack didn't work. Everyone charge. Surround and attack him at once. Del pulled his sword from the man's chest. Then he spun around to counter those who were charging at him. Del's blade, imbued with dark magic, swung forward. At the same time, someone tried to attack him from behind. It was as if all the pain that had been accumulating and suppressed for so long. But Del quickly detected it and countered. He unleashed all his fury through his sword strikes, which exploded like sharp blades. The breathless purifiers began to self-destruct. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust filled the sky once more. One of the purifiers couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable." He looked at the murderous aura radiating from Del and declared, "He is the embodiment of vengeance." He stood before the purifier and declared, "Your mission has failed." What Del said didn't seem to bother him. "Because in the end, you couldn't kill me." On the contrary, the purifier was gloating. You can still speak of victory while looking at this scene?" He continued his verbal assault on Del. "Even if your black magic tower can manipulate death, do you think we fear such a pathetic end?" The purifier charged at him, intending to take him down with him. "We are ready to embrace death and are always willing to incinerate this body." Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising Del. "You say you are ready to embrace death?" The arrogant man shouted his creed. "Long live the Empire." Sifia, witnessing the explosion from behind, hurriedly called his name. "Del." But something strange happened that astonished Del. "What is this?" The purifier's body was still intact. The purifier who should have died was still alive. "What's going on?" The person behind them spoke, interrupting the standoff. "Contrary to what you might think, being ready to die is easier than you imagine." Everyone immediately recognized Olin, the Dark Duke. He calmly approached the purifiers. "But do you have the resolve not to die?" They were confused by his question. "What?" Olin maintained his serious tone as he lectured them. "The act that requires more courage than the will to die in battle is the determination to survive. The purifiers lost their patience and attacked. Stop spouting nonsense. They all wanted to use their self-destruct technique. Die. And yet, they couldn't use it anymore. Again, while he was still confused, Olin closed in. You still don't realize? An immense pressure radiated from him. That I have not yet given you permission to die? Olin focused his mana, forming a small orb. In this place, there is no way for you to touch death. The orb released black tendrils that enveloped the purifiers. Curse, abhorrent fusion. Their bodies began to distort under Olin's magic. He calmly cast the spell without a hint of hesitation. Before Olin now was just a grotesque, malformed mass. To continue living is many times more painful and agonizing than being ready to die. Olin frowned, stating his view bluntly. I will not ask why you followed the orcs and wanted to kill Del, because there is no point in seeking the truth from those who have already abandoned their own lives. So he used another method to teach the purifiers a lesson. Live out your lives in this hideous form. A dying knight called out weakly to Del. Young master. He struggled to express his wish. Please, young master. Even if I die, let me fulfill my duty as a Black Raven Knight. Del gently supported the knight's body. I understand your will. He bowed his head, acknowledging his service. I and the Salson family will never forget your devotion. Hearing this, the knight could finally pass away in peace. Olin witnessed this scene and called out softly, Del. He quickly assessed the battle's outcome. The losses seemed quite heavy. Del knew he had failed in his duty. I am ashamed. Olin confirmed gently. As a commander, are you blaming yourself? Del didn't shy away, admitting everything. I sent the knights of the Salson family to their deaths. Hearing Del's regretful words, Olin's heart softened. I should have ordered the knights to retreat from the very beginning. Olin tried to comfort him. Don't blame yourself so harshly. He calmly analyzed the situation from a different perspective. Hundreds of orc cavalry and purifiers. Were you and Lady Cephia planning to face them all by yourselves? Finally, Olin acknowledged his efforts. You did your best. Even so, Del's mood did not improve. He raised his hand and softly chanted over the fallen knights. The knights of the Salson family left a final wish, that they wanted to continue fulfilling their duty even after death. In an instant, Del's mana flowed into their bodies. And this war is not yet over. He fulfilled the knight's wish in a different way. Please allow the knights of the Salson family to complete their duty. In a region where the moon hung high, at that same moment, in a magnificent, splendid tower, the Red Magic Tower, Grimson was gently stroking Elizabeth's hair, the bedroom of Marquis Zuris. His voice was gentle as he asked Elizabeth, Did you have a pleasant dream? She sat up and replied softly to Grimson, Yes. I feel as if I'm still in the rain. To be alone with a man renowned as the most handsome in the empire like this. Grimson simply raised his wine glass and replied nonchalantly, You flatter me. She was in a good mood and teased him. Grimson, am I that captivating? He went along with the mood. Then why don't you see for yourself? The two shared a passionate kiss. But in an instant, Elizabeth's face filled with terror. Red drops dripped onto the floor. She couldn't believe what was happening. What is this? My mouth is filled with the taste of metal. Elizabeth realized what she had drunk. Could this be blood? Grimson gently lifted her chin. Oh my, he asked with a dangerous look. Is the drink not to your liking? The entire forest reeked of a sinister scent, a bad omen. The ferocious and hideous face of an orc appeared. Deafening roars echoed continuously. With a muscular body 3 times the size of Hemet, it launched a relentless assault, but he nimbly dodged. The orc was merciless. It slammed its weapon down, but this time Hemet was able to block it with his sword. While blocking the blow, he gritted his teeth. This one is the leader, an orc war boss. Even though they had wiped out most of the orcs, the final resistance was fierce. At this critical moment, Del appeared steadfastly and said, Uncle Hemet, please step back. His voice was firm and full of responsibility. Defeating them is my duty, and that of my knights. Something landed, kicking up a cloud of white dust from the ground. It was the movement of the knights under Del's command. They moved like lightning, their techniques clean and decisive. Hemet stood frozen, muttering in astonishment. What in the world is that? His face was filled with bewilderment. Can such power be achieved through a necromancer's control? Unbelievable. Has young Master Dell's swordsmanship reached such a level? Finally, Dell himself charged into battle. A single powerful sword strike was enough to make the orc retreat in terror. But being pushed back so quickly seemed to enrage the leader even more. Its eyes blazed. Grup! A roar shook the very air. Even Dell was startled by the resounding sound. Hemet urgently shouted a warning. Everyone, fall back. You can't withstand it. But Dell didn't. He calmly walked straight toward the orc, despite Hemet's desperate cries to stop him. Young master, it's too dangerous. Dell replied nonchalantly, don't worry. He stood still, arms pushed straight out in front of him, and calculated in his head. 300, 1,000, 2,000, still not enough. He pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, and told himself, more ruthless, more cruel, more terrifying. Suddenly, the black ram appeared and hugged him tightly from behind, whispering, shall I lend you a hand? Dell refused flatly. It's not time for you to show yourself yet. He had already considered the possibility. One small misstep, and I could lose the initiative. Using your power in front of everyone is too dangerous. But the black ram didn't care. She chuckled softly. Don't worry. I like your world. Her dark eyes slowly opened as she affirmed, I would never do anything you hate. Her arms clung tightly to Dell's shoulders as she continued to whisper in his ear. So, feel free to use my power. With the black ram's support, Dell's entire body radiated an authoritative power, enough to suppress his opponent without even lifting a finger. The black ram materialized in a cloud of pitch-black smoke, only her wide eyes visible. The orc, aggressive and bloodthirsty, charged forward recklessly. Shadow Lance. A simple attack, but it was enough to stop it in its tracks. A sharp, flexible projectile pierced straight through the orc's head. Its whole body went rigid, its eyes darkening. A stream of red blood flowed from its head down to the spear that had just fallen from its hand. Officially, it was defeated. The other knights raised their arms and cheered. The young master has defeated the orc war boss. Dell let out a relieved smile. The protector of the north. The one who defeated the leader of the 7 orcs to stand against the great migration of the demon race. The rightful heir of the Horned Duke's family. A new layer of reverence was added to the infamy and terror of the name Dark Prince. After the battle, back at the Black Magic Tower, Olin was in a tense discussion. Any results from the investigation into the purifiers? Facing him, Eric reported honestly, no. Although we took the purifier's brains and investigated for 3 days and nights, most of their brain functions had been removed, including having their memories erased by magic. Olin steepled his fingers and nodded. Just as I thought. He interpreted the information he had. They knew in advance that Dell would lead the cavalry and act separately. It was likely a traitor from within our ranks who gave specific orders to the purifiers, including Dell's schedule. Eric asked directly, do you have any other suspicions? At this, Olin dropped a bombshell. The monsters of truth. Eric asked, stunned. You mean the hardline elders of the Black Magic Tower are colluding with the Sigma Tower? He calmly explained, have you forgotten the activities of the Hachi Doctrine Squad? The Hachi Doctrine Squad was an unofficial force established for academic research and cooperation between the Black Magic Tower and the Sigma Tower during the Imperial Unification War. After the war ended, this force was disbanded and all records were erased. The Black Magic Tower, under the Dark Duke, chose to sever ties with the darkness of the old era. However, some of the hardliners considered the unforgivable crimes of the Hachi Doctrine Squad to be a process of seeking truth. It was those monsters who rejected the Dark Duke's regime and joined hands with Sigma Tower. Understanding what Olin was implying, Eric sighed. Another purge is about to begin. Olin looked weary, his voice filled with exhaustion. I suppose so. A while later, Dell and Olin stood beneath the palace. To be precise, they were in the secret chamber, deep underground, of the Dark Duke. Dell looked at the 2 sleeping figures. They are the knights who trusted and followed me. They died trying to protect me, even in the face of death. He emphasized, as their commander, I have a duty to honor their wishes. Dell asked Olin directly, please teach me how to activate the debtor. Olin spent a few moments in thought. The potential this child has shown. When he eventually replaces me at the pinnacle of the Black Magic Tower, from this darkness that even I cannot escape, how much freedom can this child achieve? And then, He gave his answer softly. Later, when you have grown, surpassed me, and reached the pinnacle of the Black Magic Tower. Olin's declaration stunned Del. This army of shadows will naturally become yours. Now it was his turn to ponder. I immediately understood the hidden meaning in Father's words. To personally defeat the head of the Black Magic Tower, the most skilled black mage on the continent. Del said in a low voice, Father. He made a proposal that made Olin smile with satisfaction. Right here, right now, may I be so bold as to request a duel, as your disciple? Olin showed his readiness. And what will you wager in this duel? Del raised an eyebrow, his expression intensely serious. The pinnacle that Father spoke of. I want to know what that realm is like. He immediately replied, Please allow me to use my full strength. Olin had been waiting for this moment. The corner of his mouth curved up. Very well. A black aura slowly enveloped them as the tension of the duel mounted. Olin offered a light taunt. Feel free to give it your all. Del opened his palm, facing it down, and chanted the incantation. Awaken, O swords of the Salson family. The two Shadow Knights charged forward under his control. Olin praised him, a very fluent incantation. As he spoke, he quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge the attack. Del warned, if they attack together, you won't be able to dodge. A familiar incantation then echoed in the secret chamber. Sadok. Olin still didn't move. He stood still, watching the sharp points about to pierce him. Somehow, he made them all stop their attack, freezing them in place just like himself. Del was astonished. Their movements have stopped, Olin slowly explained, in duels between black mages. As he spoke, he took control of Del's two Shadow Knights with his hands. Losing control of your creations is more fatal than anything else. Del's face paled. He clearly hadn't anticipated this, and his eyes widened in shock. Watching Olin, he suddenly remembered. It's exactly like that time. Darkness always flows to where it is denser and deeper. A flicker of panic gave way to renewed determination. Del pressed his lips together. If that's the case, he thrust both hands straight out in front of him, telling himself, I'll focus my consciousness just like I did then. Once his mind was under control, Del easily reclaimed his two subordinates from Olin's grasp, then continued to command them to attack Olin. A single, decisive sword strike severed Olin's head. But Del had not expected this outcome. His face turned ashen. Father, Olin could still speak. How astonishing. Not only that, but his expression was as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect you to be able to wrest control of the spirits from my hands. In the blink of an eye, his head was back in its proper place. Del was horrified. How on earth? Olin said calmly. I told you, did I not? I do not permit them to die. Del was filled with doubt. Could it be reality manipulation? Magic is the power to turn imagination into reality. However, the human mind is inherently imperfect and cannot achieve omnipotence. But at the pinnacle of magic, one can use their own will to manipulate the very laws of this world. Now, Del's mind was beginning to clear. So that's it. It was the same when he faced the purifiers. Father erased the very concept of death. His face twisted. This was an unwinnable battle from the start. He could only laugh bitterly. Time passed slowly. Not long after halting the great migration of the demon race, a messenger from the Emperor arrived to commend the Salson family. Olin sat on his throne, listening to the report. During the chaos of the great demon migration, His Imperial Majesty has expressed deep satisfaction with the loyalty and decisiveness shown by the Salson family. Olin immediately frowned. Satisfaction, not gratitude? The messenger continued. In particular, despite his young age, the Dark Prince's heroic deeds and outstanding performance have been clearly relayed to the royal family. Every word of the edict was read clearly. To commend this achievement and to promote exchange between the Black and Red Towers. The final decree was what shocked both Olin and Del. We wish to temporarily invite the young master of the Salson family to the Sigma Towers Academy in the Imperial capital. An invitation? Olin, keenly aware of the situation, angrily objected. It's too dangerous. Sending you to the Imperial capital now is far too dangerous. He looked at Del and asked seriously, Are you planning to walk into your own grave? Del patiently explained to him. The son of Marquis Zurus also said he would be staying at the Black Magic Tower for an exchange. My thinking is sharp. As long as we are also holding the heir of the Red Magic Tower's master as a hostage, the other side won't dare to act rashly. Olin's face was grim, his brow furrowed. He stared intently at Del. Then he growled, reminding him of the recent event. Have you forgotten the attack by the purifiers? Del remembered, of course, but he was still adamant. If they intend to make a move against the heir of the Dark Duke in the Imperial capital, and at the Sigma Towers Academy no less, the Red Duke surely knows the repercussions of such an act. His words were so firm and clear that Olin was left speechless. From the Empire's perspective, the one they fear most is not me, but you, Father. Then he moved on to another related issue. Then how do you explain the Purifier's attack? Del answered quickly, perhaps the Red Magic Tower. He seemed somewhat amused as he mentioned a certain person. Was just testing you and me. Marquis Zuris must have been very curious to see the extent of my abilities. Del elaborated. If he truly wanted to eliminate me, he wouldn't have sent only 12 men. At this point, Olin was gradually coming around, so he just probed a little further. So, do you have any other goals you wish to achieve in the Imperial capital? Del clenched his fist and declared, I want to see this country called the Empire with my own eyes. And since the Sigma Tower has issued a challenge, Olin's frown deepened with every word. We must certainly give them a proper response. Finally, unable to dissuade Del, he could only sigh. I truly cannot understand your thinking. Olin looked down and said softly, You are right. As a father, I overlooked a judgment that a Dark Duke should not have missed. A moment later, he looked up, meeting Del's eyes, and warned, But remember this well. The moment you set foot in the Imperial capital, a slight smile touched Del's lips as he listened. They will see you as nothing more than a child with a title. Having received his father's approval, Del's joy was evident. His voice was full of excitement. I will remember those words. For you, Father, for myself, and for the Salson family. That night, in a distant mansion, someone was chuckling. He's coming soon. Grimson swirled the wine in his glass, murmuring with amusement, I'm so looking forward to this reunion. His posture was relaxed and arrogant, with a hint of contempt. Ah, youth. Curiosity always overcomes fear. Grimson turned to look at the body that had been drained to a dry skeleton. Elizabeth, what do you think of this? This is what happens when you refuse to think. He stood, approached the corpse, and kissed the back of Elizabeth's hand. But your blood was exquisite. Grimson showed a look of satisfaction. Death is a blessing. It's like a flower that blooms brilliantly and then withers beautifully. With that, he raised his wine glass again. Compared to that, an immortal life without death is truly ephemeral, empty, and filled with meaninglessness. Suddenly, Grimson violently crushed the glass in his hand. Red wine flowed between his knuckles. He walked to the window and continued his philosophical musings. No different from a weed that can never bloom in its entire life. Grimson's gaze drifted outside. He said joyfully, Welcome, young Master Del. I'm waiting. Perhaps the greatest talent in the Empire will soothe this emptiness. The next morning, Del sat in a carriage, resting his chin on his hand as he looked out at the scenery. Accompanying him were Vale and Cephia. Vale, sitting beside him, secretly observed his expression. Ever since he showed that side of himself, I haven't been able to talk to him naturally. It's the same for Lady Cephia. Once they saw me like that, I know that no apology or excuse will have any effect anymore. She glanced at him, then looked away. In no time, the carriage carrying the three of them arrived at the gates of Grimson's palace. 2 guards stationed at the main gate stepped out to greet them. Del calmly stepped down from the carriage. A man stepped out to give them a warm welcome. The heir of the Salson family has traveled a long way to be here. Del walked cautiously, his eyes scanning the entire scene. So this is the Royal Academy, under the jurisdiction of the Sigma Tower. Grimson stood with his attendants to greet them. We have been waiting for you for a long time, young master of the Salson family. He politely placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Marquis Zuris, it is an honor to meet you again. Though small in stature, Del's words were firm and proper. The honor is all mine. I am the one who should be grateful for the Sigma Tower Master's invitation. Grimson shrugged and continued. I have heard much of the young master's exploits against the great demon migration. He smiled insincerely, lavishing praise on him. Not only a scholar in your pursuits, but also a brave warrior on the battlefield. Truly a glorious and heroic tale that echoes throughout the entire empire. In contrast to his opponent's dangerously warm demeanor, Del was extremely cautious and probing. Looking at the innocent smile on his face, he could only curse inwardly. The bastard who colluded with the demon race and turned the Black Knight Order to dust is right in front of me. His fists clenched. Del reminded himself, but for now, I have to endure. Grimson continued in his honeyed tone. Every time I hear the heroic tales of the Dark Prince, spread by the curious, I truly can't help but be amazed. Del replied with deep humility. People's stories always tend to be exaggerated. He skillfully deflected it. How could that be? Grimson still held the upper hand in this greeting. We are also greatly looking forward to seeing the talent of the so-called #1 genius of the Empire here at the Academy. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, Del strode forward. He walked right past Grimson without a glance, which made him chuckle in amusement. He walked up to the two people accompanying Grimson and bowed slightly. Del of the Salson family greets the members of the royal household. The two of them were very pleased. As expected, his etiquette is impeccable. Del had deliberately greeted them to hide the uncontrollable anger on his face. Beneath that bow were eyes burning with hatred. I must wait for the right time. For the Salson family. He didn't need to look to see Grimson's malicious smile. I will make you kneel first on the very chessboard you've laid out. And Grimson was also incredibly excited. Interesting, young Master Del. A gaze boiling with hot blood. Very good. I'll be looking forward to it, your talent. Inside the magnificent royal palace in the early morning, the knight's class had been going on for some time. The professor stood at the podium, lecturing enthusiastically. In other words, Del rested his chin on his hand, his head tilted. He wasn't paying attention to the lecture droning in his ear. The fire attribute and the water attribute differ because, besides the lecture, there were whispers from the other students behind him. Is that him? That Dark Prince guy? I heard he's only 11, but has already reached the third circle of magic. Del sighed, bored with the constant gossip. It's probably a lie. How could some country bumpkin from the Black Magic Tower reach the third circle? His magic circle rotation speed probably isn't even 100 RPM. The more he heard, the more he resented Grimson. That bastard Zurus. I can't believe he deliberately threw me into the top class of the third circle. Del looked around the large lecture hall. It's been a few weeks since I arrived. The graduation exams are approaching. Graduating from the Royal Academy and becoming a mage of the Sigma Tower is a guaranteed ticket to advancement for the imperial nobility. That's why the Academy's students could never welcome an outsider like me. Del was completely lost in his own world. There haven't been any major problems so far, but Zurus definitely didn't bring me here just to sit through lectures. Suddenly, a hand shot up. A clear voice cut through the lecture. Professor. The professor looked toward the arrogant young man sitting with his feet propped up on the desk and stammered. Why yes. What is it, Leo? Leonard. The boy commented disrespectfully. Oh, nothing. It's just that this class is so boring. The professor actually seemed deferential. Is that so? I apologize. What would you like to do then? Leonard glanced down, a smirk on his face as he led the conversation. It's rare for the Black and Red Magic Towers to have an exchange, and we even have the young master of the Salson family gracing us with his presence. It was a provocative suggestion. Shouldn't we have a magic exchange worthy of the occasion? The professor broke out in a cold sweat. A magic exchange, you say, could it be? Del thought to himself, this academy is like a miniature kingdom. Bloodline and title determine one's status here, and at the very top is where the king reigns. Looking at the boy's brazen arrogance and the professor's subservient attitude, he guessed, looks like that guy is the king. He must be the son of the Sigma Tower elder, Flameblood Guter. Leonard shrugged with an air of nonchalance. That's what everyone says, after all. The one who passed the 20th floor of the tower's test. The #1 genius of the empire. The one who brought victory in the black and white tournament. He was aiming directly at Del. I heard you even single-handedly defeated an orc war boss recently, right? That's why I'm even more eager to witness that talent for myself. Faced with praise laced with sarcasm and contempt, Del just smiled and stood up straight. His voice was just as firm and powerful. Rumors tend to get exaggerated as they pass from person to person. Is that why you need to verify them with me personally? Leonard praised him with amusement. Your silver tongue is worthy of your reputation. Anyone can be a hero with just words. Prove it with your actions, young master. Del confidently accepted the challenge. Fine. I accept. The two of them walked straight to the podium and stood facing each other. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The professor was extremely worried for the Salson prince. And Master Del, are you aware of the rules regarding magic exchanges? Leonard scowled, gritting his teeth. What a pain. He's just some northern country lord. But this is the Imperial Royal Academy, and the top class of the third circle at that. He told himself, I'll make you kneel before the #1 talent of the Empire. Del looked at the professor and asked an important question. Is it all right if we don't wear life point rings? The professor hesitated, as if trying to remember. Life point rings. Del clarified his meaning. What if someone gets injured in this match and ends up losing their life? Though the duel hadn't officially started, a confident smile was already on his face. Who would be responsible for that? Are we really allowed to use magic with the intent to kill? Hearing this, the professor could only stand there, stunned. Then, suddenly, he raised his hand to stop them. Leo Leonard. This match is cancelled. I'm canceling it. Leonard snapped in annoyance. What? The professor rushed over, trying his best to dissuade him. Leonard, can we please just pretend this match never happened? Or at least put on the life point rings. As a result, the arrogant Leonard grabbed him tightly by the collar. Then he was berated. I can beat that brat even without those things. Leonard completely disregarded the professor's good intentions and even raised his voice. You just need to obediently do as I say. I'll show you what a real exchange is. Across from them, Del's patience was wearing thin. He stood with his hands on his hips and growled. How long are you going to stall, Leonard? The boy replied grandly. I'm all ready, northern young master. Leonard then made a sly proposal. But I want to add one condition. He spoke in that same sly, strange voice. If the young master here loses, then from today on, you will be deemed unqualified for the graduating class, and you will get out of this classroom. Leonard pointed to himself, feigning generosity. In return, if I lose, I will forfeit this year's graduation exam. Del summoned his sword as he listened. How's that for the spirit of an exchange? He didn't hesitate to agree. Fine. Hearing his answer, Leonard immediately closed his eyes and brought out his signature fire weapon, his specialty. An iron chain woven from scorching rays of light, like something from a volcano. Leonard lowered his voice. In that case, the professor, knowing there was nothing more he could do, took on the role of referee. The match between student Leonard and student Del will now. Before he could even finish, the two hot-headed youths were already moving. In a flash, Del and Leonard had closed the distance. Sword against chain, they clashed with a loud clang. The violent reactions scorched the air. A thick cloud of fire erupted. The spectating students couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? What's with this wind pressure? They watched intently, not daring to look away. More than that, their eyes couldn't even keep up. Del was extremely determined. His eyes burned with the desire to win, and his movements were swift. Leonard, too, entered the battle with a different mindset, resolute and highly focused. He attacked calmly and meticulously, nothing like his arrogant demeanor from before. Leonard raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting as he observed. The moment he lowered his hand, he saw Del was only a hand's breadth away, his sword already raised. A streak of purple light surrounded Leonard's upper body, along with Del's decisive thought. It's over. Just as victory was within his grasp, he was suddenly startled by a flash of light. A searing flame rushed toward him, as if to burn his face off. Del was thrown off balance. Stunned by the surprise attack, he collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Del bit his lip, his eyes cursing what his voice could not. Looking at the students supporting Leonard, he cursed silently. This coward. He then cursed him to his face. You called your friends from the very beginning? Is this the exchange you were talking about? Leonard, it turned out, was still a bastard. He laughed slyly. Heh, cowardly. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. He even used it to attack Del's morale. It seems no one here supports the young master's presence. And that wasn't all. Leonard was also insolent to his teacher. Professor, it would be best if you didn't open your mouth about what happened today. He seemed to have used this script many times before, his smooth words piercing the professor's heart. Once this gets to my father, your professorship is finished. Having dealt with public opinion, Leonard casually turned back to Dell. Shall we start again? Shamelessly, he even raised his voice. A battle to clearly determine who has the true talent. But Dell suddenly wanted to de-escalate. Let's just stop this fight here. If we stop now, this can still be considered a mistake. Leonard sneered. Haven't you grasped the situation yet? Dell flatly denied it. No. He quickly suggested, you should take a look around. Instantly, Leonard's arrogant demeanor vanished along with the thick fog that Dell had summoned. Leonard's student allies panicked. What the hell? My mana. Dell bared his teeth in a grin and uttered 3 words. How pathetic. Compared to Leonard's taunts, Dell's words were far more profound. A red mage, and you let your flame be extinguished so easily? The space around them was now a black curtain filled with magical eyes. Dell proudly introduced it. This is my world. He threw insults at his opponent. You can't even create a tiny flame. How could you possibly withstand my power? With that, Dell waved his hand and sighed in boredom, ready to end the fight. He then opened his palm toward Leonard and uttered a single, soft phrase. How boring. Too long. Black arms seized the necks of his allies. And of course, Leonard was not spared. His face was contorted in agony, drool dripping as his throat was squeezed. Dell said softly, let's end it here. At that moment, the panicked professor shouted for him to stop. Dell, stop, he pleaded, casting aside his dignity. I'll apologize as many times as you want. For my sake, please let this go. Dell, understanding the professor's tangled emotions, reassured him. Please don't worry. He turned his back as his opponents were dropped to the ground. I have no intention of killing him. Dell left Leonard with a parting shot that stung with humiliation. Next time, come prepared to risk your life. The peaceful night finally arrived, soothing the day's tensions. On a crowded street, illuminated by the lights from the houses, the respectable professor was punched squarely in the face, spitting out blood. You bastard. Leonard kicked and punched him furiously, screaming, who the hell do you think you are to represent the Walter family? He spewed vicious insults. How dare you interfere and tarnish the Walter family's name? You meddled without knowing your place and brought shame upon my family. Despite the professor clinging to his leg and begging, he was only focused on venting his anger. Just some familiar academy professor. How do you plan to take responsibility for this humiliation? Huh? The professor whimpered. I was wrong. Please spare me. Leonard grew even more furious. This time, he kicked him so hard it seemed to break his neck. Spare you? What are you barking about, you bastard? After venting his rage, he plopped down into a comfortable chair. But since he was still in a foul mood, Leonard found an excuse to kick out the tavern's other patrons. It's too noisy. Everyone get out. Someone asked what? He glared and growled. Didn't you hear me? Get that damn guy out of here, all of you. I want to be alone. Leonard's friends didn't dare argue. They worked together to help the professor leave. But they all hid their sneers behind his back. He has no talent, and his personality is trash. If it weren't for the Walter family, he would have been. The whispers, though intentionally quiet, still reached Leonard's ears. Did you see that earlier? Leonard almost got carried out of there. How could I not know? I heard he can't even take the graduation exam now. He's helpless in front of the Salson family. The shame and humiliation had followed him all day, and Leonard couldn't hold it in any longer. He crushed the glass in his hand, letting his blood flow freely. Those bastards. Just at that moment, Grimson deliberately walked in. What an interesting sight, Leonard. Leonard snapped angrily. Who let you in here? Grimson put on his innocent smile and casually taunted him. The eldest son of the Walter family, looking so pathetic. Seeing him, Leonard had to soften his tone. Red Duke. He was a bit surprised. What brings you here? Grimson walked closer. Is that so important? He deliberately poked at Leonard's sore spot. It seems you've had a rather unpleasant day. But with this person, he didn't dare make a peep and chose his words carefully. Did you come here to mock me? Grimson denied it. If that were the case, I would have turned and left long ago. I came here just to see if you still have any value left for me to expect anything from. He opened a wooden box containing a bracelet and tempted Leonard. If used well, this item can help you erase today's humiliation. With just a few manipulative words, Grimson had Leonard mesmerized. Of course, This power does not come without a price. Leonard, still with a shred of clarity, asked, "But why are you giving this to me?" Grimson flattered him. It would be a shame for someone with talent to fall like this, wouldn't it? He leaned in closer, sweet-talking him. Naturally, this is not a treasure that just anyone can use. If an incompetent person touches it, it will be a double-edged sword that incinerates the user before they can even activate its power. His words flowed smoothly, as it was all part of his plan. If you can withstand it, it will be an opportunity. If not, it will only be a flame that hastens your failure. To provoke Leonard's wicked and competitive nature, he pressed him. "So what will you do?" Leonard officially fell into the trap, declaring forcefully, "That highest position was mine to begin with." Grimson bared his teeth in a satisfied grin. "Excellent." In another mansion within the palace, a soft light still glowed from the lamp. Del sat on his bed, deep in meditation to restore his strength. A doubt crept into his mind. That Iori guy? Did he really call me all the way out here just to watch these brats put on a pathetic show? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, that can't be it. Unlike the battle that day, these new recruits were just laughable. Del couldn't stop questioning it. What Iori truly wants must be something else. He was so focused that the knock on the door made him jump. A hurried voice called out, "Del." He recognized it. Professor Serbia. He slowly walked to the door and opened it. When he saw CIA, he quickly spoke. "Please, come in." The door closed, leaving the two of them alone to talk. But several minutes passed in awkward silence. Finally, Del had to speak first, though he was just as flustered. "Thank you for accompanying me all the way to the Imperial capital." Not knowing what else to say, he just repeated himself. "Thank you." CIA asked gently, "Are the classes at the academy to your liking?" Del answered honestly, "They can't possibly compare to your teachings, Professor." Silence once again filled the room. CIA spoke hesitantly. "That day, I saw the grief on your face when you lost your knights. I'm so sorry." Del was taken aback. "Please, don't blame yourself." He quickly continued, "You were protecting me. Losing the swords of the Salzen family was my mistake." CIA gently took his hand. "That's not true." A smile graced her kind face. "I promised I would stay by your side and protect you." Her voice was soft. "That doesn't just mean protecting you alone. I don't want you to have to suffer." Del stared blankly. "Professor Serbia." She turned and wrapped her arms around Del's small frame. CIA was smiling, but her words carried an indescribable anxiety. "A child like you. Why do you have such empty eyes? I'm sure I can't possibly understand everything." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "But it's okay, because I will always be on your side." Del didn't know how to respond. He could only return the hug and whisper, "Thank you, Professor." Time passed slowly in this unfamiliar territory. A few days later, the graduation exam had arrived. The professor announced in a loud voice, "All right then. The duel between Del and Valo will now begin." A familiar voice cut through the air. "Wait." The surrounding crowd immediately started whispering. "Leonard? What's going on? Is that Leonard? Why is he here?" The professor was flustered. "The exam is already in progress. If you cause another disturbance here, I won't be held responsible." Leonard glared and shouted, "Responsible? You dare speak the word responsible to me?" He struck a nerve with a single sentence. "You've been stuck at the fourth circle your whole life. Don't you dare lecture me about the rules." And today his target was still the same. "Del, I'm here to finish things with you." With Grimson's treasure to aid him, Leonard was brimming with confidence. "Shall we begin our battle for the title of the Empire's #1 genius?" The space was dyed red, just like last time. But this time, the fight was far more suffocating. Leonard was dead set on winning. The expression on his face made that perfectly clear. Fire chains lashed out toward Del relentlessly. Seeing Del on the defensive, Leonard jeered. "Where'd all that bravado from last time go? All you can do is run like a scared little rat." His smile twisted into a warped grin. "I'm just now getting used to this power. With this strength, I'll show you." Leonard, blinded by his greed for fame and glory, who the real #1 talent in the Empire is. Del keenly sensed the difference in his opponent. Overclocking, forcing the rotation speed of a magic circle beyond the caster's limit. It's no different from a mage cutting off all their escape routes. He also knew where Leonard got that power. It seems that Ruby Crystal Bracelet is forcibly amplifying his mana. "To duel me, He stole his own family's treasure? Even as his opponent, Del felt a flicker of concern for Leonard. Whatever it is, Leonard doesn't have the capacity to withstand that thing. If the artifact goes berserk, he'll be consumed by it in the end. But Leonard was oblivious, too busy taunting him. Just because you won once, you think the whole world is at your feet? After a few short minutes, he charged forward aggressively. Now it's your turn to taste it. The fire chains, carrying all of Leonard's boiling rage, struck directly at Del. Flames engulfed the lecture hall. The students fled in a panic. The professor stood waiting at the main door, shouting to everyone. Everyone, evacuate now? Del reacted calmly, twisting his body in a flash to dodge the attack. Leonard was growing more and more insane. He laughed excitedly as he attacked. You can't fight back anymore, can you? You northern brat. Why don't you try opening that oh-so-proud world of yours again? Del's face was grim, his voice sharp. You seem to be misunderstanding something. He didn't bother hiding his contempt, insulting him directly. I don't even need to summon my world for someone like you. The hand holding his sword was still without a single scratch. A purple aura began to spread from it. Leonard was stunned. What? In a flash, Del's blade swept past Leonard, leaving him no time to react. A single slash, and a choked gasp escaped Leonard's lips. He stood there, stunned, before his knees buckled. He was too disappointed to even cry. How in the world? Del offered some kind advice. It's not too late. Give up now and get rid of that artifact. He knew exactly what was happening inside Leonard's body. The pain is becoming unbearable, isn't it? In the end, that artifact will only destroy you first. Del was patient. If you keep pushing yourself, things will become irreversible. Leonard shouted him down. Don't be ridiculous. He screamed. What the hell do you know about my limits? Leonard pushed himself back to his feet, declaring one thing. Nothing is irreversible anymore. His chest swelled, all his pent-up resentment exploding outward. Now watch closely. This is my true power. I am the Empire's #1 genius, Leonard Walter. Raging flames surrounded them both, leaving no escape. Leonard was immensely proud of his new achievement. I did it. I finally did it. I've reached the 4th circle. This is my world. You're the one who's going to taste defeat here. Del was genuinely worried for him. This has become a problem. Looking at Leonard's delusional state, he analyzed the situation. His mindscape has encroached upon reality. This is something that shouldn't be possible for an ordinary mage. But paradoxically, it's happening precisely because of Leonard's talent. His opponent couldn't see it. A cry of pure satisfaction. I am Leonard Walter, the #1 genius of the Empire and the pride of the Walter family. But at that moment, the curses of his own father, Walter, echoed in his head. Leonard Walter, are you satisfied with just this? This success isn't yours. For the survival of our family, this is nowhere near enough. If you truly are the hope of this family, you must show me more. For some reason, Del could see it all. All of Leonard's emotions were leaking out from his mindscape. Sometimes, high-level mages can actively project their mindscape onto others. He saw right through his opponent. However, Leonard's mindscape was different from those of high-level mages. It was the result of forcing his way to the 4th circle, causing him to lose control and his consciousness to run wild. Leonard was lost in his dream. All of you look up to me. You should be revering me. Del sighed, helpless. What a pity. A truly hopeless brat. He spoke slowly to him. Leonard, I will show you the mindscape you've always been searching for. Leonard asked in shock, what? Del's voice was soft, but his eyes were filled with fierce determination. It means I'm going to deploy my own mindscape. But I wonder if you can withstand it. As he spoke, his hand moved. All the rage and emptiness that I've had to swallow. A mass of darkness immediately shot out towards Leonard. He was too stunned to move. But inside that mass of darkness, he saw his entire miserable past. Leonard couldn't even last a second. He collapsed, utterly terrified. He screamed, What is this? What the hell are you? Del replied calmly, what's wrong? This is what you've always wanted. You were so jealous of me, drowning in your inferiority and always craving this talent of mine. Leonard scrambled backward in fear as Del approached. Please stay away. Don't come any closer. In that instant, he felt crushed by Del's presence. Why are you trying to run? This is the price for the talent you so desperately craved. Leonard's face was pale as he heard the words. Are you ready to pay that price? The air gradually cleared. The fire and smoke vanished the moment Leonard broke. I was wrong. I'm sorry for not recognizing you, my lord. The professor, who was used to being beaten by him, was stunned. No way. Oh my God. Dell glanced over and smiled. You're just in time. Leonard buried his head against the floor, muttering, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Dell instructed the professor, get him to the infirmary, quickly. Gasps of amazement came from the students. My God. Look at how pathetic he is now, saying I'm sorry. Everyone had to wonder, is that really Leonard Walter? And so, the rampage at the academy came to a close. Leonard Walter withdrew from his studies for personal reasons. Afterward, a rumor spread among the students that Leonard had gone insane. On a night of pouring rain, inside the Leonard family mansion, someone was in a state of absolute fury. The bloodline of the Walter family. Has it really come to this? A fist clenched tightly, radiating a murderous aura. Impossible. This can't be happening. Walter, the head of the family, sat on his throne, looking down at his son as if he were a criminal. Dell of Salzen, that damned brat from the Horned Duke's family. I'm sorry. We don't know what else to say. No one dared to speak before Gunter of the Blazing Blood, an elder of the tower, a six-circle mage, and the current count of the Walter family. Just as tensions were at their peak, the figure of Grimson slowly appeared. Count Walter. As always, he led with a carefree smile, but his words were laced with venom. You must be heartbroken, Lord Tower Master. To have your heart torn to pieces, and by the underaged heir of the Horned Duke's family, no less. Grimson feigned sympathy. I can completely understand you being so furious that you'd forget your own station and start cursing. Walter quickly deferred. My apologies, Lord Tower Master. It is all due to my son Leonard's shortcomings. He was extremely careful with his attitude toward him. Towards the eldest son of the Horned Duke's family, whom you personally brought here, I hold absolutely no grudge. Grimson let out a thoughtful oh. Is that so? Walter hastily confirmed, it is. Please, dismiss this misunderstanding. Grimson began his sly manipulation. Well, that's a shame. Just as he had with the son, Grimson pulled out a jeweled bracelet to tempt him. I thought I came here to help Count Walter get his revenge. The long night passed, and sunlight once again bathed the world. The lecture hall was filled with students, just like any other day. But today, everyone had the same question. The professor is late today, isn't he? Yeah, the students gossiped. Leonard didn't just withdraw. He chickened out before he could be disciplined. It seems the school wants to quietly sweep this under the rug. Dell rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Leonard was a weaker opponent than I imagined. He could also predict, Iris probably won't just stand by and take this. Amidst the chatter, the professor walked in and spoke. Hello, students. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The red hair was very familiar, as was the slick voice. I feel very happy to be able to meet you all like this. Grimson stood at the podium, introducing himself smoothly. Today, I will be taking over the class in place of your usual professor. Seeing him, a nerve in Dell's head twitched violently. Grimson. A dark premonition pricked at him. He came here in person? What in the world is he planning? Grimson brought up the incident between Dell and Leonard. Not long ago, something rather unpleasant happened right here, didn't it? Leonard Walter was truly a student of great expectations. He used his deep, gravelly voice to remind the students. All of you here once had to tremble and bow your heads before him. Did you not? I know there are many rumors among you about Leonard withdrawing on his own. If you had to grovel before a piece of trash who didn't even have a shred of talent, then you should understand what you must do when you stand before me. With just that, Grimson had seized control of the entire room's psyche. Everyone feared him, and he reveled in it. That's enough talk about useless insects. What I will be teaching you here today is... Grimson deliberately lowered his voice. History. Dell lifted his head to look at him. History? He began his lecture, just like a qualified professor. The Imperial Unification War. As you all know, there was a time when countless deaths were buried in the name of the greater good. Among them, the two towers, Black and Red, were established under the guise of cooperation and academic research. They formed a secret force to maintain the post-war balance. That name was the Black-Red Order. Hearing this, Dell's stomach dropped. What? Why is he bringing up a name that was buried by the war? Grimson continued nonchalantly, under the noble cause of pursuing the truth of power and the greater good. It was a place that used prisoners of war to conduct experiments on living bodies. They recorded their reactions as they died, then stitched the torn bodies back together and forced them to stand, repeating the same experiments under the same conditions countless times. Grimson was skilled at evoking emotion in his listeners. Because on the battlefield, morality is nothing but a luxury. The students were captivated. The proof was in the immediate buzz of conversation as soon as he finished speaking. A force like that really existed? I had no idea. He chuckled. What a surprising reaction. Then he spread his arms and raised his voice. You who wish to become mages of the Sigma Tower feel guilty over a little thing like morality? Be proud. It is thanks to the wisdom of our predecessors that you are here today. Never one to leave Dell alone. He immediately turned to him. However, the young master's expression doesn't look too good, does it? Grimson provoked him. Could it be that the young master feels as uncomfortable as these children? He added a disparaging remark. Just like the Black Duke, you've chosen morality over truth. Grimson sighed in disappointment. The Black Duke was the same. He was held back by cheap morality, and his journey toward the truth came to a halt. Dell's eyes widened. I know about this, too. After the war ended, the Empire wanted to maintain the organization, but Father took matters into his own hands and disbanded it entirely. The records of the Black Red Order should have vanished into the annals of history. Grimson continued to make Dell the center of attention. But young Master Dell is very different. I have seen the image of a true Black Magic Tower Master in young Master Dell's talent and actions. His expression slowly twisted into a grotesque, perverted smile. He can't be compared to the trash here. That is truly the talent of a demon. One day, the young master will surely stand at the very pinnacle of the Black Magic Tower and will lead the entire black magic system according to his own will. After speaking, he held out his hand. Grimson was full of sincerity, though it was all an act. Will you join me in grasping the ultimate truth and power? Dell gritted his teeth at his opponent's hypocrisy. For a new bond for the Black and Red. He understood all too well the true intention behind that mask. So, you plan to use my talent to revive the Black Red Order, is that it? Naturally intelligent, Dell chose a gentle way to respond. Thank you very much for the offer, but everything needs to have a certain order. He stated it clearly, but everyone could hear the underlying refusal. To speak of the future, my father is still quite healthy at the moment. Grimson deliberately cut him off. You don't need to worry about that. He snapped his fingers as if to play his trump card. And just like that, a wind carrying dust and black ash suddenly swirled around the classroom. Dell's mouth fell open in astonishment, his eyes fixed on one point. He reached for the falling particles. Snow in winter, inside a Sigma mage's mindscape? Looking more closely, Dell was certain. No, this isn't snow. It didn't take long for him to realize. This is ash. Dell's eyes widened as he began to understand. If so, then this place is. He unconsciously clenched his fist. That's right. How could I ever forget this scene? Grimson stepped closer, speaking as if it were a normal conversation. It truly is a magical and magnificent world, isn't it? He smiled warmly. You are the only one permitted to set foot in my world. The other students can't see it. Grimson's voice was filled with pride. This world, where on every street corner stand towers of gleaming steel that no one dares to replicate. Steel dragons soar through the sky, and they spew fire magic of a realm that even I cannot reach. His innovative but perilous inventions were also displayed for Dell to see. Advanced machinery that swept through and caused disaster wherever it went. The sole purpose of Grimson's world seemed to be destruction. The first giant bullet fired caused a massive conflagration. It blotted out the entire sky. Grimson was ecstatic. Behold the great empire of fire and steel that once subjugated even the old gods. He boasted of the twisted truth he nurtured. This is what we mages have always been searching for. The ultimate truth and power. Dell seriously tried to understand the man's psyche. For the sake of this so-called truth, you summoned a hero from another world? Grimson, of course, had no qualms. I did. But that existence was a miserable failure. He judged him calmly. He was useful enough as a soldier, but of all the truths possessed by the great empire of fire and steel, he was just a common grunt who couldn't grasp anything of substance. Dell suddenly found it funny. He had to quickly cover his mouth as he listened to him ramble. There wasn't a single truth I could distill from him. He thought with glee, what a relief. It's better this way. This man, he really has no idea that I am the one who inherited the truth of that empire of fire and steel. At that moment, Grimson turned back to look at him. That is why I called you all the way here, young master. Del finished his thought. To once again touch that ultimate truth and power through the bond of the Black-Red Order? Grimson didn't bother to hide it. That's right. He was still determined to win Del over. Therefore, please take your time and think it over carefully. To me, time is a trivial matter. He snapped his fingers again. Now, shall we return? But then Grimson feigned innocence. Oh, that reminds me. He made an illusion of Walter appear for a flash, a deliberate reminder. It seems Count Gunter of the Blazing Blood harbors a deep hatred for you, young master. Leonard Walter was defeated by you. His father was also one of the vice-captains of the Black-Red Order back then. Furthermore, His Majesty wishes for the number of those who hold the true secret of the Black-Red Order to be reduced, even if only by one. Grimson gave a fake, mocking smile. I hope you won't blame me, young master. I cannot go against His Majesty's will, and it wouldn't look good for me to get involved directly. He stepped in front of Del. Of course, in the end, this is just a transaction. Even if you clash with Count Walter, you can refuse this deal and walk away. Another venomous temptation dripped from his lips. But if you take care of him for me, I promise to give you a very worthy reward. In complete control of the conversation, Grimson was always elated. This time, he snapped his fingers for real. Well then, today's lecture is now over. A sharp click echoed in the silent space. The desolate landscape of smoke and ash vanished. The cozy lecture hall returned. Grimson turned his back to leave. I hope we will have the chance to meet again. He added more words. Whether you accept or not, I'm sure your actions will provide an answer soon enough. That night, in the outskirts of the imperial capital, at the Black Duke's mansion, Del was, as usual, sitting calmly on his bed, training his mind. But tonight, he didn't feel the usual tranquility. His brow furrowed. The ruins of a decaying metropolis, burned to a pile of ash. Grimson's image was seared into his mind. The moment he projected that world and then mentioned the hero from another world. His words were carved into my mind like a warning. If I refuse, will I be next? Del's eyes flew open, and he angrily vowed to himself, I will not let anyone use my life for their own purposes ever again. A loud noise pulled him from his thoughts. A building had been engulfed in flames. A massive explosion erupted from it. Del quickly threw a cloak over his shoulders, his posture ready, as if he had known this was coming. They're here. CIA burst through the door, shouting Del. He seemed surprised to see her. Professor CIA? Flames erupted right behind her, freezing him for a split second. But it was simply the signal of Walter's arrival. I thought you would run. I didn't expect you to be waiting here so obediently. He sneered. You little brat from the Salzan family. The one who dared to ruin my son to this extent. The bracelet Grimson had given him glowed on his wrist. Walter's voice was cold. Are you prepared?